Test 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing 1, 2.
Been asking for days.
Test 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Central Avenue. Go down past Cardinal Stadium and there's a stoplight and a turning lane.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, in Broadbent Arena. We're ready to get started this morning with our Sim Angus show. On your left as you enter with cattle, and on the right side we'll be doing our maintainer show. So we need those Class 1 Sim Angus Class 1 maintainers into the ring. On the east side of Broadbent Arena, we're coming into the ring now as Class 1 Sim Angus heifers. 3 entries in this class. Class 2 should be in the makeup ring. Our judge for today and our Sim Angus show is Mr. Jeff Bedwell. Jeff resides in Northwest Oklahoma with his wife Diane and daughter Jennifer. The Bedwell family have been shorthorn breeders for many years in that area. Jeff's also broad-based ag background, which serves as the agronomy and ag sales specialist for the Land Run Cooperative near Enid, Oklahoma. It's indeed a pleasure to welcome Jeff Bedwell to judge our Sim Angus show today.
Well, good morning. Really a nice set of Sim percentage heifer calves in this May group. I like them the way they let in. I think as we evaluate the heifers on the move and as they stand in position, the heifer that starts this lineup does so because of her extra body. I like her extra capacity. I like the dimensionality down her top. I like the way she starts at the ground solid and true in her foot placement. I like the flexibility of her skeleton. I like the potential for her to continue to be one of those soft-made, easy-moving kind of cows. I find a heifer in two that has similar body pattern. I like her depth of rib and flank, and I like her strength at top. As we get her in motion, I don't find quite the flexibility out of her shoulder. I don't know that she rests quite as comfortably on her hind leg as our class winner, but a really solid kind of a heifer calf that's got excellent performance and softness through the middle of her body. I like that alert look we get out of her when she cranks her head up, a nice brood cow as she develops. Heifer that rounds out our group is the green greenest of the trio. She's certainly the sleekest fronted of the group and maybe just a little more restricted in her chest floor, a little tighter in that forerib than the two ahead of her. A really nice female and larger at the ground than the heifer that beats her in class in terms of foot size. Not quite as comfortable as she gets out and travels. Really a nice set of May heifer calves. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Placings in Class 1 in our Sim Angus show. First place is entry number 1, STCC Precious Kitty, exhibited by Claire Trenopole, Middletown, Indiana. Second place goes to entry number 3, exhibited by Mackenzie Bergen, Paris, Illinois. And third place to entry number 5, exhibited by Ty Craig, Bedford, Indiana. Coming into the ring now is Class 2 Sim Angus. Class 3 should be in the makeup ring. Over on the west side of Broadbent Arena, we've now started our maintainer show. Class 1's in the ring. Our judge for today in our maintainer show is Dr. Ryan Rathman from Lubbock, Texas. Dr. Rathman is the associate professor and the John and Doris Jones professorship holder in the Department of Animal and Food Sciences at Texas Tech University. Dr. Rathman has coached 8 national champion livestock judging teams at Texas Tech and Texas A&M. Dr. Rathman has judged livestock shows in 30 states and internationally. He resides in Lubbock with his wife Kayla, where they have 2 daughters, Kinley and Carly. Indeed, a pleasure to welcome Dr. Rathman back to the North American to evaluate our junior maintainer show today. Class 2 maintainers should be in the makeup ring.
Well, good Sunday morning to everybody. Hope you and your families are doing well. We've got the hybrid show over here in Broadbent on both sides of the fence. The maintainer show looks like it's going to be a heck of a nice show. This is 4 tremendously good heifer calves in this May class. All 4 of them, I have to compliment all the exhibitors in here, are just tremendously sound-footed cattle. They're really flexible. They can handle their skeleton. They're going to be awfully competitive, all 4 of these heifers down the road. And they're pretty tight here this morning. I'll just share with you what I see. Dylan here is going to win the class. I think both the heifers in 1 and 2 are both his, and they're awfully nice. Dylan's a perfectionist, I can tell. He wants every leg exactly where it's supposed to be. But this young man does a nice job. This heifer is the most balanced when I compare back to your heifer in second. These are the 2 higher performing cattle in the class, but this heifer is a little more balanced in terms of her top line. I think a female that lays the edge of her shoulder just a little smoother into her rib cage and neck. A female that structurally speaking is just right on the mark and very attractive in terms of her hind leg design. Her body cavity is just very uniform. If I had to tell you anything on this heifer, she's very complete, Dylan. Just make sure you don't get her too fat around her tail head. She's already starting to maybe deposit a little bit right there at a young state. The heifer that you've got in second looks like she'll have a little more scale and size and length of body in the long run. This female is really expressively muscled. She's the heaviest muscled female in the group. She's still very bold in her midrib, maybe not quite as smooth in terms of the way she goes from her forerib into her shoulder, maybe just at times a little looser in her top line, maybe not quite as sleek up through her chest floor, but collectively this is a female that can really get around the ring with a tremendously athletic running gear to have that type of shape and quality about her. Then we've got Avery here in third. This young lady does a nice job. I compliment her. She's just seems like she's just a really cool, collected young lady that's very confident in what she's doing here. I love the soundness of this female. She's just tremendously good in terms of her basic build, her foot quality, her hind leg design. Female is just really easy and comfortable in her motions. She's deep-sided. She's really attractive up through her neck, shoulder, and head. A female that as I get directly comparative in a class this good, she just gets maybe a little in at her hocks as I move in behind the cattle, maybe not quite as stout pinned as maybe a Dylan's heifers, but this is an awfully good one. Keep up the great work. The heifer we've got here in fourth is very similar to her. This female is actually, for her frame score being a little more moderate, I think, really shoots a long neck out of the top of her blade. She too is extremely sound like the rest of the cattle in here. I'd like to maybe see this female a little square in terms of her pin bone. She maybe at times when she's relaxed drops it just a shot. Maybe like to see that female just a little bit fuller in terms of the base of her flank and rear rib relative to the cattle in here, but being very picky, is still a very complete heifer down here in fourth. So good set of cattle, great start to our show.
Well, and in our Simmental side, we've got a really good set of females, and I thought there were several heifers in this group that really strike me as having a tremendous amount of potential. There's 2 or 3 of these heifers, and we'll mention them as we go through the class, that I think continue to develop and to get to be better cows as they continue to mature and age. Our class winner and the heifer that stands next to her, I think, sort themselves off a little bit because they're a little more 12 o'clock in terms of where they're at with their conditioning and being ready to take on all that competition. This class winner struck me as one that's very proportional. I think she's a very balanced female that's very elegant up through her front end, and as you study her front third, I think she gets ahead of the heifer that stands to at the top of her blade and the comfort that she moves out of that front end with. I think she sweeps a more internal rib, a bigger rib to the center of her body, a little more heart right in behind that blade, and I think that certainly adds a lot of advantage to that maternal, really refined look that she has that's really unique and hard to find with that kind of a calf and at that age in her life. This heifer in 2 is an awfully strong female as well. I am impressed at the ground as we see this heifer come with such strength that her foot shape and her cleanliness to her hocks and joints as we study how much structure she's got. She opens a bit at the top of her blade, and as we study that shoulder, doesn't rest quite as comfortably back into the top of that forerib, and she hesitates just a little bit as she gets out and travels, particularly off of that front end, but an awfully big-bodied, really good brood cow as we study and look at how she matures. Her project how she may mature. Great length of hip, great set to her pins. Just gives her an awful advantage, an awful lot of advantage in this set of heifer calves. 3 and 5 are a couple of the heifers that I thought had a lot of future to them and are coming to us in a lot greener conditioning as we study them out here. Not nearly as much tension maybe, or maybe haven't been off the cow as long, whatever the case. This heifer in 3rd is just massive in her upper rib and through her center body to have no more condition than she carries. I like the muscle system in this heifer and the flexibility that she has. Now, as I see her travel, she wants to work her top up slightly, and a little concerned about some of that from time to time. But I think as she continues to develop, we see one that gets big in her hip, big underneath, maintains good width of base, and maintains that trimness through her front 3rd that I like to see in these nice females. Here's a big-bodied one that comes in 4, and I split those 2 heifers in 3 and 5 with one that I thought probably just had more substance and a little more performance today. Give 5 just a notch more growth, and she's the lowest performing out here in terms of WDA. I certainly wouldn't have done that, but I think we need to recognize the volume, the substance that we find in 4. This heifer probably needs to be just a little more refined as we study her from the outside. She wants to get just a little plain as we compare her to the 2 heifers that stand on either side, but a good female and a good cow prospect as well. This young lady's heifer that comes next, again, really just a fancy heifer calf, giving up just too much weight per day of age. At this stage of the game, I think she's got the ability to catch up because of her soundness. I think she's got the ability to do a lot as we develop this female, or allow her to develop and give her that potential. We get in on top of her and probably need to see more dimensionality of that heifer calf and read more shape through the center of her body, but maybe that'll come as she continues to develop. Like the heifer we had in 4, this heifer is one of the big high-performing heifers we've got out here. Gets just a little more rigid through her front end, a little more calculated as she gets out and travels, tightens up a bit in her hip, and we'd like to see her probably with just a little less conditioning at this stage of her maturity to go ahead and give her the best shot of being a nice productive female. Heifer that comes next is super long-fronted and a super long-bodied female. Young lady does a really nice job getting her put together when she gets her on a side view profile. This heifer is not as correct as I'd like for her to be in terms of her feet and leg placement, not as comfortable as she gets out and travels. Nice pair and a nice way to end our class. Let's give them a nice round of applause and congratulate that effort on a really good set of April calves.
Thank you, Judge Bedwell. Over on our maintainer side, Class 1, first place went to entry number 1, CH10AK Flashy Snazzy, exhibited by Dylan Chastain, Danielsville, Georgia. Second place went to entry number 2, also exhibited by Dylan Chastain, Danielsville, Georgia. Third place to entry number 3, exhibited by Avery Belcher, Blacksburg, Iowa. And fourth place, entry number 137, exhibited by Liliana Dietrich, Wilshire, Ohio. In the ring now in our maintainer show is Class 2. Class 3 should be in the makeup ring. In our Sim-Angus show, placings in Class 2. First place to entry number 7, CLAC Heather 681D, exhibited by Emma Woodard, Cambridge, Ohio. Second place, entry number 10, exhibited by Laney Lasnick, Plainsville, Ohio. Third place, entry number 9, exhibited by Claire Dorsey, Morrill, Illinois. Fourth place, entry number 13, exhibited by Cameron Frederick, Napoleon, Ohio. Fifth place, entry number 6, exhibited by Kayla Jalkus, St. John's, Michigan. Sixth place, entry number 12, exhibited by Tanner Hope, Patoka, Indiana. Seventh place, entry number 11, exhibited by Kaylee Porter, Jackson, Michigan. In our Sim-Angus show, in the ring now is Class 3. Immediately following this, we'll be selecting our Division I champion. We need Class 6 Sim-Angus heifers into the makeup ring. want to remind you exhibitors in Broadbent Arena that there are no aerosol cans allowed in the makeup rings. No aerosol cans allowed in the makeup rings.
Well, just a remarkably good class here. A lot of fun to judge a class like this because there's just not really any bad cattle. We've got great cattle from top to bottom here. Those of y'all that are down the line a little bit further, y'all keep your heads up, keep working because, these cattle are really green right now, and there's a lot of differences from an environmental standpoint to this point in the game in terms of what type of mothers they had and just maybe where you come from in terms of just how much extra help and benefit these cattle have had to come on and grow right and look the part here this morning. So don't get frustrated. Just keep working. You'll get a nice set of cattle. In the big scheme of things, I guess this black baldy female just suits me the best in terms of just at the ground, her feet quality, her soundness of joints, her pasturing. She's got a little extra set to her hind leg at times, but it really affords her a little bit more extra reach and flexibility in terms of how she just grabs her stride. She covers a lot of ground. She's still really feminine. She's good looking. Her color pattern helps. Her chest floor sits on her pretty high relative to her belly drop. That female is not necessarily just super bold in terms of the upper half of her skeleton, but I certainly like the functional parts of that female. She comes together with a high level of balance. I see her to maybe just outmove this heifer here in second. This young man in second's doing a good job keeping his patience. If I had that heifer, I'd get pretty frustrated with her. She's just not wanting to relax. She's not wanting to just settle down, and consequently, it makes her look like she's rocked forward in her shoulder just a shot. Makes her look like her neck comes a little more out of the center of her blade, and she maybe gets just a little more bunched up naturally in terms of her length of body, her length of hips, maybe just not pulled back in her quite as far as maybe that baldy female that wins this group. But I mean, to tell you, this female is big boned, big bellied, and big ended when you get behind her. There is a lot of substance in that female. Just going to have to settle down so she can show her parts off and look good enough to turn that baldy up top. Then we've got a female in 3 that I really love a lot. This female is probably the best bodied heifer in the group. When you study her at the top half of her skeleton, the way she carries to the center and lower portion of her rib cage, none can match her in this group. She's really soft bellied, easy keeping. She blends pretty smoothly in terms of her shoulder design, but it maybe parks in her just a little bit rounder in terms of its posture. She runs downhill just ever so slightly and gets a little rounder in her pin bone relative to her tail head. Not quite as intense in terms of her foot size, but collectively this female is pretty sweet fronted to have that type of body cavity. That female is going to be pretty special. Just a few things there I wanted to change. The heifer then we've got in 4, I switched her from 3 to 4 in the final run, and this female is awfully nice. I just maybe like to see her fit together a little better in terms of her tail head set relative to her loin. Maybe like to see her just open up a shot bigger in her forerib relative to her shoulder design when I compare her back to that female in front of her. But this female's lines are pretty good when she comes to a rest. Her chest floor sits in her pretty good relative to her rear rib and flank. Just got a high degree of balance and quality about her. Really no major holes, just maybe gets a little outmassed versus some of those cattle ahead of her. Then we move to the young lady here in the purple shirt, and this female here is awfully good. She's just a little more raw in her forerib design right now. Makes her shoulder look just a little rougher in the way it lays in her. Tail head maybe cranks up just a shot more. She's still pretty good in terms of just her overall pattern and lines. Maybe not quite as square in the way that she travels from hock to ground. We got some really nice cattle behind them, and this female that comes out next, this young lady has, when we've got the cattle parked, and this young lady does as good a job of showing as anybody in this group, but man, this female is right there with those top end cattle in terms of lines and consistency of balance. Just maybe for me, handles her front end and her rear two just a little more vertical. I don't know, I find her maybe just quite good enough in terms of just pliability and freedom when I compare her to some of those cattle I got ahead of her. Then we maybe move to a heifer here that I see a lot of value in, a lot of quality young lady. She's just a little greener right now, kind of gets swallowed up by some of the rest of those cattle. You give her time to catch up, and I think her completeness will push her to the top. This big heifer that comes next is maybe just a bit of the outlier in this group, and I'll be honest with the young lady, it's kind of hard for me to figure out exactly where she fits in this class. She's kind of the big high-performing female. It's long-bodied and deep-sided. She's got a little extra throat, maybe relative to being a little flatter in her center body, but a nice performance-oriented female I'm sure can generate some bulls. Kaylee is coming next. This young lady had her hands full with this heifer. She decided Sunday was not her day to show, and this young lady is trying her heart out to get this heifer put together, and this heifer just still needs a little more time before she's just naturally broke, I think, but gonna make a nice female for you there, young lady. I wish you the best of luck with her down the road. She's got a nice pin set. She's good in her shape and good in her design. I think she's gonna make a high quality female. Several really nice cattle that round out the class here. A pair of cattle right here that, much like Kaylee's heifer right there, is cattle that are just a little green. This female here maybe gets a little more upright in her skeleton. Young lady, your heifer is about as shapely a heifer as there is in that class. I just like to dial her back and her ankles and increase her in terms of her foot quality, but still a really powerful female. It's got a lot of intrigue about her. Nice set of cattle.
Over here on our semi-side, real quickly, we'll discuss an outstanding set of March heifer calves. Again, like our last class, a lot of these heifers strike me as having a tremendous amount of potential, and I guess the heifer that starts this class, she's easily the high-performing one out here, and there's a lot of reasons why. Regardless of any of the other management things we've done there, this heifer has got the ability to generate and do it pretty efficiently by my best estimate. You know, that heifer starts at the ground very correctly. She's not the heaviest structured female that we have in the group, certainly not the most angular fronted female we have in the group. In my mind, she's one that as she circled back out, as I walked them one more time there at the very end, reminded me quickly why I liked her as well as I did as she entered the ring. She's one that is true and stable in her top line. She's flexible up in her hip. She comes to the ground with great agility on both ends of her skeleton and remains true in that posture and presence as she gets out of this ring. She's got an appreciable advantage in length of body and rib shape, and that's probably where those things in regards to her movement and that rib shape and that dimension get her ahead of this heifer that, as you stand them on the side, is probably the one that's the hardest to beat. This heifer through her front third in second is the heifer that is as good up through the top of her shoulder and the top of her neck, and lots of folks are going to like the way that she places herself down through the sternum and floor of her chest. That heifer opens up still and big and uniquely into the center of her body, into lots and lots of rib, and maintains good width and progressively thickens out that hip. So you like the way that she goes in terms of looking at her and studying her from those angles. As she gets on the move, I don't see quite the ability or the authority that we find in the class winner. I don't think we have quite the length of body, but an awfully good female and a really neat pair to evaluate and study in that regard. This heifer that comes next wants to toe in just a little bit up front, and maybe she doesn't have quite the honesty of composition in regards to having quite the same muscle shape or quite the same shape to her those two heifers have that win this class. But in terms of getting that heifer out and seeing a brood cow that's got center body and depth of rib, still yet handles herself with good length of stride, that heifer sure does get in my eye pretty easily when we study this group walking from the side. That heifer works her way up into the top. A couple of heifers that I like really well as they're parked, and then we get them in motion, and I'd like to just free them up a nickel out of both ends of their skeleton. I like the young lady's brockle face heifer that comes next in 4 from the standpoint of having some strength to her foot, her bone, just a little more rigid as we study her as she goes, wants to park that tail head up just a little higher out of that pin set than we'd maybe like for her to. And the heifer that follows her is a little more similar in that same regard. Those two heifers work their way up over a trio of stouter heifers that follow them in regards to just being more femininely designed through their front third. I think they're greener heifers that maybe give a visual picture of having a little more future to them, probably just having a little more outcome in regard to productivity. The heifer that comes next of the stoutest ones gets a little outside of her skeleton, and we could actually roll her back a couple of holes. There's just an awful lot of heifer in this female, a little higher condition than we'd like for her to be. Heifer that comes next, a little more prominent, a little more open up through the top of that blade. She wants to get plenty straight in her hock, and at times wants to even cross those hind legs as she goes. Next female that comes out is probably as true in her top line as the two heifers in front of her of that stouter group. That heifer to me just gets a little shorter in her hip. She wants to get a little coarser through her front third, and again, like that heifer that gets outside of herself, carrying plenty of condition. One of the greenest ones we have in our group is the one that's going to end up next behind that brockle face heifer. That heifer just doesn't have quite enough to her underneath. We need to open her up through the center of her body. We round out with a really strong structured female in terms of having lots of foot size, just way too hesitant in the way that she travels, has to calculate where she's placing those feet, and we'd like to smooth her up a bit through her front third. Again, outstanding set of heifer calves. Let's give that group of kids a nice round of applause.
We're now ready to select our Division I champion in the Sim Angus show. Over on our maintainer side, Class 2 placings. First place, entry number 36. HETN Sweet Caroline, exhibited by Jordan Seals, Patina, Indiana. Second place, entry number 16, exhibited by Christopher Toombs, New Concord, Ohio. Third place, entry number 19, exhibited by Will Jordan, Talladega, Alabama. Fourth place, entry number 18, exhibited by Cassidy Barker, Kearney, Missouri. Fifth place, entry number 14, exhibited by Cody Lane, Rensselaer, Indiana. Sixth place, entry number 12, exhibited by Paisley Russell, Millfield, Ohio. Seventh place, entry number 15, exhibited by Alexis Cornelius, Odin, Indiana. 8th place. Entry number 11, exhibited by Alicia Carter, Oregano, Ohio. 9th place. Entry number 20, exhibited by Kaylee Saggart, Fayette, Ohio. And 10th place. Entry number 13, exhibited by Allie Muir, Waynesfield, Ohio. 11th place. Entry number 17, exhibited by Madison Martin, Madisonville, Tennessee. And 12th place. Entry number 9, exhibited by Amanda Kosel, Deckerville, Michigan. In the ring now, and her maintainer show is Class 3. Class 4 should be in the makeup ring. Over in our Sim Angus show, we're currently selecting our Division I champion. Placings in Class 3 were as follows. First place, entry number 23, Prospect Precious 613D, exhibited by Macy Moore, Sumner, Illinois. Second place, entry number 28, Harker's Ionic Star, exhibited by Luke Harker, Hope, Indiana. Third place, entry number 29, exhibited by Kaylee Fields, Chandlerville, Illinois. Fourth place, entry number 17, exhibited by Kylie Slavik, Ashley, Michigan. Fifth place, entry number 21, exhibited by Amber Picard, Hastings, Michigan. Sixth place, entry number 18, exhibited by Macy Moore, Sumner, Illinois. Seventh place, entry number 20, exhibited by Nicholas Wiley, New Harmony, Indiana. Eighth place was entry number 19, exhibited by Dominique Rupert, Whit, Illinois. Ninth place, entry number 15, exhibited by Justin Farasha, Winnemac, Indiana. And 10th place, entry number 30, exhibited by Haley Smith, Camden, Indiana. Class 6 Sim Angus should be in the makeup ring.
So on the Simmental side, as we work our way into our first division, we've seen a really nice set of calves. It's really been my pleasure to get to work through this first 3 classes. I think there's been some excellent cattle all the way through those classes, and some of them several deep with regards to their potential and where we can see them end up as yearlings, and how they get managed can make a lot of difference in their competitiveness. I think today I've identified the 3 that suit me the best, that combine the fluid and movement, the potential to continue to develop and make good solid brood cows, but still yet have a special look to them with regards to their balance and their symmetry, their ability to get just a little more of a look whenever folks are walking by them. That's a hard thing to put together in any animal, and certainly this set have done a nice job. Our May heifer calf, I thought, just kind of worked her way into that class very, very handily. That heifer calf gives up a lot of maturity to the 2 heifers behind her, but she gives up absolutely nothing in regards to quality. As you study that heifer at the ground, she's as strong and solid in her foot. She's got as much natural structure and is as clean and fluid in her joints as the 2 girls behind her. She's not as opened up through her heart girth at this point. Again, maturity to her disadvantage, but sweeps a big rib. She's true in her width and the way that she maintains a progressive width down her top line. I think she's a contender in a really strong group of 3. Heifer that comes out of that next group was out of probably the strongest class of the group. There was as much quality through her class as any, and I thought her and the female that ends up to her really sort themselves up because of their balance, because of that extra profile. This heifer at times gets a little lower at the top of her shoulder. Maybe we'd like to change that a little bit about her, but in terms of a brood cow look that still yet has a special show heifer quality to her in regards to balance and proportionality, that heifer sure does an awfully good job for me. And a big-hearted female that I think's pretty honest in her composition and makeup, I think she's also a really strong contender in this group of 3. So the big heifer that wins the last class, and I thought that was a really unique pair there towards the end. But again, as you get her in motion with these 3, she strikes you as one that just makes a nice brood cow. A big, strong, muzzled female that has extra extension through her front third, She's not as tidy and neat through the floor of her chest or through her throat, and to me it enables her to have some performance and some doability, certainly not critical of that, and it also opens her up through the center of her body. She's not as attractive as the two that are immediately ahead of her, and I get a look out of her every once in a while where she stands a little uncomfortably out of that shoulder and front end, perhaps a little wider than she naturally would. If we see her get out and travel, she pulls herself together, and I think that's a more attractive look than when we get those front feet too wide. Really an outstanding set of three in this first division of Sim Angus, or Sim Percentage Semi heifers. Let's give these kids a great round of applause. It's been a competitive show so far.
And your Division I champion in the Sim Angus Sim Solution Show comes out of Class 2. She's entry number 7, CLAC Heather 681D, exhibited by Emma Woodard, Cambridge, Ohio. That brings in entry 10 for the reserve selection. And your reserve Division I champion in the Sim Angus Show comes out of Class 3. She's entry 23, Prospect Precious 631D, exhibited by Macy Moore, Sumner, Illinois. We're now ready for Class 6 Sim Angus.
So three really nice heifers that pull in for our Bred and Owned female show, and this is always a special event, I think, in any show. That heifer that wins that first class was in strong contention for that division with the other heifers, the other owned heifers, and to me, she's really strong in this group. Now, she is followed by a pair that really rival her in some regards. They're both really well-balanced heifers. They're both heifers that have a good striking look from the side, perhaps don't have her ability to get out and generate a good fluid motion that we find in that heifer calf out of the May class. So we're going to come down and grab class number 1 for your champion Bred and Owned this morning. Let's give her a nice round of applause.
Our Bred and Owned champion in the Division I Sim Angus Show went to entry 1, STCC PPCC Precious Kitty, exhibited by Claire Trenopole, Middletown, Indiana. Now we're ready for Class 6 Sim Angus. Do want to remind you exhibitors, if you do desire pictures of any animals, you can make your way up to the picture backdrop between classes, and so Lindy's Livestock Photos, our official photographer here to North American, would be glad to take those photos for you. So at your convenience, you can make your way over to the picture backdrop. Go ahead, Judge Rathman.
Well, another exceptional class here, a March class. There's a wide range of just frame and performance in this group. And again, my comments in the last class saying to you kids that are further down the line, just keep working hard because, you know, there's just a lot of variables that go into just how fast these cattle can be accelerated. And you got to watch and make sure you don't accelerate them too fast. But we do have a lot of differences in terms of mass. The heifer that's going to start this class is one that does dominate the competition in regards to just her substance of body, muscle, bone, and just her overall performance and length. This female is just incredible in terms of stoutness, and you know, she records about a high 3 in terms of WDA. She's actually not even as high as maybe the two heifers that won the first May class. And so if you're standing around thinking, well, maybe she's a little big, well, maybe she is, and she's going to have to be watched. But more than anything, I would like to see that heifer stride just a little bit longer. She stands there and reads plenty adequate in her angles, and so she's going to win the class with a look that good and that stout. The heifer that's in second is my personal favorite from the side. This female is so refined from her blade forward, just really unmatched in that regard. With that refinement coincides with being just a little more in at her knee and hock, maybe going away, and you look through the hair, maybe not quite as dimensional maybe as that powerhouse that starts, but really love this female a great deal, young lady. She's totally different than the other one. You just got to figure out where your priorities are. That one's awfully good and is going to have a great career. The heifer that we've got here in 3, this is a female. I kind of joked with the young lady about how wiry this heifer's hair is, but you know, that doesn't really take away from how good this one is. This female balances to a T from the side. All of her parts fit together. Much like the heifer ahead of her, she really flows pretty cool into her front end. This female, for me, I'd like to maybe just square up just a nickel in terms of how she lays her front feet to the ground. I'd like to see her just a little bigger in her rear feet and just go a little more pliable out of her hock and rear ankle if I got to pick on that one, but that one's awfully good standing still. Another good one here, standing still. It's right in her line. She's deep-sided. She's a little harder haired, makes her look a little flatter in her forerib, and I think naturally she does give up that to some of the cattle right in front of her, but collectively she's just too strong from the profile not to be up here towards the front end of the class. She maybe drops her pin bone and goes just a little shorter when we move her. The young lady that comes next, Brayton, you got a nice heifer here. This female is long-bodied. She's fresh in her composition. She's one of the greener cattle that are standing more towards the top of this class. She's really feminine. I think her angles read right. She just need a little more time to develop in terms of her forerib and her flank, probably before she can really push some of those other cattle. The blue roan heifer, young man, individually, when I study your heifer, I like her real well. When we put her back in the complexion of the big class, she looks just a little small, maybe a little shorter coupled, and just doesn't have the rate of gain as some of the rest of these cattle, which in a strong group maybe disadvantages her. But collectively, like I said, she's big-bodied. She's got a good turn to her hip and lower stifle, and she's pretty genuine in her width all the way through. Just need to stretch her out, make her a little longer growing. The heifer that we've got in behind that one, a female that pigeons just a little bit coming at you. She's maybe just a little more plain in the set to her hind leg, but collectively this is a pretty good female. She's deep-sided, a female that's got some utility as a cow. I think she'll make a really nice one. Still a very strong heifer here for you when you exhibit her. The next young lady, Gabrielle here, she did a nice job. This heifer maybe just gets a little lower in her neck attachment, maybe not quite as fancy up to her front 1/3, but still a good-bodied female. I wish you the best of luck with her. I think she's going to be pretty nice for you. Addie's coming next. This young lady says she's a pro. She's been here a couple of years now at the North American. She does a nice job. I really like the smile on her face. She seems very confident. She's a good stick. This heifer is really stout in terms of her feature, but still balances up really nicely. Very square pin. Got just a nickel of throat and shoulder relative to how her forerib is shaping up right now. Just need to fit her together a little smoother, and I'm sure that'll get better in time. We got another good heifer right here. It's just a little green, a little small. The red heifer right here, young lady, fit up to a T. Show her great. She looks the part. For me, maybe just a little rounder muscle, a little bit harder in terms of her ankle and her joints down low. Need to free her up. As we go down the line, just for the sake of time here, we've got several good cattle. Another good one here. Just need to change her up structurally. 3 cattle on the end that you guys have that are really fancy, attractive cattle that maybe just a little off the mark in terms of mass or just how good they are in their joint work. But a nice set of cattle.
Placings in Class 3 in our maintainer show. First place, entry number 42, TSSC, Camellia Bell, 620D, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second place, entry number 38, Cham Miss Daisy, 4D, exhibited by Macy Chamberlain, Winchester, Indiana. Third place, entry number 22, exhibited by Katie Weaver, Mulberry, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 43, exhibited by Skylar Ward, New Paris, Ohio. Fifth place, entry number 27, exhibited by Brayton Strigler, Moravana, Iowa. Sixth place, entry number 25, exhibited by Jordan Johnson, Gallipolis, Ohio. Seventh place, entry number 24, exhibited by Kaylee Roberts, Shawanzi, Indiana. Eighth place, entry number 33, exhibited by Gabrielle Cragen, Martinsville, Indiana. Ninth place, entry number 26, exhibited by Addison Schaefer, Amanda, Ohio. 10th place, entry number 35, exhibited by Allie Muir, Waynesfield, Ohio. In the ring now is Class 4 maintainers. Class 5 should be in the makeup ring.
Alex, do you all have Class 4 sheet down there?
Find somebody.
What a really, really nice set of February-born females we've got in our ring at this point, and we're not reaching for the biggest, most powerful of the group, but there is no question that heifer starts at the ground with as much authority and athleticism as any do. She maintains, for me, as much a feminine look and as much maternal look as you can really crank into one and still have enough substance to have some doability. I think she glides and really rests nicely in a first-place position. This heifer that comes next to her is an awfully strong contender. She's backing her knee good. I like the slope to her shoulder. She's a little more awkward off her hind leg with regards to her stability and how she gets out with a good degree of authority. She gets ahead of our class winner in performance. She's got more heart, and we can measure her bigger in a lot of different ways. I don't see the complete package with that heifer in 2 that I find in that really sweet-looking class winner that we've got in this particular drive. Next pair of heifers, and I guess the next 3 heifers, I think we could rotate them a bit. This heifer in the stance, I think you really like a lot with regards to her balance and her correctness. Again, she's not one of the bigger cattle that we have in the group, but she's one of the truer line cattle in terms of balance. She's uniform in both her top line, and as she sweeps back into her underline, that female carries true back into her flank. I actually prefer that she's not as stoutly built as some of the other heifers we have in the group. She maintains good angle through the top of her shoulder and up through the top of her neck, and I think that's where this heifer gets in trouble just a little bit, as does the young lady's heifer that follows in 4th. Those 2 heifers get a little coarser through the top of that neck and blade. They don't have quite the comfort out of that shoulder, maybe not quite the reach that we find with those heifers that are in 1 and 2 for sure. This young man's black heifer that comes next, though, is a very well-balanced female, excellent presentation in the female. He does a good job really sticking the hole that I see in her. She wants to get just a little bit narrow behind as she travels. She wants to get just a little bit narrow at her pin set, but I think a female that certainly deserves to be in this position. She's a little more appropriately conditioned by my estimation at this stage of her maturity than is the heifer that's got her beat in performance that comes in to the number 5 spot. This heifer's massive in terms of her rib shape. She's the high WDA heifer that we have in the group without a doubt, and she handles it pretty well. Not as flexible as she could be, and not as flexible certainly as those top 2 are, but an awfully big, strong breeding piece that we have in this heifer, and and one that I think gives you an opportunity to harvest some value in terms of performance and honest width and muscularity. Maybe just like to true her up and just see her a little sounder as she travels. This next heifer is similar to her in terms of body shape and rib dimension, not nearly as long-bodied, not quite the outcome in terms of projecting continued growth in this female. Again, I like this female's look through her front third in that I think she continues to be a doable kind of a cow and fits a lot of tough environments. Just like to see her a notch longer bodied and see her have a little more outcome in terms of lateness of maturity. This young man's heifer does do that. I just have a little trouble as she gets out and travels. She wants to get up in her top pretty good as she goes out, and so I don't see her being quite as comfortable on either end of her skeleton. Again, nice set of heifers as we go through this particular class. A pair that come next that just don't have quite the balance and the combination of balance and structural correctness. A pair of heifers that give up some performance that we round out our class with. Again, an awfully good group of February females. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Placings in Class 6 in our Sim Angus show. First place to entry number 37, UDE Norma Jean 114D, exhibited by Kaylee Langford, Breckenridge, Texas. Second place, entry number 36, exhibited by Maddie Udale, Sioux City, Iowa. Third place, entry number 47, exhibited by Tucker Tanner, Elgin, Texas. Fourth place, entry number 46, exhibited by Matthew Coverman, Minford, Ohio. Fifth place, entry number 42, exhibited by Emma Erickson, Bedford, Indiana. Sixth place, entry number 45, exhibited by Allison Stevens, West Salem, Illinois. Seventh place, entry number 41, exhibited by Harrison Wicker, Rushville, Indiana. Eighth place, entry number 35, exhibited by Lucas Ebersol, Sterling, Illinois. Ninth place, entry number 44, exhibited by Eric Dunphy, Belmont, Ohio. 10th place, entry number 34, exhibited by Cameron Seal, Holgate, Ohio. In the ring now is Class 7 Sim Angus. Immediately following this class, we'll be selecting our Division II champion.
Well, again, another great class here. I mean, we've got just extreme strengths all the way down, cattle that have some real value to them. Just keep working hard with them. The heifer that I choose is the one that, through my own eyes, I just deem part for part to be just the most bulletproof in regards to knocking a big hole in her. She's well balanced. She looks like a lady up front. She's a female that can get around the ring and still travel as good as any at the top, and yet when you get in behind her through her hair, I still think she's one of the naturally wider base cattle at the top end that's big in her pin set. I won't say she's just maybe just the absolute longest striding one I've ever seen, but in terms of the way she's made in her angles of her skeleton, her foot size and substance, I like her as well as any. The heifer we've got in second's longer bodied. She's a female that blends so smooth and uniform from front to rear. I love the way that she flows into her shoulder. This female is really feminine and long out there, neck and head. Maybe gets just a little more closed up in terms of her hoof shape. Female is maybe not quite as stout-ended when you move in behind her, but a female that's awfully strong in terms of just maternal quality. The heifer then that we've got in 3. Heifer that we've got in 3, this young man does a nice job. This female from the side probably resembles more of that of the one I chose at the top in regards to stoutness of feature and foot and bone work. She's a female that's got a good look out through her front end. She carries maybe just a little more chest or throat to the forward half of her sternum, but still a nice female. This female maybe breaks just a nickel right in behind her shoulder, and the way that her forerib shapes into her shoulders maybe just a little rougher to the outer portion of her scapula. Female it's maybe just a nickel higher in terms of her tail head set at times, and maybe just gets a little shorter in terms of her stride and turns them out a little bit. I've picked on her in a lot of areas. That's an awfully good one, just a component of some minor things that I see in her that kind of total up and leave her third. The heifer that's got some white splashed in her underline here, this female is really round-ribbed, really thick-ended and expressive, maybe as powerful a heifer as there is on this top end. This female balances decent. When we get her in motion, she shows that she's maybe a little rounder in her rump structure, a little rounder in terms of her shoulder design, and maybe just not quite as square and as athletic and mobile as I'd like to see her off her rear 2 wheels. The black stocking-legged heifer coming next. This female here is the absolute most powerful heifer in the class without question. She's really bold-bodied. She's got a nice look even with that out through her front end. She's long-necked and ties it up high. Her tail head bothers me a little. It's cranked pretty high up on her spine. I'd like to see that female, maybe just for her degree of power, have a little more total freedom and athleticism right there at the ground. She maybe rolls just a bit more than what I'd like to see up on her ankle. The next heifer is one that's pretty interesting. This female is really deep in the sweep to her rib cage. I like that about her. She's one of the longer striding cattle here in this mix here in the middle of the class. Gets a little bit cattywonker right in behind her shoulder and down her loin, and then carries her tail head up. I'd like to see her just put all that together a little smoother. Like to see her open back a little bit fuller in her forerib relative to her shoulder and just square her up a little bit going away in terms of natural width. This young man coming next, his heifer was not behaving the best. This star-faced female was wanting to kind of put her head in the dirt, but this female, I think maybe behind some of the cattle here in front of her in terms of just total mass and the way she opens from her lower skeleton back and working her up into her center rib. Maybe strides just a little more sluggish there off her rear too, but she balances up with a nice look, very stout bone. Female that comes around next, just a little longer headed, a little narrower chested, maybe just a little bit flatter footed, if you will, at the ground. I just like to open her toe structure up and give her a bigger hoof and see that female get around the ring just a little better. But a nice looking female. Get another nice looking female here, just a little off on her tail head and hind leg structure, but a really nice bellied female. It's got a nice pattern about her. A pair of cattle here at the end that are still good cattle. Guys just need a little bit more structural freedom to maybe work up in this class. But I think they're good quality cattle. I encourage you to keep working hard with them. I wish you all the best of luck down the road.
Again, an awfully strong set on our Simmental side. These 10-month-old, 11-month-old heifers are really beginning to show us some things with regards to where they're going to look and how they're going to look and kind of be mature females or maturing females. I think a pair here that soared up for me overall because of some balance and the most positives with regards to having that dimensionality and a broodiness to them, but still yet having some flexibility and some soundness. The heifer that wins the class reaches really, really well. I'm not sure that I'm all in on the kind of hind leg this heifer has, but I do think that it gives her an advantage in having that extra flexion. I do like the way that her hip has some comfort to it. I like the way that her pin set naturally sets down into that hip so that it gives her the ability to reach more comfortably off that hind leg, but I'd like to perhaps strengthen her pastern just a little bit, a little longer toed kind of a heifer, but an awfully big bodied, awfully feminine made female that is really impeccable in terms of her conditioning. I like the way that the young man has presented her here today. The young lady's heifer that comes next is actually stronger in terms of the dimensions we study down her top. She has more upper rib, she has more center rib in terms of having that blade set just a notch wider at her body, maybe has just a little more base width, not nearly the length or angularity we find in our class winner. A good strong muzzled, good doable kind of a female. It's got the presence of having some substance to her, and certainly you're not disappointed when you get in on top of her. And she gets ahead of a heifer that's similar to her because of a little extra strength, a little extra width as we study her down her top, and still yet the heifer in 2 remains to be better right up over the top of her shoulder and reaches a little more comfortably at her knee. This heifer that comes next I do like and find similar traits to our class winner in that depth of body and the sweep to her rib, the extra length to her front end that we find. So I split those 2 heifers with more femininity with a little stouter heifer between them in 2, and I think that's easy to do for me because of that extra dimensionality we find in 2 over this heifer that gives us a really good silhouette, but I question if we got just quite enough heifer there when we get up and read that skeleton from the top side. Heifer that comes next is one that I really like from a balance and a proportionality standpoint, or as we study her from the side, that heifer really gives you a nice silhouette. Her head comes right up out of that shoulder the way we'd like for them to. This heifer is really true in her top line as she gets out and travels. Like the heifer that we stand ahead of her, doesn't maybe have quite enough to her with regard to the width, the proportional width that we see relative to her frame, but I think as we study that female and the way that she travels and the comfort off either end of her skeleton, we get her ahead of a pair of bigger bodied, stouter made kind of heifers that come next in 4 and 5. This heifer that comes next of the pair in 4 and 5 to me is the smoother made of the 2. She's the one that's a slightly trimmer conditioned female at this stage of the game. Shorter hip than the heifer that's in 5, probably doesn't have quite the strength in terms of width, but I see that working to her advantage in this particular case. This heifer gets pretty chubby right down through her lower third. We'd like to freshen her up just a notch in that regard. This young lady took kind of a spill over there a little while ago. She did a nice job recovering. Let's give her a nice round of applause as she exits the ring. Young lady's heifer that comes next really does a nice job giving us that silhouette and showing us some future. Young lady, I think if we just keep on this one, she's going to kind of work her way up into the line of contention. This heifer's got an awful lot of balance. She starts at the ground really big and athletic in terms of her foot size, and her angles are really, really good in terms of her knee. That heifer's still got some shape and sweep to her rib. She's one of the lowest, if not the lowest, weight per day of age heifers we have out here, similar to what we saw in maybe those April classes earlier today. A couple of heifers in there that are just awfully green and have been managed a little different. That heifer, I think, is one that's got an awfully good future. Heifer that comes next, the young man does a really, really nice job with. Gets just a little plainer up through her front third and maybe doesn't have that attractive presence through that third in regards to her femininity. Big-bodied kind of a heifer, a lot like that heifer we had in 5 in regards to her rib shape and substance. Not quite as mobile as we'd like for her to be. We get right in behind her in the next 2. We'd really like to change their motion and their movement as they get out of this ring today. But a great set of January females. Let's give these kids a nice round of applause, please.
a special little lot if I don't have that back.
In our maintainer show, Class 4 placings. First place, entry number 48, KSD Dice Miss Piper, exhibited by Carly Kirkpatrick, Avila, Indiana. Second place, entry number 51, exhibited by McKenna Hopa, Fremont, Michigan. Third place, entry number 54, exhibited by Grayson Belcher, Blakesburg, Iowa. Fourth place, entry number 44, exhibited by Dalton Kennedy, Seaman, Ohio. Fifth place, entry number 55, exhibited by Sydney Mansfield, Harrison, Nebraska. Sixth place, entry number 45, exhibited by Cade Banter, Eaton, Indiana. Seventh place, entry number 49, exhibited by Jade Neagle, Fountain City, Indiana. Eighth place, entry number 53, exhibited by Taylor Elliott, Mansfield, Ohio. Ninth place, entry number 56, exhibited by Jake Roberts, Navina, Indiana. And 10th place, entry number 47, exhibited by Alex Meyer, Salina, Ohio. 11th place, entry number 46, exhibited by Ethan Buck, Lafayette, Indiana. We're now in the ring now is Class 5 maintainers. Immediately following this, we'll be ready to select our junior heifer calf champion. Over in our Sim Angus show, Class 7 placings. First place, entry number 56, Harris Princess 12D, exhibited by Stuart Skiles, Dalhart, Texas. Second place, entry number 53, exhibited by Ashley Peterson, Remington, Indiana. Third place, entry number 52, exhibited by Kaylee Fields, Chandlerville, Illinois. Fourth place, entry number 62, exhibited by Haley Hedrick, Shirley, Indiana. Fifth place, entry number 58, exhibited by Carter Hall, Ripley, West Virginia. Sixth place, entry number 65, exhibited by Olivia McQuirk, Kingman, Indiana. Seventh place, entry number 55, exhibited by Kennedy Clark, Greencastle, Indiana. Eighth place, entry number 49, exhibited by Parker Wicker, Rushville, Indiana. Ninth place, entry number 64, exhibited by Andrew Buckbauer, Jackson, Missouri. And 10th place, entry number 60, exhibited by Dawson Dimmitt, Boonville, Indiana. We're now selecting our Division II champion in the Sim Angus Sim Solution Show. Class 10 should be in the makeup ring.
What a nice set of heifers. It's been my privilege to evaluate and offer comments on, and a really top pair here as we study and evaluate them. Very similar in their kind, very athletic, very true in their foot placement, very fresh in their presentation. A lot of future in those heifers with regards to not only maintaining their career as show cattle, but more importantly, developing these females into the kind that maybe have a little extra potential to generate those that are a little more special with regards to feet and leg soundness, with regards to balance, with regards to marketability, and where they might fit within your Simmental business. I think just an awfully challenging pair to sort. So we'll select one of those here in a minute, and I'm not going to wait off and make comments that I'm going to regret later on. Heifers that we've got in second, certainly really strong contenders in those classes as well. One of those, I think, is sure in the mix in this deal. The heifers certainly, again, just have an awful lot of future to them. It's been my pleasure to evaluate this division and offer comments once again. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Congratulate a tremendous set of cattle.
All right, well, here in the maintainer show, we're going to close out on the last calf class here before we pick our division champion. And we've got a well of a class. These 5 females are awfully good. Some differences amongst them. The female I'm starting here, Clint's, this heifer is just, to me, the most genuine female when I step in behind him in regards to her natural width, her natural shape of center body. She's naturally just a pretty broody female. Now, she can get a little piecey. She's running downhill just a little bit on you right here, Clint. But and I said maybe got to watch her in terms of rate at which you accelerator. She can open just a nickel in her shoulder. She still has her chest floor up in her relative to her bottom line, and she's very long striding and a pretty good moving type of female. So I still think she needs to win just on account of her mass and substance difference. Hallie here is one that's really hard to deny the win given her cuteness on the end of this halter, for a judge that has two young daughters about her same age. But this is an outstanding female. Hallie, you ought to be really proud of this one. She's going to do really well for you. Her level of youthfulness and her strength of top line, her symmetry and her natural angles as she stands is very impressive. She's maybe got just a nickel a throat. Right now she maybe brings the point of her hock in just a shot relative to the one that I moved ahead of you here. But a female here is being managed at a nice pace, and she's going to be very fresh, and I wish you the best of luck in your endeavors with her down the road. The heifer that we've got in 3, this female here, when she stands still, I really like her. She's good in her lines. She's got some body depth to her. I don't know if she's maybe got quite as much natural turn as a few of the cattle in here when I look at a front shot, but a female that's really just beautiful in her silhouette. I like her length of body. Her length from hooks to pins is exceptional. This female, for me, maybe just gets a little more vertical in the way she handles her shoulder. A female that maybe pinches down in her loin just a shot in her spine relative to maybe not being quite as loose jointed right at the ground. The Blue Roan female is much like her, obviously a different color, but a female that's strong in her top line standing still. Lovely in terms of just her length of neck and elegance out through her head and neck. A female that's good in her bottom line. She's pretty stout boned relative to her frame and length. Just a female that gets a little tighter structure in my opinion. When we move the cattle, I see her to maybe get disadvantaged a bit right there in terms of her level of competitiveness. The Starface heifer that we've got at the end of the class, nice heifer. She's just maybe a bit more hollowed out in terms of just the base of her body relative to her chest, and just going to need a little bit more time to grow and expand in that area so that she can take her competitiveness to the next level. But she's got a great look out through her front end. A female that's a little longer striding actually probably than a few of the cattle right in front of her, but good things to come for this female. Just need a little bit more time.
On our Simmental side, we're going to talk about just a little bit about the 2 heifers we have for our bred and owned of this division. Again, love bred and owned divisions because I think it shows tenacity and persistence and a desire to do something in the cattle business. Certainly the young lady that's got the heifer in the 2 spot this time, taking the spill over there, recomposing herself, and coming back out to be competitive against this in this particular division, I think is a very fine attribute. I actually prefer the heifer immediately ahead of her. I think she's a little neater made through her front third. I think she's a little more appropriately conditioned for her maturity. I like our heifer out of the February class for your division champion of the bred and owned. Congratulations. Let's give our 2 young ladies a really big round of applause. Pretty proud of both of those.
Suck it up.
In our Sim Angus Sim Solution Show, Division II champion, went to entry number 37 out of Class 6. She was UDE Norma Jean 114D, exhibited by Kaylee Langford, Breckenridge, Texas. Reserve Division II champion, entry 56. Harris Princess 12D, exhibited by Stuart Skiles, Dalhart, Texas. And your bred and owned division champion, entry number 42. Salt Creek Fannie Mae, exhibited by Emma Erickson, Bedford, Indiana. In the ring now in our Sim Angus Sim Solution Shows, Class 10. Over in our Maintainer Show, placings in Class 5. First place, entry number 59, TSSC Sweeter and Honey 606D, exhibited by Clint Main, Seymour, Indiana. Second place, entry number 60, exhibited by Hadley Dunklow, Wayne, Nebraska. Third place, entry number 62, exhibited by Brittany Conkey, Hicksville, Ohio. Fourth place, entry number 61, exhibited by Connor Kirkpatrick, Avila, Indiana. And fifth place, entry number 63, exhibited by Nicholas McConnell, Mount Vernon, Ohio. We're now selecting our junior heifer calf champion in the maintainer show. Class 8 and 9 heifers maintainer should be in the makeup ring.
Well, it's been a real blast here to sort through these first 5 calf classes. We had good numbers and exceptional depth to those classes. Just an awesome set of cattle. A great deal of fun to get to sort through and see this level of competition. The first class there, we had 4 head that were just kind of peas in a pod. They were all 4 exceptionally sound, and this young man, Dylan, had that first and second place heifer in that class. And I just love the extraordinary great level of balance and just quality this female proportions out with from the side. Angles read right. That's a big-time female in terms of just her future for you. Maybe at times she gets just a little up in her top as we moved her back out here in the division drive, but awfully complete. The Baldy heifer is pretty slick on the go. I mean, this female can just flat move. She's still got a nice look about her. She's maybe a little flatter to the upper half of her skeleton, but a female I just appreciate so much in terms of her function. Then we move to the outlier in the group, and this female stands above the rest in terms of frame and performance. For a maintainer female, I do believe that we need to maintain some level of breed identity in terms of concentrating on what we expect that ideal female to offer, and that being in this breed one that can be maternal and functional but still be powerful and performance oriented to generate some bulls. And this female probably strikes the mark pretty good in that regard. When she strides, she maybe has a tendency to want to drop her head just a little bit and makes her look just a little out of sorts, but as we put her on the profile in standard steel, this female's got a great look. She runs downhill maybe just ever so slightly, could straighten her up in her top line, but to handle the type of stoutness and performance she's got, she does so pretty darn well and pretty square in terms of her makeup. Then the next heifer there in our February class, obviously a huge difference here in terms of legitimate performance. Part for part, I think this female may arguably be the most complete heifer in the group in terms of being feminine, sound, square base, having some real width underneath her hair. She maybe at times gets just a little shorter and lower in her pin set. She has to be stretched just like she is right there, probably to maximize her look, but more than anything, like to maybe just increase her in terms of weight per day of age. Young man, your January heifer's awfully nice. She gets maybe just a little bit slack framed. So in terms of my opinion and where we need to be in this population, I like this third class, this March heifer. We're going to pull her out to win, and we can move her out. And then the second place heifer that this young lady had, this is a really nice female, very sound. Her level of quality and foot quality and soundness is really dialed in right. I like that female a great deal. I think her level of completeness is very similar to the heifer that stands right in behind her, and so both cattle very similar. This female here probably just a little shot more stoutness about her, but still goes great. And so for me, those were my personal favorite in this division, and we're going to leave those two heifers together as the first and second place cattle. Congratulations. If y'all don't mind, put your hands together. Congratulate all of our division winners and competitors.
On our Simmental side, we're into a set of November-born heifer calves, and there's maybe not that heifer out there that just wows you. Maybe this is a little like opening a toolbox, and you're looking for some of the tools that are going to do the job you're looking for the most efficiently and get that job done the quickest. And I think that sorts these three heifers then that end up being 1, 2, 3 away from the three heifers that end up being 4, 5, and 6, because I think they're not the stouter of the three. I think they're the group. I think they're the females that combine femininity and some structural integrity, the ability to reach out and cover their stride in a great way. This heifer is certainly not the most strongly built female in terms of muscularity that we've got worked into this first position, but I'd challenge you to kind of rival any of those other heifers with this female in regards to her movement and her mobility. She stays relaxed and comfortable down her top line. She's got the right set, in my mind, to her pins. She ties up nice up to the top of her shoulder with some refinement and some femininity, and still opens up with proportional width relative to that frame that I like and appreciate. She's one of the deeper bodied heifers we've got through the floor of her chest and forerib, and I certainly like the fact she's able to come back into that flank that way. A stronger built female that comes next with regards to her thickness, she progressively thickens down her top, and as you get out to the wider hip that we find here over our heifer in 1, you just see more to her as you get around to the side of her. I don't know that translates into a more production-oriented female or a female that has any more productivity. This heifer gives up slightly, in my mind, a little bit of mobility. She gets just a little thicker right up over the top of her shoulder to go along with that muscle thickness. She gives up a little of that depth of body to the heifer that stands ahead of her. Heifer that comes next is a heifer that if we make just a nickel prettier up through her front third, she ties a little deep in her neck, and she wants to to be just a little coarse at the top of that neck shoulder junction. This heifer can kind of get in the mix of things. She's a deep-ribbed heifer. She moves pretty well. She gets a little bit in at her hocks as we study her behind. Perhaps her pitch to her hip is a little steeper than we'd like for it to be, a little lower set in her pins. Heifer that comes next is the strong one in the group in regards to her structure and the amount of bone that she shows us, combined with some stoutness and power. She gets a little more terminally oriented in regard to that muscularity, and if that's the job you have and she's the tool you need, you'd certainly like to see this heifer worked up, as I'm sure the young man would. But as we line her up with this particular group, I'd just like to see her soundness work a little better. I'd like to see her a little more comfortable as she reaches from her shoulder. I'd like to see more flexion through hock and pastern as she rests at the ground on her hind leg. But of these three that we'd like to change, she's the heifer that's more dimensional. She's the heifer that probably still has the performance advantage, and she's the heifer, I think, that gets ahead of these two. Even though she needs improvement on movement, I think she's more integrity, has more integrity with regards to her soundness. These two heifers, again, just need to be more comfortable in the way that they get out and move, need to see more flexion, and we need to see more athleticism off both of those two females. Again, congratulations to our exhibitors.
I really just want to.
In our maintainer show, division champion in the junior heifer calf division goes to entry number 42, TSSC Camilla Bell, 620D, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. And your reserve division champion out of that same class, entry number 38, Cham Miss Daisy, 4D, exhibited by Macy Chamberlain, Winchester, Indiana. In the ring now is Class 8 maintainers. Go ahead, Dr. Rathman.
Moving on here into our December class, we just got one entry. This colored up female's got a pretty sporty look here from the side. She's really sweet in terms of just the way she blends everything together. Her top line, her bottom line's uniform. Shoulder goes into her full rib, really smooth. Just a nice cowy female on top of that quality. She's super sound, maybe has a little extra set built into her hind leg and turns it in a shot from behind if we had to pick on her, but that's an awfully nice female. Congratulations.
In our maintainer show, Class 8, first place, entry number 64, BOD Miss K, 1519C, exhibited by Brett Dyer, Rising Fawn, Georgia. Now into the ring, coming into the ring should be Class 9 maintainers. Immediately following this class, we'll be ready to select our senior heifer calf champion. Over in our Sim Angus Sim Solution show, Class 10 placings, first place, entry number 69, Lemonager starring class, entry 69, exhibited by Curtis Lemonager, Fairbury, Illinois. Second place, entry number 68, exhibited by Dylan Inman, Parsons, Tennessee. Third place, entry number 73, exhibited by Austin Hunker, Bellevue, Ohio. Fourth place, entry number 66, exhibited by Krista Barb, Boston, Virginia. Fifth place, entry number 72, exhibited by Skylar Menzel, Perry, Georgia. And sixth place, entry number 71, exhibited by Will Hevner, Pearl, Illinois. In the ring now is Class 12 Sim Angus, or excuse me, Class 11 Sim Angus. Class 11 Sim Angus in the ring now.
Well, we skipped a few months, and we're in September now. This female that starts the class this young man has, this female, as I compare her back to the group, just a bit square from hooks to pins, probably a little more appropriate in terms of the length of her muscle pattern. She's a female from the side that has a good turn to her center body cavity, a female that's still very acceptable in terms of how her shoulder lays in. In terms of length of stride, she's got to be tempoed up just a shot at the end of that halter, probably to make her meet her print, but when she's asked to go, she does fulfill that. She's a female that's very sound and a little more correct in her hoof shape than the female we've got in second. I would like to see that heifer that starts maybe just a little taller fronted relative to the height of her hook bone, but a very nice female to start the group. The heifer that we've got here in second, the painted up female, this female here is really big topped and round bodied. She's real thick to the center of her stifle. Female, it's going to be maybe just a little quicker in terms of her maturity pattern when you study the length of her head. It comes up just a little bit short. Female, it's a little shorter tying in terms of her muscle pattern, and probably like to see her quite a bit better in terms of her feet structure. When you get up close to her, she gets a little rounder, and in terms of her hoof growth, just needs to be squared up a bit, in my opinion. The black heifer that we've got at the end of the group, young lady, still a very nice heifer. I like her length of body, her length of hip, and her depth of rib. She strikes me just a touch flatter in terms of her upper and center forerib shape. Maybe a female that could go just a bit more pliable in terms of her lower joint work, and maybe just not quite as intense there in terms of her foot size, but still an awfully nice heifer. Good set of three.
Really an outstanding set of October-born, fall-born heifer calves as we work our way into some older groups here. And I guess a couple of these females that kind of keep themselves together, and I guess a heifer in three that I think you can maybe work into the top spot, but you just got to get a lot more dimension into her to do that, and a little more of the same kind of comfort out of their shoulder that I find in 1 and 2. So I like keeping these two together, and I like them in the order that they are. The heifer that starts this class comes out of the top of her shoulder a little more alert. I like the way that she ties up at the top of that blade with a bit more refinement to the top of her crest of her neck. I like the way that she opens and sweeps to a big cavity and maintains good length to her hip. She parks her tail head too high for me up in top of her hip. I'd like to change that about her, and I think if we do that, it changes the way she flexes off her hind leg at times, but I don't see enough advantage behind her in the other two to go ahead and make that a big issue, so we're going to leave her where she's at. Heifer that comes next, a very smooth-made female, but as I get right up on top of her, that heifer's got a bit more bulk up through the top of her neck and shoulder. This heifer perhaps has just a nickel more condition than the heifer that's above her, or below her rather, in 3. Again, she's not as clean through the floor of her chest, maybe doesn't have quite that look to her that we find in 3, but more dimensional with regards to her rib shape and her upper rib, more width out her hip, as well as we study the progressive thickness that she comes back all the way from hooks to pins. This heifer that comes in 3 is elegant in terms of her front end and has a nice feminine maternal look to her for me. I like the way that she ties to the top of her shoulder. I like her trimness of her conditioning and yet still having some depth to her heart and forerib. It's when I get in behind her and I study her as she goes that I give up quite a bit to the two heifers in 1 and 2 in terms of thickness of hip and perhaps even length of hip. As you study her going out of the ring, we could see just a little longer kind of a rump structure in that female. She doesn't get any more athletic off of her hind leg than those two heifers above her, so I challenge her a little bit to be thicker regarding the two heifers that are above her in class. Similar pattern and similar kind of cattle here in 4 that we have in 1 and 2, not nearly sound enough to be ahead of those heifers that are up the line in front of her, but a big stout made kind of a heifer that's got some substance to her and some composition in terms of muscularity. One of the heifers in here, though, that gets just a little higher condition. Here's a scorpion neck kind of a deal right here. Really jacks her neck up out of her shoulder good and gives you a good striking look through the front of her body. But as we get in and watch her move, her tail head gets a little higher for us. It throws her hind leg outside of her skeleton just a little bit, and I get a little concerned about her longevity and soundness because of that. But I think we have so much more balance there in that heifer that comes next in 5 relative to the heifers that are below her. I think we need to go ahead and keep her up the line. This heifer is one that is pretty comfortable in her top top line, but gets a little bit more refined in her bone and foot. She doesn't have quite the same balance or proportionality we find in those heifers that are above her in line. A couple of heifers that just tighten up in their top. As we round out our class, they get just a little more restricted in their movement, and it causes them to be a little more calculated as they place those feet, and certainly we'd like to loosen them up in their skeleton, see a muscle system in them that provides them the opportunity to be more comfortable as they travel. Again, a nice set of females. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Well, we didn't have too many fall cattle, but a nice group from a quality perspective. The two we've got to compare, this is a December in front and a September in the back the young man has. And both are awfully nice cattle. I think they have a lot of balance and quality about them. Both, I think, are acceptable in the degree of soundness and longevity. The Brockle heifer that you've got out front, young man, the younger heifer in the pair, I think on a comparative basis, maybe not perfectly, in her top line, she can get a little lazy at times too, but I think naturally watching the cattle move, naturally watching the way that they set, this female hits me as maybe just a little more appropriate in terms of just her front end height relative to how she proportions from there back. I like the way her chest floor lays into her heart a little better. I think she's more uniform in her bottom line. And just a bit more refined there in terms of the feature to her face and head. Super sound, but like I said, comes in a little more to her hocks. I think, young man, your September female, maybe just a shot more genuine from hooks to pins and from there down. In this pair, she's got a nice sweep. She runs downhill just a nickel. Maybe doesn't fit together quite as nicely underneath, but a nice pair. My pick in this group is going to be the young man's December heifer, and then young man will follow with your September in this group. Congratulations to you guys.
In our maintainer show, our senior heifer calf champion goes to entry number 64 out of Class 8, BOD Miss K 15196, exhibited by Brett Dyer, Rising Fawn, Georgia. Your reserve senior heifer calf champion, entry number 71, Cheryl Princess, exhibited by John Haven Staley, Ray City, Georgia. 71 come out of Class 9, continuing the placings in Class 9. Second place was entry number 69, exhibited by Haley Pulsefire, Perry, Georgia. Third place, entry number 70, Lizzie Neal, Elko, Georgia.
Last call for 13.
In the ring now is Class 12 maintainers.
Bring on.
Class 13 should be in the makeup ring.
And then Class 15 scimitars.
In our Sim Angus Sim Solution Show, Class 11 placings. First place, entry number 82, CM FM Firefly 139C, exhibited by Tanner Howie, Rockwall, Texas. Second place, entry number 80, exhibited by Lillian Van Zant, Hillsboro, Ohio. Third place, entry number 77, exhibited by Morgan Phillips, Maysville, Kentucky. Fourth place, entry number 79, exhibited by Morgan McDaniel, Jefferson, Georgia. Fifth place, entry number 78, exhibited by Allie Joe Snyder, Georgetown, Kentucky. Sixth place, entry number 75, exhibited by Cade Mitchum, Oxford, Georgia. Seventh place, entry number 74, exhibited by Walker Thornton, McCordsville, Indiana. Eighth place, entry number 76, exhibited by Shelby Eisen, Atlanta, Indiana. Class 12 is in the ring. Sim Angus Sim Solution. Immediately following this, we'll be selecting our Division III champion.
rolling right along here. Mid-June female, single entry, very long-bodied heifer, one that's pretty level down her top line, pretty smooth in the edge of her shoulder. A female that I guess if we were going to upgrade, she's very nice, but maybe could just give her just a bit more total turn to the base of her rib and the way she sweeps back into her rear rib and flank relative to her chest, but a nice female and a good cow prospect.
For those of you that might be interested, we do want to let you know that the Junior Steer Show will happen at approximately 1 o'clock today in Freedom Hall, the west side of Freedom Hall. It'll follow the Shorthorn Show. So their approximate start time of 1 o'clock with the Steer Show in Freedom Hall as soon as the Shorthorn Show is finished.
Are they looking forward to
kind of working our way through a senior division of calves that I think are really nice, and I think we've finished pretty strong in this division with this group of heifers. I think there's value in the females that we have standing down the line, but I think the most complete of the group is our class winner, and really walking those last three was to kind of sort out second and third. I think this heifer probably could be just a little freer up in her hip, but a long-bodied, great presence in that heifer up through her front end. She gives you that good feminine maternal look and opens up with some rib cage and some center body. I like the fact she maintains good center body width, and I like her conditioning that we get her here today with. The Baldy heifer that comes next was striking as she came in the ring, and I thought she was one that, just give her a little more belly and give her a little more rib, and I think she really rivals and contends with our class winner. She gets she gets herself in the top three because of her foot size and shape, the extra structure she's got, and stays clean with her knee back in her right, stays good up through the top of her shoulder, just like a lot of things about that heifer, but we just give up some volume here in this class, not only to our class winner, but even the heifer that stands third to her in this particular group. We hesitate a bit too much as we get out and travel with this heifer. She wants to just think about where she's putting those front feet, and then she has to calculate where those back feet are coming, and they don't quite hit quite as fluidly as they need to. A really good female, though, that's got volume and that's got substance to her, a female that's going to offer the dimensions that cattle business needs, as long as we complement that with something that works some on that skeleton. This is a pretty attractive heifer that comes next, similar to our class winner, even in terms of her pattern. She doesn't have the substance that she's going to need to kind of compete with those heifers that are ahead of her in the top three, and she gets a little more restricted from her hock to the ground as we study her go. We also see that tail head work up into her top just a little higher than it looks to me is comfortable. Young man's blazed faced heifer is one of the bigger outlined heifers that we have out here, and she gets to be one of the flatter made heifers. As I get in on top of that heifer, just not quite the outward turn to her upper rib, and neither does that transmit to more shape to her center body. So to me, she gets a little out of proportion. A good deep rib in that female, just thinking in regards to making her just a little better in regard to having more shape to her, maybe making her more correct on her hind leg to complement a little more shape as she goes. The next two heifers just get a little coarser in her makeup. This heifer that comes next, one that gets a little thicker through the top of her neck, a little more restricted in her movement and more tied up in her top, if you will. We'd like to see more flexion and activity, more action down in her hock and pastern that gives more athleticism. The young lady's heifer is certainly the more feminine of the three that we round out this class with. As you study her through the front third, she's the trimmer conditioned of that group, and she's also the more extended. Got quite a bit of issue there with her hip and the way that she goes on her hind leg, wants to get into her hock pretty good as she goes. Young man ends up with a nice female here that probably doesn't have quite the hair coat some of those other females have. A good big-bodied heifer that's got some substance and performance to her. Certain environments, this heifer certainly works well. Not enough femininity for this particular lineup and group, and maybe just a little earlier in her maturity that maybe works to her disadvantage as well. Great set of cattle. Again, good set of kids. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
In our maintainer show, Class 12, first place, entry number 74, KVO Tricia, exhibited by Elizabeth Williams, Hamilton, Michigan. In the ring now in our maintainer shows, Class 13. Immediately following this, we'll be selecting our Division III champions. In our Sim Angus Sim Solution show, Class 12 placings. First place, entry number 83, JS Precious Star 41C, exhibited by Chesney Steinkoff, Maxwell, Iowa. Second place, entry number 89, exhibited by Maverick Dwininger, Osgood, Indiana. Third place, entry number 84, exhibited by Daniel Dobbs, Carnesville, Georgia. Fourth place, entry number 85, exhibited by Landon Helmecki, New Philadelphia, Ohio. Fifth place, entry number 90, exhibited by Jordan Stevens, Ewing, Kentucky. Sixth place, entry number 91, exhibited by Will Woodard, Madison, Georgia.
Pretty.
Seventh place, entry number 88, exhibited by Kerrigan Barnum, Kokomo, Indiana. And eighth place, entry number 87, exhibited by Cody Sparks, Monticello, Georgia. We're now selecting our Division III champion in the Sim Angus Sim Solution show. Class 15 should be in the makeup ring.
Well, this has been an interesting set of fall-born heifers, and as again I mentioned earlier a couple of times in some of these classes, heifers that are getting enough maturity to them that we begin to read some of the outcome potential that they have and where they really fit within a breeding program or within our business. I think there's three really nice representatives of these different age groups. The November heifer calf probably gives up a little dimension to the two heifers behind her. Again, kind of an odd time in her life. Those winter calves, not quite a year of age, just not quite to the maturity we find our Octobers or for sure the Septembers, but that female sure got some value to her, and as we studied her in Class 1 that ended up being pretty sound and had some depth to her chest floor, had some depth to her flank that I think adds to that value. And as we study her out here, she's sure not one of the finer featured cattle. She's got a pretty good foot and a female that just needs to be opened up through the center of that body, maybe opened up through the center of her hip and down into her stifle to make her just a nickel better. Heifer that comes out of that October class is a brood cow to me. She's just super big barreled and got quite a bit of chest in her in terms of heart girth. Yep, she pushes a little more right up through the front of that chest, and certainly to some that's a deal breaker. It isn't for me. That heifer to me has good angles up through her shoulder. She rests comfortably and is back in her knee the way she needs to be as she goes. She's good up through the top of her neck and shows me some femininity in that regard. I like that substance about that heifer. I like the strength and the shape through the forerib that she's got and through the center of her body that she has. Heifer that comes behind her is perhaps just a nickel nicer balance because she's a little trimmer right through that brisket area. I don't think she's got nearly the substance that we find in the heifer out of the October class in terms of dimensions of width. I don't think she maintains quite the substance or width of base as she travels, but she is athletic and she is true in the foot placement that she has. She is ultra correct in her top line. She studies extremely well from her shoulder to her hip, and the angles that we see through the front of her shoulder are very, very good. So I think this is a really challenging, or maybe not a challenging, but I think an interesting set of cattle to discuss and trade off some of those things that we're looking for. I guess it goes back to that toolbox I mentioned a little bit earlier. You know, it just depends on which one of those tools that you want to use that gets you the furthest in that job that you've got to do. And I sure think we've got three heifers that offer some awfully good pieces to that tool set to work with. So I guess it's my decision to make here. I'll show you where we like our champion in reserve. If you would, let's give them a nice round of applause. I think they're a nice set of cattle, great set of kids.
We'll just go ahead and do this. Even though she didn't help us. Good job.
And your Division III champion in the Sim Angus Sim Solution Show comes out of Class 12. She's entry 83, JS Precious Star 41C, exhibited by Chesney Steinhoek, Maxwell, Iowa.
Thank you.
And the reserve, spin around where we can see your number, young man.
Nice effort. I appreciate you. Good luck with that. She's one that's going to get better every day.
82 is your reserve division champion. CM FM Firefly 139C, exhibited by Tanner Howie, Rockwall, Texas. And that animal is a bred and owned, so she'll automatically be your bred and owned division champion.
Well, a really nice group of May cattle. Quite a bit of differences amongst the group from top to bottom here, but a good set. And the female that I'm going to start with versus this heifer in second, they are quite different. I just find more heifer, more female here in this female that we're going to go ahead and punch here for the win. This female, when we get in behind the cattle, despite just how refined she is to her neck and head, is considerably stouter from hooks to pins and just more real in terms of her bone and her natural width going away. Down her top, she just has a much stronger, more aggressive turn in terms of spreading some mass and turning her center cavity with some shape. She's still really refined in terms of her teat structure, and I like that about her. If I were going to change her up more than anything, I like to see her grab her rear stride probably just a little bit longer if I could. But standing there, a very impressive female. Sure do a nice job highlighting her quality relative to your level of showmanship. Young man here in second does a great job. This female here balance is really even and consistent in her line. She's just smooth in the way everything fits together. Very maternal up to her front 1/3. A female that is a little longer striding, and for me, that's why the pair is close. A heifer, as I study her from the front, maybe just a little more in at her knee, and from behind, maybe just a little more in at her hock, but not quite as much natural turn to the upper side of her skeleton, but still a very nice, complete type female there in second. The margin of difference in mass was just too much for me to get around. The heifer that we've got in three, this female, we turn back to a more powerful one. This one's rugged. She's stout structured. Maybe not quite as big in terms of her hoof as she is in her bone, but still just stout-headed and big in her forearm. This female carries a bit more shoulder, comes with the territory. She's weaker down her top line and maybe just doesn't fit her front body junction into her blade quite as nicely as I'd like to see. She gets a touch coarser in terms of her teat structure when you study her underneath. She's still got some length to stride, though, and that's why I like her over this blue roan heifer. Young lady, your blue heifer here set up is really a big-bodied, soft-bellied, easy-keeping type one. She's a little longer in her teeth there, but a little more refined than the female I put right in front of you. This heifer proportions out okay, but she just doesn't have quite as much extension in terms of her blade forward and from there back, and particularly from her hook back. I like to connect her up a little smoother in her loin and maybe just freshen her up a bit. She's a little fatter for me in terms of her condition, and partially maybe why she gets a little tighter and shorter in terms of her stride, and that's mainly why I've got her where she's at. The black heifer that comes next, a female that's big-topped and pretty thick-ended, a female that's maybe just a bit rougher in terms of the feature to her shoulders. She's a little coarser in her neck and head. I just like to make her more feminine and more refined to challenge those cattle ahead of you, but that's certainly an awfully stout heifer. She's a little more touch and go in terms of the confidence she maintains in terms of how she handles her rear, too. Young man, your blaze-faced, sock-legged heifer here, beautiful from the side. When she's standing still, I like her in park. When we move her, she comes a little more hesitant and limited in terms of the reach that she's got relative to a female that's given up probably as much mass as any of the cattle in this group. And the goggle-eyed baldy here at the end, another female that's really beautiful in her pattern, a female that fits together awfully smooth up to the front 1/3 of her body, just gets a little bit flatter, I think, whenever we melt her down in terms of her rib shape relative to her chest floor, maybe just a little more limited in terms of her step. But a beautiful heifer, certainly has a high degree of quality and still make an excellent cow. in our maintainer show here in the 3rd division. We've got a June heifer as a single entry out front, and then the May heifer behind her. They're won a very competitive class that had a lot of good cattle in it. Young lady, your June, mid-June female up front, long-bodied, got some shape. Maybe just can't run with this other one in terms of just balance, but and look and substance, but still a nice female. You ought to be proud of her. The heifer that does win this May class, a very strong heifer in regards to her level of quality and her design from the side. She's so good in terms of her neck connection, how high it sits, how open she is when you get right on top of the cattle. From a distance, she may be not just the softest heart at her flank, but when you get up on the cattle and study them relative to their composition and her not being as fat, which I like, she's really a very genuine female in terms of her natural width and substance. She'll be our division winner and very deserving of that. And then our second place heifer the young man has back here that part for part individually studies and breaks down very complete will be our reserve. So let's give these two young men here a nice round of applause.
In our maintainer show, placings in Class 13, first place, and was just selected as your Division III champion. Entry number 81, boy, Sweet Jarrah 515, exhibited by Cole Heiser, Milledgeville, Ohio. Second place, and just selected as your reserve division champion, entry number 80, LFSC Trixie, exhibited by Dalton Line, Seaton, Illinois. Third in class, entry number 76, Ashlyn Harvey, Stroughton, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 77, Olivia McHale, Lewisburg, West Virginia. Fifth place, entry number 108, exhibited by Will Shebley, Madill, Oklahoma. Sixth place, entry number 79, exhibited by Chancey Clark, Muldrow, Oklahoma. Seventh place, entry number 85, exhibited by Andrew Williams, Dalhinda, Illinois. And eighth place, entry number 78, exhibited by Ashlyn Ruff, Athens, Alabama. In our maintainer show, Class 16 is in the ring. If you've just joined us this morning, our judges for today's show, over on our maintainer show, we have Dr. Ryan Rathman from Lubbock, Texas. Dr. Rathman is Associate Professor and the John and Doris Jones Professorship holder in the Department of Animal and Food Sciences at Texas Tech University. Dr. Rathman has coached 8 national champion livestock judging teams, either at Texas Tech or his tenure while at Texas A&M. Dr. Rathman has had the opportunity to judge cattle shows in over 30 states and internationally. His wife Caitlin and him have 2 daughters, Kinley and Carly. It's indeed a pleasure to have Dr. Rathman evaluating our maintainer show today. Over on our Sim Angus Sim Solution side, if you've just joined us, our judge today is Mr. Jeff Bedwell. Jeff resides in Fairview, Oklahoma, with his wife Diana and daughter Jennifer. The Bedwell family has been in the shorthorn business for over 100 years. In addition to being a shorthorn breeder, Jeff has a broad-based ag background and now serves as the agronomy and ag sales specialist for the Land Run Cooperative near Enid, Oklahoma. It's indeed a pleasure to welcome Jeff Bedwell to evaluate our Sim Angus Sim Solution show.
quite a nice class of Mays and a July stuck on the end of them, and I'm sure the young man looks at that class break and he says, for crying out loud, I'm giving up quite a little bit here. We've got a May 4th to July the 11th. You'd be numbered July 11. So you give up quite a bit in terms of maturity, and perhaps it works to your advantage. You know, that heifer is probably a little fresher because she's a little less mature. I like her stature and I like her build. I like her ability to get out and travel, and I like the way that she cushions and walks more comfortably than those heifers that are immediately following her in those top spots. That heifer to me really has another female in here a lot like her. She's standing down here in 4, and she's got a hind leg thing going on today that I'm not quite sure about. We'll talk about here in just a minute. But I really like the production look in that cow. A deeper jawed kind of heifer, a heifer that's still wide and got some base width to her and some shape to her forerib. Just a nice balanced female that doesn't sweep as much rib as some of the other cattle in the class. I actually prefer that leanness, and I prefer that maternal look that she has because of her trimness and her honesty in composition. I like the big heifer we have next to her, and I think they're really, really a close pair. And I think if you put them in a lineup where we're selecting a division champion instead of placing a class, this heifer wins the remaining class of those heifers that are more nearly the same age. And I think this heifer does so because she's got the right slope to her shoulder, the right presentation in terms of freshness. She's one of the bigger outlined heifers that we have in here, and one of the more appropriately conditioned heifers that we have in here. You guys have done a great job managing the female. She handles her feet and legs extremely well, and that's where we see her get ahead of this heifer in 3 that seems to want to push. She wants to push out of both ends of her skeleton. She wants to have just a little more labor involved and a little less, probably because she's got more condition on her, and a little less fluid motion as she gets out and travels. Massively bodied, massively long as we study her. Again, one of those hind legs that's got plenty of set to her pastern, and truthfully in my country, she's too low in her heel, and I'd be concerned about that pastern. I know we're all excited about cocking that pastern back and getting it loose. I think you have to think about what that implies long term and for longevity. You know, we put it on a set of bulls and we break down faster. We put it on a set of cows and the rocks my guys deal with, and you may have some issue there. Now we get to this heifer in 4. This female to me is a brood cow. She's probably not big enough for some of you folks this side of the Mississippi River. We have more resources available. She's optimum in my country, and I really like her. My guys that I work with on a day-to-day basis in my agronomy side as well as my beef cattle side are going to say, what in the world are you beating one like that for? Because she's practical cattle, good muzzled, good jawed cow that's got some center body to her, one that's good in terms of her feet and legs, but then as she goes off, this hind leg on my side almost acts like it's bothering her some, and I don't know whether she's hesitant at putting that hind leg down because of its structure. It doesn't appear to be structure to me. It just doesn't appear that she's coming off of it as strong as she needs to. Concerns me a little, and she's got plenty of condition on her, but an awfully good female as we watch her go. Just got lots and lots of substance to her. I like this baldy female that comes next in a lot of ways as well. Again, my guys would think she's one that's kind of cool. A lot of substance, a lot of rib shape in that female, and some doability in that cow in terms of having that extra shape and extra width of base, and she combines that with a little extra length up through her front end compared to the heifer that's immediately behind her. A tickle leaner than the heifer behind her as we study her and watch that blade work, and we study her composition down her top. You look back to her tail set and you don't see quite the looseness back there we find in the heifer behind her. That heifer, even as a May, is beginning to show us some gestation, and certainly like that about her. Here's a big strong female that has power in terms of being open down her top line and having some width and some shape to that upper rib. Gets a little more rigid on both ends of her skeleton in terms of straightness, but there's a lot of tools in that toolbox as well to work with in terms of forerib shape and in terms of dimensionality. That heifer offers an awful lot. Probably needs to be a little better in the action we see in the bottom part of her skeleton and feet and legs as we watch her travel. Here's one that really strikes me as one of the 2 or 3 more attractive heifers we have in the class as we look at her just from the standpoint of balance. This heifer to me is very uniform in her line. She's very feminine through her front third. You know, even for a May heifer, she's got a lot to her. She gives up a lot in terms of weight per day of age to some of these big massive expensive cows that are in this class. There's a heifer that's got a lot of value to her, not unlike the heifer that we found in 4 that's more moderate sized and more proportional in her width, but a heifer that has value because of her femininity. Just need to see a little more feet and a little more correctness to her feet and leg and hind leg as we go. Here's another big strong heifer that's a lot like a couple of the heifers that were a liner above her in class. This heifer gets a little thicker at the top of her neck, and as that neck ties to her shoulder, she doesn't read with quite the femininity through her front third because of that and just the way that she's conditioned at this point, but it's still a good brood cow and a lot like a couple of those big strong heifers we had working their way higher. She's got a lot of performance to her and a lot of dimension as well. This heifer that rounds out this group ran into an awfully strong set, and she gives up some in length of body, probably soundness, and maybe doesn't have quite the balance that we find in those heifers above her. Still good tools to work with in terms of her upper rib shape and having some muscle. Need to set her a little better group of a little better set to her hind leg and put her on some better wheels, but I think a pretty nice kind of a female again to round out a really, really strong class. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
All of them white, isn't it?
Placings in Class 15, Sim Angus, first place. Entry number 92, Miss Tarp Queen, exhibited by Nicholas Bauer, Willard, Ohio. Second place, entry number 93, exhibited by Madison Frederick, Chadwick, Illinois. Third place, entry number 101, exhibited by Jaron Goki, State Center, Iowa. Fourth place, entry number 95, exhibited by Cody Hayden, Jacksonville, Illinois. Fifth place, entry number 102, exhibited by Reed Utterback, Elwood, Indiana. Sixth place, entry number 104, exhibited by Jay Reed, Lindsay, Ohio. Seventh place, entry number 103, exhibited by Connor Travis, Olney, Illinois. Eighth place, entry number 94, exhibited by Mackenzie Bergen, Paris, Illinois. And ninth place, entry number 99, exhibited by Logan Thinland, Portland, Michigan. In the ring now is Class 16, Sim Angus.
Well, a really interesting April class. Sorry for taking just a nickel more time, but a little harder maybe to decide where I want to latch a hold of in here, and not to say we don't have good cattle. We've got nice cattle. Probably as a whole in this group like to sure lean some of the cattle up in terms of their composition to give them, a shot more balance and freshness here in the ring, and also more importantly, just to give them a bit more help in terms of their longevity. But this female I'm going to start with, I think when you just study the cattle individually on the profile, she's a female that's a little stronger in her top line versus a heifer in the second, just a little fresher in terms of the presentation to her hip and hind leg. Female, it's pretty smooth just in terms of her bottom line and how everything ties together. She's really a birdie female. She is a little fatter than what I'd like to see when you study it through the base of her sternum, and a little shorter in her neck. When we get the cattle in motion, she does a better job of covering her stride down low, but maybe doesn't bring her hind leg back behind her in terms of her backside of her stride quite as nicely as as I'd like to see, and like to relax her nickel in her top line. The heifer that we've got here in second, a female that's really broody. I like the fact that of that pair, she's a shot longer in terms of her rib cage. She's a little longer ahead of her shoulder and her hip, and so I like that extra stretch. She's a female that gets a bit shorter in terms of just how she reaches and drives out of her hind leg. I'd like to see that female maybe just a little more collected down her top line. She too, I think, could be just a little bit fresher in terms of just her overall condition and composition and how everything just fits together from front to rear. Your little young lady here in third does a really nice job. This female standing there, certainly one that I'd like to use. A female that's broody. She's stout. She's a female, still has a decent look from the side. This young lady does a nice job complementing that. When I put her in motion, this female, for me, gets just a little too tight and rigid in terms of the way she's naturally built and the way that I read her, at least, through her pasterns and her hock. I'd like to see her just get out and handle herself a little better. I'd like to maybe just lay her shoulder and her front feet together just a little square and more within her framework as she comes out of her front end, and just lean her up a shot in terms of her chest floor, and I think that would help it, and also maybe give her just a little better look around her tail head. The heifer then that we've got next in the group, a female that has some quality about her, and I think arguably a little better structured than some of the cattle that I've got right in front of her, but this female maybe in the end just comes up a bit short in terms of just the margin of difference in terms of broodiness and mass, and I appreciate the fact she's a little leaner, so we're kind of on both sides of the spectrum. I'm talking out both sides of my mouth a little bit, but you got to understand, trying to strike that optimal point in terms of trying to read her and how much real rib does she got relative to being leaner versus a few of these heifers in here that are a little fatter, and if we melted them down, and in the end, my analysis is that heifer probably needs just a shot more forerib and heart, but still a nice quality heifer. I appreciate you managing her the way you have. The heifer we've got next in the group standing there, definitely one of my favorite cattle. She's the most refined out to her neck and head, and a strength to her top line, still has some heaviness of bone. That female really has a nice pattern and quality look about her. We put her in motion, and like the heifer in front of her, young lady, I like to give that female just a little softer turn to her forerib, give her a shot more to her, and then relative to that, a female that maybe gets just a little tighter in her spine and tends to drag her rear too just a little bit more than what I would like to see. The heifer that we've got next, young man's female with a little white down here underneath her belly, is a female that's really broody. Female that's got a lot of mass and substance, one that quite frankly has just gotten a little fat for me, and it's making her neck come a little lower out of her shoulder and a little shorter in terms of her neck set. She tends to maybe be just a bit more sluggish in terms of the way that she handles her joints and strides at the ground, but certainly a female that's very cowy. Just need to freshen her up just a bit, and I think that'll serve her well. The young lady that comes next, another female as well that I read somewhat the same way in terms of one that has a lot of rib and body about her, one that drops her pins just a nickel on the go, and maybe just doesn't read quite as elegant in terms of the feature to her head, the length to her neck, and the shallowness of her chest floor, but still a female that's got a lot of substance to her, one that we could ask as well, maybe just pick her hind leg up and just use it just a little bit more athletically if we could. A black heifer that's next, one that's pretty refined in her teat work, and certainly one that is pretty smooth in the way she blends a big body cavity into a smooth shoulder shape. One that maybe gets just a nickel more fragile in terms of her foot size, and a little plainer in terms of just her hind leg design and her tail head to pin set relationship. Young lady here at the end of the class, commend you. You got a nice heifer. This female is good in her lines. Female that wants to maybe just get a little bit stiffer there in terms of how she uses her rear joints and drops her pin bone and shortens up just a bit in terms of her length of muscle pattern. Maybe not quite the mass as some of the rest of the cattle, but a good quality heifer that you ought to be real proud of. So nice set of cattle from top to bottom.
In our maintainer show, Class 16, first place, entry number 93, JWSS Smith's Fanny, exhibited by Jarek Cutler, Tremont, Minnesota. Second place, entry number 91, exhibited by Brooklyn Curtin, Oxford, Iowa. Third place, entry number 104, exhibited by Carly Breckheimer, Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. Fourth place, entry number 96, exhibited by Esther Birdwell, Covington, Indiana. Fifth place, entry number 95, exhibited by Samantha McNeil. Sixth place, entry number 92, exhibited by Harrison Blay, Montgomery, Ohio. Seventh place, entry number 94, exhibited by Allie Shantonk, Tipton, Indiana. Eighth place, entry number 99, exhibited by Stephanie Kirsten, Gretna, Nebraska. Ninth place, entry number 103, exhibited by Olivia Overmeyer, Culver, Indiana. In the ring now is Class 17 maintainers.
Hey, it's Jess. Can you call for classes 19 and 20?
Maintainer.
Maintainer two. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, to the makeup room.
Do another 19 Simmental.
And 19 centimeters.
Well, I think as we look at these females, by my estimation, I think we've got a couple of really, really nice brood cows in the making to kind of sort themselves up into a set of awfully, awfully good cows. You know, if we might just a second to stop back and look at these females that are down the line here a little bit, the female that ends up that line just gives up the dimensions that we find in these other heifers that are ahead of her, but still a pretty good kind of heifer. She's got some angularity to her front end, some stoutness in the heifer that's next to her that's got some center body and rib. Here's a heifer I really like awfully well, and if you take the three heifers that challenge her that are just more dimensional, you know, that's the way they get around her, and at times I want to catch this heifer being just a little narrower through the floor of her chest, and I think that's part of why she gives up some of that dimensionality, is she never really gets it in the first place. But I love her femininity and I love her conditioning, and I think in that tool chest we talked about a while ago, there's some value there. That heifer that's next to her that comes next ahead of her, one of the really strikingly presented heifers, a bloomy, fresh look to her hair and presentation. That young lady does an awesome job putting her together, and as we study her, that heifer gets just a little tighter in her framework. She wants to get that tail head pulled up out of her pin set a little high for me, throws her balance off just a hair. This heifer that's next to her is one that to me gets just a little higher in her condition, a little shorter down her top line, sweeps a massive rib. And I tell you, these cattle that have got more substance and constitution to them, just a lot easier doing kind of cattle, and that would be the challenge that the little girl with number 111 has, I'm guessing. She's one that would probably look to me to be pretty easy feeding. Young lady that's got the problem with her foot out here, I tell you what, you've done a nice job showing that out. I never even noticed it once, and I appreciate your effort out here, and you spent some time getting a heifer ready for a really, really competitive class that put her in a position to be very, very competitive for the top three. This female that ends up three, to me, does so because she's slightly less feminine. She doesn't have quite the nice shape up through the top of her neck that I read in the two heifers that are over here. Maybe doesn't have quite the same muscle system as the two heifers that we're going to talk about here in 1 and 2. So that brings us to our top pair, and I think an interesting pair and a very similar pair in terms of kind. I think 2 probably has a little more depth of flank. At times I catch her just a little more athletic when she travels, and then I see this heifer come to me and I think, how could they be more athletic than that? They push that female, and one sets that front foot just as correctly as I think they need to, with the right shape to her shoulder, the right slope to her shoulder, the right angles as she comes from her shoulder to her neck and sweeps into some heart and rib. That heifer doesn't have any hair compared to what we find in some of these other cattle. Just guessing here, but I'm thinking she's got quite a bit of doability, because I don't think she's seen quite the barn time some of the others maybe have seen. She looks like she's lived in Oklahoma, for heaven's sakes, and I don't think that's been the case. So just awfully fresh as she's presented out here today, and just a tremendous amount of flexion and action that I think really strikes me very, very well as she gets out and travels. And frankly, I know why we would have her a little further along in calf, and that's because she probably needs a little more depth to her flank relative to her peers. But hey, it works for me, and it's really helping and working for her bloominess. I like, too, in regards to that honest shape and sweep to her rib, I like that productive look that she gives me, and man, when she cocks off, she is such a feminine, maternal look up through her head and neck. A little more chest floor, again, not a deal breaker for me, but I would like to fix her just a little on her shoulder. She wants to push just a little more condition than our class winner does. I don't think she rests quite as comfortably as she gets out and travels. I think those are two really elite females. Congratulations to our exhibitors. Let's give them a nice round of applause, if you would, please.
Placings in Class 16 in our Sim Angus Sim Solution Show. First place to entry number 110, Sinky Miss Erica Sue, 503C, exhibited by Adrienne Trenopole, Middletown, Indiana. Second place, entry number 117, exhibited by Lucas Wisniewski, Wyoming, Illinois. Third place, entry number 115, exhibited by Whitney Halfhill, Brazil, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 111, exhibited by Riley Egbert, Botkins, Ohio. Fifth place, entry number 119, exhibited by Jamie Hoblin, York, Nebraska. Sixth place, entry number 106, exhibited by Courtney Cox, Ripley, Mississippi. Seventh place, entry number 123, exhibited by Matthew Neerman, Brownstown, Indiana. And eighth place, entry number 107, exhibited by Gabrielle Hutchison, Onondaga, Michigan. We're now selecting our Division 4 champion in our Sim Angus Sim Solution Show. Class 19 should be in the makeup ring.
Excellent, excellent division of sim cattle that we've worked on this east side of the ring, and it's been a real pleasure to get to evaluate and just offer some comments about the cattle as I see them out here today. Young man with the July heifer, I think, really brings an awfully nice female to the table. She's kind of the outlier in age and maturity to this particular division, and I'm afraid you'll be a little bit the victim of a situation, young man. I really like them two heifers that are in that class right behind you, and you're not quite far enough along to get around them. We're going to keep those two together. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
So your Division 4 champion in our Sim Angus Sim Solution Show both come out of Class 16. Division champion entry 110, Sinky Miss Erica Sue, 503C, exhibited by Adrienne Trenopole, Middletown, Indiana. Your reserve division entry number 117, Card Heather, exhibited by Lucas Wisniewski, Wyoming, Illinois. No bred and owned females in that division. We're now ready for Class 19, Sim Angus.
Boy, it's a really strong class set of marches. This female I'm going to start with is my favorite, standing still. She does maybe come up just a nickel short in her stride, but when we get the cattle collected and set up here, this female is pretty wicked up through her front end to have the type of body swell and sweep that she possesses underneath. Her muscle pattern in terms of being stout from hooks to pins, but long and correct, and the way that it comes down is just a little more genuine than the young lady's red and white heifer there I've got in second. Both these cattle are big-bodied cattle. Both these cattle have a lot of length to their neck, and the way it attaches is good, but just see the difference to be when you get them behind them. Just a little more genuine type female here that I use, and she maybe carries her top line just a little weak relative to her loin and tail head, and I'd like to pick her up just a little bit off the front end of her skeleton, but an awfully beautiful female. It's really maternal standing there. The red and white heifer, like I said, I do like her maternal look as well. I think she's right there with my class winner in that regard. She's refining her teat structure, really handles herself pretty nicely in terms of her skeletal design. The way she travels from behind is probably the longest striding, longest stepping heifer here of these initial cattle. She's a female that maybe planes up just a shot in terms of just the feature to her head, a little more plain from hooks to pins, not quite as stout there, maybe relative to her composition, but a nice female. It's pretty solid and just very functional. The heifer that we've got here in third, the stocking-legged heifer, one that's really fit up nicely. I mean, from her hook bone forward, I like her as well as any. She's a female that tends to maintain her strength of top line and just how smooth she turns that kind of rib cage into a shoulder design that's just lays on there just real flat. That female does that well. She's a female that's pretty balanced. Her bottom line, start studying her from her hook bone back, and she maybe just gets a little lower and a little rounder in her pin bone. She tends to carry her hind leg a little more up underneath herself, and just as Mr. Bedwell was talking about on the other side, I used to be one that didn't have too much of a problem with them getting pretty weak on their pasterns, but this female is getting just a little soft from behind, maybe partially because of the way she's fit there on the back side of her ankle, but she gets a little bit shallower in her heel and just a little flatter in terms of her feet. The heifer that we've got next in the group, this black heifer is one that I like a great deal. Standing here, she's strong-topped and runs uphill. This female is one that lays in really beautiful through her front 1/3, gets a little higher in terms of her tail head set. She doesn't maybe have quite the broodiness as those cattle in front of her, and then we put her in motion and probably can't outstride them either, and so that's why I end up where I do with her. She gets just a bit more limited there from behind. Then the next female in the group, one that just gets a little bit more navel, a little fatter there through the base of her chest, one that I'd sure enough like to see just get out and stride better. That female I read to be more up and down in her blade and her hock and just the way that she actions. I told the young lady, and I just tell you again, I think you do a nice job, but I would probably walk that heifer faster, and I know sometimes with cattle that are a little straight off both ends, you can be coached to maybe shorten them up just a little bit, but it makes her drop her head and just jam her up in her front end, because naturally when she's standing there, that's not necessarily the case. She's a beautiful design female standing there. The heifer we got next is just a little shorter and chunkier in terms of her chest and neck, a little chunkier in terms of her shoulder design. Still got a pretty nice little udder structure coming on underneath, one that just needs to be leaned up just a shot and just fit together in more refined feminine type fashion. Young man, your heifer right here has got adequate length to stride and pretty square from hooks to pin. She pinches a bit more in her loin and maybe just doesn't have the same degree of forerib and heart and flank as some of the rest of the cattle in here. Young man, your heifer here at the end of the group as well, a big boned female, one that's pretty stout featured, one that maybe just has a little more chest relative to her natural depth of body, maybe not quite as mobile and agile on the move, but still a female that's got some breeding pieces there to work with and generate something for her offspring. So nice group of cattle.
Placings in Class 17 maintainers. First place, entry number 112, GCC Miss Boston, 5501 C2, exhibited by Stuart Skiles, Dalhart, Texas. Second place, entry number 107, exhibited by Corbin Collins, Flanagan, Illinois. Third place, entry number 113, exhibited by Macy Ratliff, West Philadelphia, Kansas. Fourth place, entry number 110, exhibited by Dalton Kennedy, Seaman, Ohio. Fifth place, Entry number 106, exhibited by Skylar Ward, New Paris, Ohio. Sixth place, entry number 105, exhibited by Gavin Puckett, Hillsboro, Ohio. Seventh place, entry number 109, exhibited by Jared Cluxton, Ripley, Ohio. And eighth place, entry number 111, exhibited by Noah Kitterman, Hartford City, Indiana. In the ring now is Class 18.
On our Simmental side, we're working a set of March females. Looks like they might be the backside of the March month in terms of their birthdays, but this female that I start our class with of all really stout kind of cattle. There's lots of dimension in all of these females, and this one I think manages and handles that as well as any of them. And I think as you look at the honesty of her composition in terms of how much is really cow and how much is other things, she's got a lot of cow under the hide and the hair and the presentation. She is dialed in. Believe me, if you get in on top of her, you'd have to be impressed by the way she's presented, and then you get to studying what's there. And I like the way that this heifer's shoulder rolls on the edge of that rib. I like the way that she comes out of the top of that shoulder. It allows her to have that rib and shoulder lay back into her meat further back, that allows her a little more reach compared to these other heifers up the line. I actually like the fact that her pin set's a little lower than some of these other heifers. I think it gives her more flexibility and athleticism out of her hip. Her tail head still sets right where it needs to in regards to being at a place where it gives her a nice productive look to complement all the maternal shape and substance that she has through the center of her body. She's all the stronger she needs to be, but she's awfully competitive in this particular lineup. Heifer that comes next is a female that gets ahead of the heifer in 3 because of her length of body, and I think just a little longer, easier moving kind of female as well. This heifer doesn't read with the greatest amount of feminine character to her head. She's a little shorter eared kind of a female, but a good strong muzzled, good jawed kind of a cow that I still read good doability in. I just think we give up some in terms of soundness if we reach back here and grab this heifer behind her to try to knock this heifer out of this 2 slot. I still see pretty good refinement to this heifer's udder, and I think we're beginning to get to the age when we can kind of forecast a little bit of where those heifers might end up, where they might end up looking as we place them into that maternal stage of production. So I like those things about her, even though she reads just a little less feminine about her character of head than what we find in a heifer that's 3rd. Young lady does an outstanding job parking this heifer in 3 and really working her up the line. You do a good job showing and getting that top right. When we get her in motion, however, she wants to work her top up just a little, gets her tail head up just a little, which indicates that maybe we don't have quite the right slope to her shoulder, maybe not quite the right angle to her hock, but an awfully good heifer, one whose pattern really gets her into that 3rd position. Heifer that comes next is one of the higher conditioned heifers of our group. I'd like to lean her up right in behind that forerib and shoulder area. This heifer's carrying plenty in her lower 3rd that's just conditioned, and I'd like to trim that up about her, but still a dimensional, long-bodied female, still has good refinement to her teats and udder. Certainly like that about her, and one that I think gets there because of the extra length of body she has, the extra substance that she has. Here's a stronger heifer at the ground than the baldy heifer that beats her. This female is bigger footed, probably even heavier structured, just not quite enough to this heifer, a little more flatward shaped in her forerib, and needs to have just a little more width of base as she travels out of here. I'd be a little concerned about her doability in that regard. Here's a really nice female that rounds out our group, and this heifer certainly can tangle with a lot of competition. It's just an awfully good set of these late March heifers that she works into. This female gets just a little coarser headed for me, a little tighter in her hock and top, and we'd like to see her move with just more flexibility. Congratulations to our exhibitors. Nice set of March cattle.
In our Sim-Angus Sim Solution Show, placings in Class 19. First place, entry number 131, IBSC Keela 320C, exhibited by Caitlin Skiles, Dalhart, Texas. Second place, entry number 130, exhibited by Matthew Coverman, Minford, Ohio. Third place, entry number 127, exhibited by Sydney Sanders, Leesburg, Ohio. Fourth place, entry number 133, exhibited by Tucker Walton, LaGuardia, Indiana. Fifth place, entry number 125, exhibited by Riley Lanham, Flora, Indiana. And sixth place, entry number 129, exhibited by Samantha Howard, Culver, Indiana. In the ring now is Class 20, Sim Angus.
It's really interesting as we get into these older classes, attrition of the showing situation becomes a little bit of an enemy of a judge. Ryan, you might agree with this. You know, as these heifers get older, they leave some of those that haven't been quite as successful at home, and you think that there's a lot of good ones left here. That would be the case in this particular set. There's not a bad cow in this group, and there hadn't been for several classes. This one, to me, sorts herself up not because she's the stoutest featured or the stoutest in terms of muscle. She's a well-balanced, well-poised heifer that's got tremendous femininity and functionability. That heifer looks like a maternal kind of a female ought to look, or has those maternal characteristics you'd think that one ought to have. You know, you put her in a lot of different environments and mate the bull to her that makes that tool chest I talked about earlier work to your advantage. Boy, she looks to me like she could offer a lot to complement a lot of different sires a lot of different ways. This heifer that comes next to her is one that does a lot the same thing. This female gives up just some dimension to the heifer that wins the class. May actually be a little bigger in her foot. No big difference or advantage, or not enough to necessarily get ahead of that heifer that wins this class. They've got the hair pulled up behind this heifer's rib just a little bit, or behind her shoulder, to kind of complement that silhouette of balance that we see there in her top line. But I like the fact that she's got some trimness to her at this age and her maturity and the way that you've developed her. She's free and clean of that extra conditioning, and I'm not thinking she's hard doing, because she's got plenty of shape to her rib. She's got plenty of substance and width to the floor of her chest. She maintains that weight, that base width extremely well in a very sound, very easy moving kind of a package that I just read a lot of production in. So we look at this baldy heifer through the front third of her body, and I'll tell you what, there's a lot of cow look in that gal. Tremendous length of top line, tremendous substance in this female. Her length of body maybe hurts her proportionality a little bit, if you will, to the two heifers that are ahead of her in class. She wants to become just a little bit looser behind of her shoulder as she gets out and travels, but she maintains tremendous mass. There's a lot of performance in that heifer because of true dimensionality. Certainly like the things that we find there in her, especially that front third, and that front third gets her ahead of this heifer in 4. This heifer gets just a little more crest and thickness to the top of her shoulder. There's no doubt in terms of proportion she ranks with any of those heifers in this class. Dimensionally, she's as big as any of the cattle we have in class. Probably of this set of 5, she's the one that's got as much condition on her as any of these females do. This young lady's heifer that comes next has been very competitive, I'm sure. Big at the ground and strong in her structure in terms of dimensions of skeleton, a little more rigid and not quite as athletic as those heifers that we have up the line there. She's managed her very well also. She's one that has some trimness to her. She's one that is clean in her conditioning, and I don't see a lot of issues there. Just need to free her up and give her just a little more base width as she travels away from us. Excellent class of early March heifers. Please join me in congratulating those kids with a nice round of applause, if you would, please.
Well, just as it appears we had on the other side of the fence, on this side of the fence, an incredible set of March heifers and some just unreal good ones in this group all the way down. There's not a slouch in the group, and so a tough task at hand to try to sort them out. For me, as you just break the cattle down individually, the heifer that I'm using I thought was part for part just the hardest female for me to put a major hole in. And I understand I told the young man showing him that she's not necessarily the most eccentric in terms of being out on the edge for any one part that you may want to compare her to relative to her contemporaries out here. But part for part, she's just super correct. She's correct in her structure. She meets her stride. She's square at her base. She's a female that's correct in her top line. A female that's good in her body shape, correct in her teat size, just proportions out just the way you want one to. And so in terms of making a lot of cattle like that one, I think you could get along good fundamentally. The heifer that we've got here in second, a little slicker haired. She's a female that standing still I definitely like in this hole. She's a little cooler in terms of just the length and attachment of her neck. A female that equals that first heifer in terms of the sweep to the base of her rib. She's a female that is really long and square from hooks to pins, looks the part standing. When we move her, she's a female that tends to separate out just a little bit more in terms of her shoulder design. Maybe doesn't just handle her rear hock and pasture and maybe quite as smooth in terms of the way she releases and and flexes those joints. Certainly think she's still built with longevity. It's just not as smooth. She's not as good across the top of her loin, perhaps, as the heifer that starts the class. The heifer in third is by far and away, in my opinion, the most fascinating female in this group. And I told the young lady, and sometimes this happens when you're sorting shows, is, we're trying to choose the best cows, and this might be my pick in terms of what I would want to flush. But in terms of maybe a few things that are easier to pick on, she's just a little more masculine about the feature to her head. Female's got a little extra shoulder. I could forgive some of that, watching me yesterday, if y'all are paying attention. I like my cattle probably just a little bit stouter, but they're going to have to be able to handle it. And I think in the way she goes out of her hock, she maybe drags just a little bit and maybe just doesn't have quite as much flex there in terms of her design of her hock, and a little rounder in terms of her bone work, but an absolutely incredible machine from end to end. The female that we've got next, absolutely just beautiful in her design. When this female puts her ears forward like she's got her right now, this female is second to none in terms of her look, her length, her lines. It all comes together. The problem for me is she gets just a little bit too much hip height. The frame score wise, just getting a little tall for me relative to not necessarily dominating some of the cattle in terms of just how I think she's naturally built in her forerib. She tends to have a habit of getting up on her rear ankles as well. The heifer that comes around next, a brockle face heifer, we kind of transition from having what I consider the complete cattle at the start and then some pieces in behind them to now a female that's back the other direction, but just a little less intense in terms of her foot size, her stoutness of feature, her length of neck. When she stands there, everything really matches up well. She's beautiful in her lines, a female that's very uniform. When we move her, she gets just a nickel rougher in her top line and looks a little shorter in her neck relative to her length of body and hip. Maybe not quite as stout when you read her when we move in behind the cattle versus some of her competitors out here. The next female is very stout bone, a female that's moderate in her size and complemented with quite a bit of softness in terms of her belly, and I think she'll make a great cow. In terms of the show ring, she maybe drops out in her chest floor, maybe turns out just a bit more pronounced in the edge of her shoulder, maybe just doesn't stay quite as collected. I'd sure maybe like to peel a little bark off of her and lean her up to give her a little higher degree of balance here in the ring today. This female right here looked great standing there. When she moves, she runs downhill, her shoulder becomes longer, her chest floor sinks in her. A female gets a little shorter neck. She can handle her rear too awfully good. She's extremely cowy and productive. A heifer that rounds out the class one that's very refined. Maybe to the extent, young man, that it gets you beat just a little bit in a class this strong in terms of not appearing to be as stout in her foot conformation, maybe not as stout in her pin bone, but a beautiful heifer, certainly one you should be proud of. A very tough class right here.
In our Sim Angus Sim Solution Show, placings in Class 20. First place, entry number 141, Miss CCF Gestress C12, exhibited by Whitley Dale, Jefferson, Georgia. Second place, entry number 139, exhibited by Jordan Seals, Ponita, Indiana. Third place, entry number 137, exhibited by Cody Hayden, Jacksonville, Illinois. Fourth place, entry number 140, exhibited by Paige Gaffney, Belleville, Wisconsin. Fifth place, entry number 134, exhibited by Mackenzie Stadmiller, Dayton, Pennsylvania. In the ring now is Class 21 Sim Angus. Over in our maintainer show, Class 18, first place, entry number 116. BPF Whiskey Lady 501C, exhibited by Mason Walker, Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Second place, entry number 118, exhibited by Caitlin Skiles, Dalhart, Texas. Third place, entry number 125, exhibited by Whitney Walker, Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Fourth place, entry number 123, exhibited by Gracie Danner, West Liberty, Iowa. Fifth place, entry number 121, exhibited by Regan Langemeyer, Marion, Texas. Sixth place, entry number 120, exhibited by Sydney Wisniewski, Wyoming, Illinois. Seventh place, entry number 122, exhibited by Katie Lehman, Shelby, Ohio. And eighth place, entry number 119, exhibited by Jared Says, Coal Valley, Illinois. In the ring now is Class 19 maintainers.
We have some veggie options back there if you're watching your figures.
Veggie auction.
A little bit of an interesting group of Februaries that we work into here. I guess there's a pair of heifers setting 1 and 4. I'd just like to see more production oriented with regards to being further along in calf. I think there's a pair of heifers setting 2 and 3 that are more flexible and better in their conditioning, but not, there just isn't enough to the heifers for me to get around this big strong heifer that I think is more fundamentally correct than the heifer we have in 4. And I think those heifers in 2 and 3 likewise are more fundamentally correct up around their muzzle and jaw. I think they also read with more femininity to complement perhaps a sounder skeleton than what we find in 4. As we come back to 1, I think this heifer is really strong down her top line. I think she's opened up through the center of her rib extremely well. I think she balances extremely well. My biggest concern about her is I just flat like to see a little more of that production look we find at the heifer behind her with regards to her udder development and the calf, the things that the calf does for this heifer in terms of giving her a nice bloomy look, a nice soft look of production that we find in those good cows. This heifer gets a little harder for me and just a little narrower up through her top. I'd like to open her through the top of her rib cage and see a little more softness in her doability. I'm a little concerned that she might be a little harsher than she needs to be. I am a big fan of her flexibility. I'm a big fan of the way you've managed her with regards to having her in calf and that sort of thing. Good luck with her as we make her a brood cow. The next heifer kind of falls in with her in regards to that freshness of conditioning. Not a sound, a structured heifer is what we find in 2. In my mind, she wants to toe in. As a matter of fact, from time to time as we read her through the front part of that skeleton, I do think that she's one of those that's going to have a little udder quality to her. She's got some refinements to her teats. I think also she's got some length to her hip and some freshness to her as we study her against the heifer in 4. This heifer in 4, we just like to change that muzzle and jaw in that female, a little more masculine read in that female, a little shorter faced perhaps. That female just gets a little tighter in her makeup in terms of how she handles and works the ring out here, gets just a little more restricted in that regard, and one of the higher conditioned ones we have, but an awfully good one and one that is beautifully presented. That young lady does a tremendous job getting her stuck and keeping her in my forefront or in my eye as we study these cattle out here this afternoon or this morning. Young lady's heifer that comes next in 5 is one of the workhorses that we have out here, one of the powerhouses in terms of rib shape and dimension. We could just smooth that up just a little bit in regards to putting that shoulder back into that rib cage slightly, maybe lengthening that muscle system a bit and then toning down some of the extra condition she has. She, like 2, is one of the further along, or it appears that she is in terms of gestation. So a nice compliment to her in the way that she's handled that female as well. Here's a heifer that comes out that's really big and strong, that has tremendous body and depth of rib, and forerib is tremendously wide sprung and opened up as we sweep back into the center of that body. She just wants to be a little uneven as we study her down her top, and she wants to get a little shorter out of the top of that shoulder and neck. Not quite the balance and polish that we see of those heifers that are above her. There's just a pretty nice cow that comes next to round out this class, one that's not got the hair coat those other females have. Fundamentally and functionally a very nice kind of a female, one that's angular made and feminine fronted. hunted a lot like those heifers in 2 and 3 and are conditioning with maybe even a nickel more muscle than those two heifers. Not quite the structural correctness we find in those two to think about moving her up above those two bigger, stronger heifers that ended up splitting that group. Nice set of cattle. Again, congratulations to our exhibitors.
We've got 4 Februarys over here, a couple different colors here. If you can take your pick. Samantha's going to start the class. She told me this heifer was a little worked up before they came in the ring, but now she's pretty chill. And this young lady does a nice, smooth job. Your female is one that I find to be really sound at the surface. She's not extraordinarily big in terms of her feet size, but when I compare her back to the heifer in second, she's a little more correct in terms of her foot shape. And she's a female that's longer bodied, a little longer hipped, and definitely longer necked from the side. Just has a nice, refined, feminine look. She's a little longer in her face, which I think is a good thing in terms of her look of maternal quality from the side, but maybe just a little more fragile. I'd lean her up more than anything. She's starting to get just a little fat on you there around her tail head relative to being a more conservative size heifer in terms of the stoutness at the ground. The heifer that we've got here in 2, this young lady does a nice, smooth job as well. Enjoyed watching you compete and show here. This female here is really good striding in terms of being really comfortable off both ends. She's got a good slope to her blade. She's got a lot of freedom there to her hock. A female that is moderate in her kind. She's got plenty of body depth. Maybe not quite as good from a 3/4 shot through her upper forerib versus the top of her blade. Gets a little shorter in terms of her face. She too maybe could be leaned up a bit around her tail head, and more than anything just like to change her front toe structure. She gets pretty round in terms of the way that it's designed. The yellow stocking-legged heifer coming next, young lady, you do a nice job as well. This heifer is super good from the side in terms of one that's moderate and stout-featured, but yet fits together. She is a well-balanced machine there. She's really good in terms of her teat structure, even though she's a touch coarser in her shoulder, and she's just a little more clubby in terms of her face and her skull featured, much like the heifer there in second. Like to change that up in her. Like to see this female more than anything, young lady, just get out and stride easier. She's not quite as comfortable on the go whenever I made that call there, and so that's where she kind of ends up, but a good heifer. The female that we've got in 4, a little shallower in terms of just her body depth and shape versus the cattle that are in here, but another female that's really tall-fronted and strong-topped. A female that's got good shape turning down her top side. She's real thick when you move in behind her. Pretty good out through her neck, just a little tighter and straighter there as I read her off both ends. I'd like to free her up, but still a quality-oriented heifer.
Placings in class 21 Sim Angus females. First place, entry number 159, CMFM, Believe Sue, 218C, exhibited by Madison K. Bloschke, Kingston, Kansas. Second place, entry number 147, exhibited by Renee Locke, Evian, Illinois. Third place, entry number 144, exhibited by Bailey Dwininger, Osgood, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 160, exhibited by Kirsten Wilcox, New Madison, Ohio. Fifth place, entry 156, exhibited by Bailey Tracy, Moron, Indiana. Sixth place, entry number 149, exhibited by Alex Coon, Peru, Indiana. In 7th place, entry number 152, exhibited by Caleb Morgan, Egan, Louisiana. In the ring now is Class 22 Sim-Angus females. In our maintainer show, Class 19. First place, entry number 130, JSUL Rose Mary Song, exhibited by Savannah Van Voris, Bowling Green, Ohio. Second place, entry number 129, exhibited by Micah Oat, Danvers, Illinois. Third place, entry 127, exhibited by Ellie Day, Frankton, Ohio. And fourth place, entry 126, exhibited by Danielle Whitted, Rootstown, Ohio. In the ring now is Class 20 maintainer females. Immediately following this, we'll be ready to select our junior champion female, and immediately following that, our grand and reserves. So start bringing those division champion reserves back to the makeup ring.
A pair of January heifers, maybe both of them, and both of them are very good. Maybe both of them, just speaking to the young ladies, could be just a bit more timely in terms of their calving due date. But nonetheless, both cattle here are going to make strong cows in terms of their components. This female that starts just a little smoother on the stride, probably a little shorter, more correct in her feet. A female that's just really moderate relative to having this type of body capacity. Everything proportions out pretty well. I'd maybe like to lean her up just a nickel in terms of her neck, but collectively fairly hard to put a major hole in her. The heifer we've got in the second, one that's longer bodied. She's pretty stout featured. Female that's got plenty of body and muscle. Female that probably gets just a touch higher in the center of her top line when we move them. I like to blend her tail head just a nickel smoother into her spine, and probably shorten her up in her toe and give her just a bit more depth of heel there when we get her on the move. But very, very nice heifer, a good pair.
Placings in Class 20 maintainer females. First place, entry number 135, LCPR Miss Chanel, number 1, exhibited by Danny Joe Stoltz, Mount Vernon, South Dakota. Second place, entry number 134, exhibited by Elsie Ennis, Martinsville, Indiana. We're now ready to select our junior yearling Division 4 champion in the maintainer show.
On the Simmental side, getting into these January females, some big old strong kind of a females that we have in this particular group, and heifer that starts this group that is going to weigh a bunch. She's at the limits of where I'd want to have one in terms of size and stature and build, but her build is good. You know, you try to beat one like that up and you just think, well, now that's not probably fair, because that heifer has generated a lot of production. You know, that heifer is still sound, and she handles herself with a great deal of authority. There's just a lot of substance to that, and I've got a lot of friends in the cattle business that just keep telling me it's harder to make big good ones than it is to make them a little smaller and make them a little less flawless. That heifer's not imperfect, but she's one that's pretty darn stout and pretty darn sound and pretty darn strong in this particular class. So I split her with the heifer that's the most like her, with the heifer that I think is really, really a nice brood cow from the standpoint of having a good, sensible, mature size as we look at where she's going to end up. One that really is appreciated up through her front third, and her trimness is what I appreciate about her, especially as we manage her into this stage of her life. This heifer gets a little tighter out her hip for me, and I just don't think there's enough heifer to come close to running at that class winner. I think she handles herself with more flexibility and stability out of her front end, appreciably more than what we find in the heifer that ends ends up being number 3. Heifer that's third is one that's stronger through her rib cage and forerib, probably has a little more hip in her than the heifer that beats her in class. Like to see her a little further along in calf, but a nice female that just needs to go with a bit more strength and athleticism out of that front end, perhaps just be a little more in the game here today. The heifer that comes next behind her is really a nice cow, a good muzzled cow, a good female in terms of length of body, length of front end. Conditioning's about right on her. She draws up to an awfully good set of cattle, and I think a very competitive set. This female is one that goes out and generates lots of good cattle, relaxed and comfortable in her top line, big and wide in her hip, comfortable in her movement and activity as she gets out and travels, just not quite enough fancy up through her front end, maybe not quite enough presence as we studied here in that regard. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
We're now ready to select our Division 5 champion Sim Angus Sim Solution female. Placings in Class 22. First place, entry number 164, Harrah's Kim Kardashian 1C, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second place, entry number 167, exhibited by Shelby Griffith, Boonesboro, Maryland. Third place, entry number 161, exhibited by Mackenzie Powers, Lancaster, Ohio. And fourth place, entry number 166, exhibited by Chance Travis, Olney, Illinois. We're now selecting our Division 5 champion female. Immediately following this, we'll have Class 25, which is the only class in Division 6. So immediately following that class, we'll be ready to select our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion females in the Sim Angus Sim Solution Show. Over on our Maintainer Show, in the ring now is our Junior Division 4 champions. Immediately following this division, we'll be selecting our champion Maintainer females.
I think this has been a really exciting division of cattle to work through as we've evaluated each of these classes. Again, we talked earlier in that March deal where, you know, we've begun to see enough shows and these cattle have had enough experience in the ring that we begin to sort out the ones that aren't quite as successful. We leave them home and we work on and focus on the ones that have that potential to get a nod if that's the case. Certainly, we've got 4 individuals representing these different classes that I think all do some things incredibly well. Not going to go back and talk each of these heifers. We've done, I think, a considerable amount of that as we've discussed them in class. But you know, there's compliments to be given to all of these, and there's similarities to all 4 of these class winners. The unique thing about this set is that there's some differences in them. You know, we go from the heifer that's maybe got the most power of any of them, honestly, in the first class winner, to one of the really big broody females we've seen through this show that ends up winning that January class, and some differences in the middle. So really a tremendous set of females. My compliments to our exhibitors. Let's give them a nice round of applause as I go select your champion in reserve from your junior yearling division.
Well, been a really incredible division here as we close out our Maintainer Show. Just a group of cattle I'm very tickled with from top to bottom here. A set of cattle that, you know, we've had our ups and downs in terms of how I've been able to match maybe per se frame, and not necessarily that's the goal. I think we just use good ones with a pretty wide range of acceptability in terms of frame and size and where you want them in the ring. But here in this division, I think everything kind of fits. Set of cattle that are smooth and big-bodied and cowy-oriented. head. As we look at the contenders in here, the heifer out front looks the part standing there. When we move her, she's maybe just a touch lower and shorter in her neck attachment. The heifer that's coming around right now is one whose parts suit me as well as any in regards to how sweet fronted she is, in combination with being as deep in the sweep to the base of her rib, almost to the point where maybe it throws her bottom line off just a nickel. She is a female that's really correct from hooks to pins and from there down in terms of function, and yet having an adequate degree of width for a breeding female. I would like to see her just a little stronger in terms of just her top line and height of shoulder, just to make her perfect here from the side and clean her up just a nickel there around her tail head. The heifer then behind her probably strides just a little longer. I think she goes about the ring as correct and true as any of the cattle out here. She's a female that probably turns just a little rounder up high and carries in just a bit stronger in her top line. A female that just part for part, as I spoke in that class, I thought just became the female that as you go through logic is just so hard to put a major hole in, but maybe not just eccentric anywhere. Young lady, your red heifer is one that's really a maternal female. Samantha, I'd probably back her off just a shot in terms of leanness if I could to freshen her up. And our January heifer, one that is definitely here and competitive in the lineup in terms of rib and capacity and soundness. I just wish she was a little further along for a January heifer in terms of calf and lean her up just a shot there in terms of her neck design. But she's a heck of a nice female. You're going to be real proud of her, and she's going to be one that can certainly generate. So great group. For me, just breaking the cattle down part for part, I like our third class winner to win this division. Let's give this young man here a nice round. Nice job. Congratulations. Female that's second behind that one, that was a really strong class, and this female as well has got some majorly neat parts in terms of length of neck and sweep of rib and stoutness from hooks to pins. Maybe just a little bit rougher in terms of how she handles her joint work on the go, but a nice female. For me, the two that I had a tight call between will be our reserve as well here, our second class winner. Congratulations to you. A really strong division here, though. My strongest compliments to everybody exhibiting cattle out here in this lineup.
In our Sim Angus Sim Solution Show, Division 5 champion female comes out of Class 20. She's entry 141, Miss CCF Gestra C12, exhibited by Whitley Dale, Jefferson, Georgia. In Reserve Division, out of that same class, entry 139, she's Mia, exhibited by Jordan Seals, Ponita, Indiana. Now we're showing for Bred and Owned Division 5.
You bet. And in us Division 5 champion bred and owned, we've got a really nice pair of females and a pair of females that placed lower in class and just came out of some really strong competition. I like this heifer that ends up fourth in her class of January heifers to be your division champion for our bred and owned group. Let's give him a nice round of applause. Congratulations.
And your Bred and Owned champion out of Division 5 Sim Solution goes to entry 166. TF4 Superstar, exhibited by Chance Travis, Olney, Illinois. Coming into the ring now is Class 25 Sim Angus females. Over in our maintainer show, our junior champion female went to entry number 116. She's BPF Whiskey Lady, 501C, exhibited by Mason Walker, Prairie Grove, Arkansas. And your reserve division champion comes out of Class 17, entry 112, GCC Miss Boston, 5501C2, exhibited by Stuart Skiles, Dalhart, Texas.
Oh, yeah. Class 25.
We're now ready to select
Erica.
our champion female in the maintainer show.
Leslie needs class 25 for the Sim Angus. Do you all have it?
We're waiting on entry 173.
Okay, I'll call and have them make final call.
They're in the ring.
They're in the ring. It's too late.
A success story here in our senior yearling division, and the only class of these we have ranging in age from, I believe, November through December. I think I remember the kids saying these heifers are all bred, and you can sure tell it. They've just got a different look to them. The pregnancy generates a bloominess and a softness that's hard to replace with anything else. I like our Baldy female that starts the class. We've seen stouter featured, stouter structured cattle. This heifer just blends so neatly in her shoulder and her joints, and the flexibility of those joints is good. She looks like she's going to have a pretty respectable kind of a shape to her udder as she gets closer to Kevin sometime later in December. I like the rig and conditioning that she comes in to be managed into that entry into a maternal part of her life. So I think just a really nice, handy place to start this class. Heifer that follows her gets ahead of the heifer in 3 because she's a lot like her class winner, and her dimensionality and the substance that she has, just a notch more finesse up through her front end, a little more fancy, if you will, a little more femininity as she blends to her neck and shoulder and gives us that character of femininity up through that front third. This heifer's got as much condition on her as she really needs, and it probably hurts her just a little as she doesn't move quite as fluid as our division winner does, but just an awfully good female to stand second and to be reserve division. This young man's got an awfully good cow that rounds the group. She's wide-chested, and she's big-centered, and she's got some thickness through her stifle. Now we need to complement that with a little more smoothness to her shoulder and perhaps a little more femininity to her front end, but there's some tools to work with, once again, that really fundamentally give him some advantages that a lot of folks in the cattle business don't have because of that extra width and substance that heifer does possess. Congratulations again to our division champion and reserve. Let's give these kids a nice round of applause out of our final division.
Placings in Class 25. First place and automatically your division champion, entry number 170, Miss W.L. Maxie B, exhibited by Tyson Woodard, Cambridge, Ohio. Second place and automatically reserve division champion, entry 172, exhibited by Morgan McDaniel, Jefferson, Georgia. And third place, entry number 171, exhibited by Zach Meyer, Salina, Ohio. We're now ready to select our grand and reserve grand champion female in our Sim Angus Sim Solution Show. In the ring now is our champion selection in our maintainer show. Go ahead, Dr. Rathman.
Well, a great way to start a Sunday morning here in the maintainer show. We've had an incredible show. In those calf classes, we had quite a few numbers. We had a set of cattle as a whole that I would again just comment that really was strongly competitive, and there was just such an immense number of just really nice ones that just maybe a little green and just still have so much time out ahead of them. And I hope those exhibitors still work hard and don't get frustrated here there at the beginning of the race. But, in that group, we did have a heifer that stood out in terms of performance, a female that's kind of just a natural outlier. You may say she's maybe just a little big for where she's at age-wise, and only time will tell if she shuts down in her maturity curve. I'd like to maybe just organize her top line more than anything as an individual, just a little stronger and sure. This young man stepped back in the lineup here and does a nice job here in that fall division with a really solid, complete heifer. Then we have these two gentlemen here dueling it out in the cowboy hats, and both of them are tremendous on the end of the halter. This May heifer the young man has in the white shirt is one that just looks the part in terms of her look and quality, her neck attachment, her stoutness of bone relative to being very refined up front. Female is pretty stout pin and has a lot of substance. She's coming on. She's maybe not quite as soft right there in her forerib shape versus her shoulder, but is going to get there, and that's an awfully nice one. And then that last division had such heat in it, such a complete individual that's maybe not far out there on the edge anywhere, but part for part awfully strong. So if you don't mind, let's put our hands together. Let's congratulate our exhibitors on a heck of a nice maintainer show here this morning. Really proud of y'all and wish y'all the best of luck here, because y'all have got some great cattle that can be pretty darn competitive.
Well, folks, if you enjoyed the Maintainer Show, let's give our judge a nice round of applause. Dr. Ryan Rathman from Lubbock, Texas. He's done a great job. Give him a nice round of applause. And your grand champion, Maintainer Females, entry number 116. She comes out of Division 4. She's BPF Whiskey Lady 501C, exhibited by Mason Walker, Prairie Grove, Arkansas. That brings in the reserve in that division. Entry 112. And the reserve out of that same division, she's entry number 112, GCC Miss Boston 5501C2, exhibited by Stuart Skiles, Dalhart, Texas. We have bred knowns, Lindsay. Are you doing bred knowns? Yes. If you're competing, if you were a class winner bred known and you want to come in and compete for bred known maintainer, we're ready for you.
Well, at the onset of this discussion, let's real quickly congratulate not only our exhibitors, but your association and their support of the junior board. These guys, kids, did a fantastic job maintaining a nice flow of our show here today. That is pretty important as you're on my end of it, not having to worry about some of the things that just make a show come off very well. Thank you, guys. I thought you did a nice job. Really a great set of cattle, and whether you like the cattle that I have lined up out here or not, you know, there's some big, strong, heavy structured ones that aren't standing out here, and I like them just maybe a little more feminine in their character as we think about them being cows. I certainly like them to be sound, and I think they need to have that fundamental ability to get out and generate and be a little extra special if they're going to do something at this level. And to me, this set of heifers are a little more than extra special, just an incredibly good group. I love the progression of maturity that I see as we start with our calf and we work up to our senior yearling. I like the conditioning that I find in all of those cattle and the fact that they look like they can continue to develop in a positive way and offer something for these young people to work with as brood cows and even show heifers for a bit longer that gives them extra value and maybe generates some extra value out of success. And so congratulations to you kids and good luck. Not certainly going to go back and talk each of them. I got to be careful about that. You get to talking about them and all of a sudden you work yourself into a hole. I like what I like, and I like all these girls out here really good. In terms of the cows, I know there's a lot of girls standing out here too, but I sure like these cows awfully, awfully well. And I think at this time, let's just give them a big round of applause. Let's select a grand and reserve, and let's wish them the best.
And folks, let's give a nice round of applause today for our judge, Mr. Jeff Bedwell from Fairview, Oklahoma. Appreciate his time and expertise in evaluating our show today. And your grand champion, Sim Angus Sim Solution Females, entry number 170, Miss WL Maxie B, exhibited by Tyson Woodard, Cambridge, Ohio. That brings in entry 172 for the reserve selection. And the reserve comes out of Division 5. She's entry number 141, Miss CCF Gestress C12, exhibited by Whitley Dale Jefferson, Georgia. We're now ready to select our champion bred and owned female in the Sim Angus Sim Solution Show. And go ahead, Judge Rathman, for our bred and owned and our maintainer show.
Yeah, first, before we do that, like Jeff commented on the other side with the junior leadership we had over there, I judged the main show yesterday and then the maintainer show here this morning, and this is a really professional group of young people that are serving on our junior board here in this breed. If y'all don't mind, let's put our hands together and congratulate them and appreciate their efforts out here. It's well run. Appreciate y'all's help. In our bred and owned division, we're going to go with this calf that's standing second in line here. That was reserve division and in the show. Let's give this young lady as well as the rest of our exhibitors out here a nice round of applause here in our bred and owned division.
Your champion bred and owned female in the maintainer shows entry number 38, CHAM Miss Daisy 4D, exhibited by Macy Chamberlain, Winchester, Indiana. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our maintainer show. We'll start promptly on that side of the ring at 1 o'clock with our full-blood Simmental show.
Well, I know as we come in for these bred and owned divisions, it gets to be just a little anticlimactic compared to what we just went through with the selection of our overall heifer, but golly, we still got some really good cattle over here, and these kids have done a great job and been very, very competitive within their divisions. They come out of some really, really strong classes, and then in some cases even some divisions. So just a tremendous set of heifers, and I think just an awful lot of future in each and every one of them. Heifer that suits me best out here today comes out of our third heifer in the lineup. I think just a massive kind of a female that's really flexible at both ends of her skeleton and has tremendous rib shape and production about her. And I really like the baby up in the front end. I think they make a really neat pair. I know we're just picking one, and it's going to be out of three, but those two really strike me as having lots and lots of future. Let's give them a nice round of applause. The heifer that's third in her lineup is going to be your bred and owned champion here today. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
And your champion bred and owned female in the Sim Angus Sim Solution shows entry number 82, CM FM Firefly 139C, exhibited by Tanner Howie, Rockwall, Texas. That concludes our Sim Angus Sim Solution show. We'll be ready to start our Red Angus show promptly at 1 p.m. So Red Angus exhibitors will be ready at 1 p.m.
show over here and then we'll have a podium.
Red Angus exhibitors, we're about 5 minutes from showtime. We got 2 pictures to take with Judge Bedwell of the champion semis, and then we'll be right into the Red Angus show. Full-blood Simmentals, we should be ready whenever you are. Hey guys, those of you waiting for pictures, we get you to work right over in here to my left. We're going to start these other shows. Red Angus exhibitors, we're ready to start your show. Class 1 should be coming into the ring. Red Angus Class 1. Our judge for our Red Angus show is Mr. Jeff Bedwell. If you've just joined us, he evaluated our Sim Angus show. Jeff is from Fairview, Oklahoma, where him and his wife Diane and daughter Jennifer live. They raise shorthorn cattle. Jeff also works as a agronomy and ag sales specialist for the Land Run Cooperative near Enid, Oklahoma. So it's indeed a pleasure to have Jeff Bedwell here with us to evaluate our Red Angus show. So, Junior Red Angus exhibitors, Class 1, into the ring. Over on the west side of Broadbent, we're about to start our full-blood Fleck V show. Kind of 3 divisions in that show. We'll first do our junior. We're doing our junior show first, which is called the Challenge Cup. Then we do the open show, which would be the Pinnacle, right? And then the percentage show, which would be the Fleck Effect. So I have three divisions in our full-blood Fleck V show.
So as we get off to our Red Angus show start, we've got a nice pair of heifers, particularly a nice class winner in a set of May Junes. These babies just off the cows and really showing us great potential to become something. I really like our class winner at the surface. I think she's one that is a bit more correct on her feet and legs, and it's complemented by a little more rib shape and body volume. And I think the heifer calf that goes second, even though she's an angular-made, long-bodied heifer, just doesn't have quite the substance we find in our class winner, or the correctness on her feet and legs to get ahead of that class winner here today. But a nice pair, and congratulations to our exhibitors.
Dream team.
In our Red Angus Junior Show, Class 1, first place, entry number 7, CB Miss Stella, 371Z, exhibited by Camille Bloom, Brooklyn, Iowa. Second place, entry number 3, exhibited by Megan Greiger, Sterling, Illinois. We're now ready for Class 2 in our Red Angus show. 4 entries in this class. Over on the west side of Broadbent Arena, we're now starting our full-blood Fleckby show, starting out with the junior show, the Challenge Cup. Class 1 has 2 entries 41 and 46. Our judge for today's show and our junior show, full-blood Fleckby, is Ben Weichert. Ben is assistant professor of animal science at the State University of New York. Ben has a Bachelor of Science degree from West Virginia University and a Master's of Science from Penn State University, and is a PhD candidate at the University of Missouri. Ben has judged local, regional, state, and national level livestock shows in 23 states. He is also the co-owner of Weichert Show Cattle, where he and his brother have bred and shown 6 national champion shorthorn heifers. It's indeed a pleasure to welcome Ben back here to the North American to evaluate our full-blood Fleckby show. Class 2 Fleckby females in the Challenge Cup should be in the makeup ring.
Again, a lot of potential in our April heifer calves on our Red Angus side, but I think a class winner that sorts up pretty quickly when we study her at the surface and ground. This heifer's foot shape is incredibly good, and it allows her to have a really nice skeleton as we study her up through her shoulder, as we look down through the top of that heifer's skeleton and study how square she is through the top of that rib, the length to her hip, and the athleticism that she has because she starts so correctly. I think that gives a nice place to begin this class with some balance and some athleticism and some performance. The next heifer that comes out is a female that's perhaps the deepest bodied of the group. As we get up on top of her, she narrows a bit, and we would like to see her a bit more correct as she handles her feet and legs. You can see as she travels, she wants to pull her top up slightly, gets a little bit closer behind at her hock, and we'd like to correct her in that regard. However, when we get her parked, you have to appreciate what she provides in terms of balance and profile. She's deep in her forerib, and she carries some doability. A little more front end in that heifer, but I don't mind that at all. I think it adds to her ability to have some potential performance as we continue as she develops. Heifer that comes next is a bit more angular than the heifer that stands two ahead of her. That heifer in third just needs to be probably a little softer in her makeup. We could probably see her carry some dimension back into the center of her body a little more correctly or a little more naturally. She's pretty green, and a lot of time to come with this heifer. A pretty wide-based heifer that's pretty correct in her design, probably even a little bit leveler as she gets out and travels. Plenty straight in an angle to her shoulder, but still strides pretty good. Heifer that comes next is a female that's got some thickness to her. Heifer that's got some rib shape to her. She gets just a little bit off in her pin set. It lets her get up under herself a little bit more as she gets out and travels, and she gives up the most performance to the other heifers that we have out here, but some value in her. Pretty heavy structured heifer, a heifer that again has some rib shape and some muscle thickness. I think a heifer that has the potential to continue to develop into a better one. Congratulations again to our exhibitors.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here with you at the North American International. This is one of my favorite livestock shows, so when I was asked to come and evaluate the Junior Fleck Fee show, I was very honored. I'm also very honored to be opposite on the microphone today of Mr. Jeff Bedwell, someone that I've looked up to and admired for several years in this first class of young heifer calves. We have a May and a March heifer calf. We're starting off the class with the younger female in the class today. She certainly is very productive in her overall look. She's very soft about that center portion of her rib, and for me, she takes a longer, more athletic stride off of both ends of her skeleton when we compare her to that darker red female. Certainly this female in second's nice and long and broody about that front end. She's just lacking a little bit of softness about that flank, a little bit of ruggedness that we see in that first place female, and would like to see her take a longer, more athletic stride off of both ends of that skeleton. Let's give both those young people a nice round of applause.
Placings in Class 2, Red Angus females. First place, entry number 10, KJ HT Bit of Honey, exhibited by Hannah Taylor, Tennyson, Indiana. Second place, entry number 9, exhibited by Chase Paulston, Harpers Ferry, Iowa. Third place, entry number 11, exhibited by Ethan Dickerson, Paradise, Kansas. And fourth place, entry number 8, exhibited by Joseph Gross, Lexington, North Carolina. In the ring now is Class 3 Red Angus. Over in our full-blood Fleckby show, Class 1, first place, entry number 41, exhibited by Hayden Galloway, Attica, Indiana. And second place, entry number 46, exhibited by Justin Galloway, also Attica, Indiana. In the ring now is Class 2. These heifers born January and February of 2016.
Nice trio of March females and a particularly competitive pair as we look at these two females at the front of the line. This heifer that I like to win the class just has the advantage in feminine character through her front third and the way that her shoulder lays into her rib cage. Both these heifers are big-bodied, deep, soft-made females that have the potential to have some performance to them and still yet be productive. And I think the heifer that wins the class does so with just a little more elegant package in terms of femininity and character about her front end and head. Heifer that comes next is stronger at the ground and is heavier structured than the heifer that wins the class. It reads to a little more coarseness to her front end, a little thicker as she ties to the top of her neck, but a very strong female that's got some extra muscle shape and extra rib shape. And those two heifers, because of their performance, work ahead of a heifer that's pretty green, more angular, longer bodied, and just not quite to that point where they're ready, she's not as ready as those two heifers are that work their way up up into 1 and 2. I'd also probably like to see this heifer that ends up 3 as maybe being just a bit more correct out of her pins and as she handles her hind leg with a bit more authority, but a nice female, and I think one that gets to be a really nice cow as she continues to develop. Congratulations again to our exhibitors.
Placings in Class 3, Red Angus females. First place, entry number 12, CB Miss Firefly 241D, exhibited by Camille Bloom, Brooklyn, Iowa. Second place, entry number 18, exhibited by Ben Spencer, Gibbon, Nebraska. And third place, entry number 14, exhibited by Brooke Ricky, Whiteford, Maryland. We're now ready for Class 4 in our Red Angus show. Heifers born between February 2nd and February 28th, 2016.
A very interesting class that we have here in our January and February heifer calves in our Fleckvie show, and I think that we're going to start off with the more powerfully constructed female. Certainly there are some things we'd like to change about her. For me personally, I'd like to see her a little bit more practical, a little bit flatter in terms of that muscle shape, but I think that this female just brings too much performance and balance when we view her from the side compared to the other females in the class. I think that she wins this class quite handily. And second, I do appreciate this February female for her flatness and softness in her muscle shape. She certainly is quite feminine and well balanced when we view her from the side. Just comes up a little bit narrow, maybe a little bit one-dimensional when we compare her to that stifle and this expressiveness down the top that we see in our class winner. Again, I really like the muscle shape and pattern of our heifer here coming in third, one that we'd like to see with a little bit more performance, a little bit more substance and ruggedness. She is one of the older females in the class. Again, one that balances up nicely when we view her from the side, just doesn't have the performance and the pounds per day of age to be competitive in this class. As we conclude the class, we see a heifer that we'd like to moderate in her overall type and kind. Just like to see her notch down a couple frame sizes. Again, one that is very large about her outline, just needs a little bit more substance and moderation of frame. Really nice class of heifers.
In our Fleckvie Junior Show, Class 2A, first place, entry number 98, exhibited by Cassidy Roush, Manchester, Michigan. Second place, entry number 202, exhibited by Hannah Carper, Starkville, Mississippi. Third place, entry number 125, exhibited by Jenna Hughes, Peru, Indiana. And fourth place, entry number 188, Jacoby Sparks, Huntsville, Texas. Coming into the ring now is Class 2B. These heifers were born January 5th to January 15th, 2016. Immediately following this class, we'll be selecting our junior heifer calf champion.
Another very interesting class over here on the Simmental side, and I think we're going to start off this class with a combination female of the class, a female that's extremely square and attractive when we look at her from hooks to pins, one that really carries a lot of muscle shape down her top and into the lower portions of her quarter, but a female that I think is still plenty feminine about her shoulder, how that shoulder lays into her forerib. Certainly a female that we'd probably like to see just ever so slightly more elevated in her chest floor, but I think one that I feel fairly comfortable with in terms of her structure and productivity at this age. A very nice, flat, and attractive female comes next. We'd like to see this female relax ever so slightly in her spine when we evaluate her on the move. We'd like to see her just blown apart a little bit more in terms of her width of base when we compare to that first place female, but one again that's very flat about her shoulder. She's feminine, she's very smooth and attractive when we view her on the standstill. The big powerhouse female comes in third, and this one I just don't find her to be very practical or productive in terms of her muscle shape. She certainly is just a very powerfully constructed female. She's very wide from hock to hock, one we would just like to see take a longer, more athletic stride off of both ends of her skeleton to be competitive in this class. We're concluding the class with the female that I find to be the lowest performing in class today, one that again we just like to see softened and moderated. Let's give them all a nice round of applause for a nice class.
Over on our Red Angus side, taking just a little bit more time as we've worked through some March heifer calves that I think just have a tremendous amount of value to them. There's not a bad female in this particular class. We just have to orient ourselves with where those cattle are with regards to the things we see that have the most positives and hopefully focus on those and draw an alignment from that. And as we approach that kind of process with this set of calves and realize there's a lot of time for these girls to develop and mature, and we're going to see a lot of things happen as they develop within different management scenarios that are going to either complement or hold them back. But I think as we recognize things with regards to feet and leg soundness and a look that gives them some extra balance and a little more proportionality, I think our class winner rises to the surface of this class fairly handily. I think she's one that always sets herself pretty correctly on her feet and legs. She never gets too wide or outside of herself up front. There is a pretty nice heifer over here there from time to time that does that, and that's one of the things I do appreciate about this heifer. I love the way that her shoulder blade fits on the edge of her body and the way that her rib shape turns to complement that shoulder. I like the femininity that she shows, and she's not ultra clean or trim fronted, and that doesn't bother me whatsoever. I think it actually adds to her doability. I like the fact that she's got a little shape to her rib, and I like the freshness, but I like the composition that we find in terms of having some extra advantage over a couple of these other heifers with a little more muscle shape and volume. Very nice heifer, and I think a nice place to start. Now, to be real honest, as they came in, this heifer in 2 is the heifer that struck me as one that moved very well. She held a good comfort to her top and stayed relaxed in that top line, still very correct on her feet and legs. As I watch her out here move, however, she wants to get just a little more up in her tail head, and as they do that, I find cattle get just a little in at their hocks, or they have some other issue below that tail head that's given them a reason for having that tail head position. And so this heifer, to me, a long-bodied, long-topped female that's got lots of rib and softness and steps her track nice, but as she goes away from me, I'd like to see more correctly oriented in regards to how her tail head sets at her pins and maybe how she comes to the ground on her hind leg. Even so, I think a little more substance to her than we find with this dark-headed heifer. This female, though, grows on me a lot, and to be honest, she's my challenge out here. I didn't think she had quite enough to her as we came in. I thought she was a little too tight right up through her throat and through the floor of her chest. As she's been out here longer, she grows on me, and I may be a little too hard on her in this particular group. She and 2 may actually need to be swapped, but as my first impression's usually the one I stick with, I'm going to stay with it today. But wouldn't be surprised, young lady, if we see this heifer calf just get a lot better a lot fast. And this female really grows on me in terms of her straightness of lines, the depth and sweep to her rib. Again, a heifer that the one I was talking about that I catch some different looks from. She occasionally wants to get outside of herself up front of that skeleton, but she is better in terms of her feet and leg placement on her hind leg compared to the heifer that stands above her. Heifer that comes next is a nice, long, productive female that's got lots of rib and softness to that center body. Now, she wants to work her top up just a little bit, and so I see a little hesitation in how she works that hind leg to the ground. Perhaps she's not has quite as much reach or quite as much comfort as she comes out of that shoulder section, but she's a good, soft, productive female that's got a lot of value to her as we watch her grow and develop. Still talking really nice cattle here as we round out our class in 5. She's one of the really muscular females we've got. As you study this female right out of her blade and down the top of her upper rib, she reads like a beef animal that's going to have some substance to her. You can see the extra depth to her quarter and the extra depth to her twist. She's not quite as femininely designed as the heifers that are above her in class, but I like her substance and I like those other muscular things about her, but it probably trends her to a side that's not quite as feminine as the other heifers we have in the lineup, but an awfully good one still yet. Again, congratulations to our exhibitors. How about we give them a nice round of applause?
In our Fleckby show, placings for Class 2B. First place, entry number 95, exhibited by Carissa Roush, Manchester, Michigan. Second place, entry number 80, exhibited by Casey Bale, Kimballton, Ohio. Third place, entry number 106, exhibited by Hunter Metzger, Williamsburg, Pennsylvania. And fourth place, entry number 62, exhibited by Renee Locke, Avon, Illinois. We're now selecting our junior heifer calf division champion in the Fleckby Junior Show. This award and the reserve are sponsored by Freedom Run Farms. Go ahead, Judge.
Certainly, this has been an interesting division. We've seen a lot of different types and kinds of cattle, but hopefully you can see that the more complete cattle really made it out into this division drive. We see 3 females that have some feminine quality and character about their front 1/3, but they still maintain adequate muscle mass and expression in their stifles and down their tops. They're the 3 sounder legged females. I certainly feel strongly about that, and certainly well balanced when we view them from the side. They're nice and level from their hooks to their pins. They're not restricted in that heart area. They're not too bold in the shoulder. Certainly, again, we've seen some differing types and kinds, but I do feel that there's one out here that really is the most complete. That's going to be your Class 3 winner, will be your division champion. Let's give her a nice round of applause.
Junior heifer calf champion in our Fleckby Junior Show is entry number 95. She's exhibited by Carissa Roush, Manchester, Michigan. That brings in entry 80 for the reserve selection. Roush. In our Red Angus show, placings in Class 4. First place, entry number 24, MF Pearl 6306, exhibited by Avery McMurphy, Alva, Oklahoma. Second place, entry number 20, exhibited by Ethan Dickerson, Paradise, Kansas. Third place, entry number 25, exhibited by Casey Linder, Platteville, Wisconsin. Fourth place, entry number 21, exhibited by Marcy Howard, Richfield, North Carolina. And fifth place, entry number 30, exhibited by Luke Paulsden, Harpers Ferry, Iowa. In the ring now is Class 5 Red Angus. These heifers range in age from January 1st to January 5th, 2016. Immediately following this class, we'll be selecting our junior heifer calf champion, Red Angus.
Back over on the Fleckby side of the ring, as we bring in that second place female from that third class, there certainly are a lot of things that we really do appreciate and admire about this female. And where we really start off with her is just that feminine quality she has about her front end, just really extended and long, but still maintains a very broody, productive look. And I certainly do admire that about her. Certainly in class, she got a little bit outpowered just in terms of skeletal width and maybe some rawness of muscle shape, but I think out here she certainly is the most second high quality female that we've had in this drive, and she'll be your reserve calf champion. Congratulations.
So in our January heifer calves on our Red Angus side, really 4 awfully nice heifer calves and a lot of differences in them, and I go ahead and give the advantages or the most advantages to the heifer that I think is the best at the ground. I think her foot shape is the best. I think her heel is set the best, and I think as we study her in terms of her ribs and rib and dimensionality that shows through the middle of her body there, I think a female that's got the ability to really have quite a bit of performance to her, and still you have to have a good maternal look. Again, a heifer that's got just a little more up through her front end as far as a little dewlap and brisket. Again, not a deal breaker for me whatsoever, just something to note as we study this cow and look at what she has to offer. I think good flexion on both ends of this heifer skeleton, and I think because of that, it gives her a notch more advantage as she strides out of here with some comfort in her top line that we don't see maybe in the next 2 heifers. Heifer that comes next is a heifer that starts really well up through her front third. Her angularity of front end is extremely good. A heifer that's got some substance to her, and really you don't appreciate how much thickness she has until you get right in on top of her. Big through the upper portion of her rib. Really like the center body this heifer has in her. I like the good deep twist we find in that female, and the shape that she has to her quarter and stifle. Hesitates ever so slightly as she gets out and travels off that hind leg, but I think that extra softness through the middle of her body gets her ahead of this heifer that comes next in 3. This heifer reads just a little hollowed out for me. Probably needs to be just a little fuller today, and that's all about being a show cow and one of the first times away from home. As we study her at the ground, we'd maybe like to see her toes just a little less long. Also probably like to set her up on her heel just a little better. She's like our class winner, a little more front end in her as far as some dewlap. Again, it doesn't bother me to see that with regards to having some dewability and the ability to convert and become a nice cow. Probably like to work on those feet a little bit. Probably need to have her just a little fuller. And here's another heifer that probably needs a little more volume as we study her in this group. She wants to also be a little more restricted in her movement, and I'm not sure whether she's fighting that chain a little bit more. That's kind of the way it seems. She at times gives me a look where she actually goes pretty good, but most of the time she's just being a mess, and so we don't get that fair shot with her necessarily. A heifer that's got some muscle shape, excellent angularity and shape to the center of her quarter. Just like to see her go a little easier and have a little more volume.
In our Fleck V Junior Show, Reserve Junior Heifer Calf Champion went to entry number 80. She's owned by Cassie Bell, Kimballton, Ohio. In the ring now is Class 5 in our Fleck V show. These heifers range in age from September 21st to December 29th, 2015. Over in our Red Angus show, Class 5, placings first place, entry number 39. Van Wyn Velvet Rose 601, exhibited by Jenna Van Wyn, Atlanta, Illinois. Second place, entry number 37, Debor Sweet Cheeks D22, exhibited by Dawson Dimmitt, Boonville, Indiana. Third place, entry number 40, exhibited by Stephen Geiger, Sterling, Illinois. And fourth place, entry number 38, exhibited by Reba Prather, Nancy, Kentucky. We're now selecting our Junior Heifer Calf Champion in the Red Angus show. If you've just joined us in Broadbent Arena, our judges for today's shows over on our Fleck V Junior Show is Mr. Ben Weichert from Cobleskill, New York, and evaluating our Red Angus show is Mr. Jeff Bedwell from Fairview, Oklahoma. Glad to have these gentlemen with us this afternoon to evaluate our cattle.
What a stout-featured, feminine, extremely highly presented heifer that we start off to win this class. And when we're talking about these continentally bred cattle, I was never expecting to see something with such good a feet and joint quality, but she certainly does excel in terms of the smoothness and flatness to her hocks, the flexibility and athleticism she has at the ground, and a female that just really overwhelms the rest of the class in terms of her depth of flank, her softness she has to the center portion of her rib, and she still, although she's got plenty of muscle, she still maintains a flat, attractive, and elegant shoulder. If anything, we'd probably just like to see her ever so slightly more elevated in that chest floor, but certainly this female dominates this class. We're going to go in second with the more moderate female in this class, and one that I like a lot of different parts and pieces about her. She certainly is a female that's nice and long about that spine. She's level from hooks to pins, one that we just like to see with a little bit more growth and performance, but personally I'd rather see one a little bit on the moderate side than just being way too big. And I think that's what we get into in our final pair of heifers. We just need to see these females moderated. The red and white heifer that comes next, for me, just had a little bit more shape down her top, had a little bit more expressiveness in her stifle, and a little bit more softness in her flank. When we compare her to the baldy female that comes out next, we certainly do like the outline and the length of spine that this female has. Just like to see her changed a little bit in those hind two. Like to see her with a little bit more of an acute angle to those hocks and have a little bit more athleticism on the move. Certainly a very nice class winner in that class.
Well, as we're kind of getting these heifer calves on the Red Angus side used to being show heifers, they're really doing a nice job. The kids are doing a good job, and the cattle are really coming together. I think that's a pretty striking set of calf class winners. Let's give them a nice round of applause and encourage them with their effort, if you would, please. I think just really a nice group of cows as we watch them develop. We started with a really good pair there that are really, really juvenile. Mays and Junes, gosh, they're just babies. And lots of performance in our class winner, lots of substance, and she's very competitive against some heifers that have got an advantage to her in terms of maturity. And we follow the heifer next behind her that comes out of a really strong April class, and you look at that female and she balances up good. She's really correct on her feet and legs. I like the honest shape and substance that she has in regards to her shape. I think just an awful competitive one as well. We get into a March heifer there that won a pretty challenging class there in terms of having a bunch of them that had some performance to them. This female of this group gets to be one of the really deep-bodied ones that we have of these class winners. Perhaps not quite as elegant fronted as maybe the heifers on either side of her might be. Maybe she doesn't travel quite as freely, but she's got some advantages that really keep her in the mix on this deal, and all that substance and all that dimensionality certainly puts her in the works. This young lady's heifer that comes out of the fourth class, I believe, or February's, just a really striking heifer in terms of her top line and her design. I like the way that her neck and shoulder complement one another. That shoulder sets comfortably on her skeleton and allows her to reach very, very freely off both ends. I like the substance that she has and the muscular look that she has to really still maintain a high degree of femininity and freshness. I think an awfully nice calf. And then we've got a heifer that's similar to what our March heifer was in terms of performance that comes from a January class, a big rugged kind of a heifer that's got extra weight per day of age and potential to continue that. Really a big-bodied heifer that's sound and flexes good on both ends of her skeleton, a little more loosely made in her top line and in the way that her skeleton fits together compared to a couple of the other heifers that are in the lineup ahead of her, but a lot of potential and some value in that heifer as we look at what she can do for not only your breeding program, but also how she might contribute to the breed. Really a nice set of heifers, a lot of character, a lot of femininity and quality, a lot of potential. Again, let's give them a nice round of applause. I'll show you where I like our champion in reserve to come from.
In our Fleckby Junior Show, Class 5, and it's a single class in this division. So first place, and automatically your intermediate champion female is entry number 65. She's exhibited by Courtney Bell, Kimballton, Ohio. Second in class, an automatically reserve intermediate champion, entry number 89, exhibited by Ryan Linville, Morning View, Kentucky. Third place in class, entry number 56, exhibited by Cody Bell, Kimballton, Ohio. Fourth in class, entry number 78, exhibited by Cassie Bell, Kimballton, Ohio. And our Fleckby show in the ring now is class 9. Over in our Red Angus show, Junior Heifer Calf Champion goes to entry number 24, MF Pearl 6306, exhibited by Avery McMurphy, Alva, Oklahoma. And the reserve. And the reserve division champion comes out of class 2, entry number 10. KJ HT Bit of Honey, exhibited by Hannah Taylor, Tennyson, Indiana. And that female is also bred and owned champion in that division.
Over on the Fleckby side of the show, I think we're going to start off this class with a little bit of a framier female, but I think that she just offers too much structural soundness to really start anywhere else. We certainly do appreciate the length of stride that she takes off of both ends of her skeleton. A female that has plenty of rib shape and depth of body. Certainly not the deepest female in the class, but one I think is certainly adequate in terms of that depth of body. I really do like this female's hip structure. When we see it, she's certainly the longer, leveler female out of her hip, and I think that, again, is really what brings her to the top of this class, especially when we compare her to the roundness that this female in second has in her hip. We'd like to see her a little bit square from hooks to pins, have a little bit more length out of that hip. I think it would make her look a little bit more feminine and a little bit more productive in my eyes. Certainly this female is very overwhelming in terms of her outer rib shape, but for me, she just doesn't have quite the length and levelness that we saw in that class winner, and also doesn't take quite the length of stride that we saw in that class winner as well. Two very high quality females that are nearing their productive end, and I think that we should certainly admire those productive qualities about them. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Placings in class 9 in our Fleckby Junior show. First place, entry number 118, VPFS Cali 10C, exhibited by Bailey Carper, Starkville, Mississippi. Second place, entry number 112, exhibited by Keller Metzger, Williamsburg, Pennsylvania. Coming into the ring now is class 10 in our Fleckby show. Immediately following this, we'll be selecting our senior champion female.
Again, another really fine trio of heifers, a set of winter heifer calves that really, I think, are very, very competitive and just really good kind of cows as we study them and what their potential shows us they may offer. Our class winner, to me, is the feminine-fronted female of the group that has the most character in that regard. She ties the best at the top of her shoulder and reads extremely nice up through the top of her neck, and then I'm not disappointed as I get behind her. I see a nice outward turn to the upper portion of her rib. I like the angle that she has to her, from her hooks to her pins, and the correctness and the set that she has there, I think it enables her to be more correct at the ground as well. There's actually a heifer in here that's got more substance and probably outmeasures her in terms of performance and a little more body volume, and she sets second because I don't think she's quite as easy moving or quite as correct maybe on that hind leg with regards to how she squares up as you study her from behind. And the other thing I see in this heifer is that she's a bit more coarse about the read I get up through her front end, just a little stronger up through her blade and shoulder, just a little bit coarser up through the top of her neck, but a really bold made female that complements that with lots of extra shape to her rib, and she's going to have extra muscle. So if you prefer that, and that's a direction you need to go in your program, this heifer probably suits you a little better than my class winner. I just really like that class winner at the ground, and I think she maintains a nice advantage in terms of femininity. Heifer that comes next is a female that just gives up a little shape to either one of those two, maybe a little balance. As we look at her from the side, her lines aren't quite as uniform, and maybe she doesn't have quite the feminine striking character as our class winner. A heifer that's still yet pretty level out of her hip, a heifer that's relatively correct on her feet and legs. We just like to see more substance and a little more shape to that heifer, perhaps a little more attractive design through her front third. Again, congratulations to our exhibitors.
Very unique class of Fleck V females over on our Fleck V side of the ring, and I think that we're going to start off with this red female, and where she really does excel is in her joint and foot quality over that second place female. Both of these heifers we'd like to see them move out a little bit more athletically, but I think this one does have an advantage in terms of her joint quality. She's nice and flat about those hocks. She has some movement and some true flexibility in those hocks when we compare her to the class when to the second place female. One, again, a female that has ample shape to the center portion of her rib. She's adequately sprung to her rib, and I think that she's going to develop a nice productive udder on her as well. Female that comes in second, this red and white heifer, we'd probably like to see her just moderated a hair in terms of her frame size. Like to see her a little bit softer in the center portion of her body. This female is very expressive in her muscle shape and pattern, just doesn't quite have the maternal capacity that we see in that class winner. Certainly two very productive females.
In our Red Angus show, placings in Class 8. First place, entry number 41, SSST Dream Girl 367S, exhibited by Lincoln Landry in Bowdoin, Arkansas. Second place, entry number 44, exhibited by Nolan Rinshire, Dawson, Illinois. And third place, entry number 42, exhibited by Josh Newton, Somerset, Kentucky. In the ring now is Class 9 Red Angus Senior Heifer Calves. These heifers range in age from October 10th to October 17th, 2015. In our Fleck V Junior show, Class 9, first place, entry number, wait a minute, I did that, didn't I?
You did. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Now it's 2-1.
It's Class 10, placings in Class 10. First place, entry number 71, exhibited by Courtney Bell, Kimballton, Ohio. And second place, entry number 31, exhibited by Hunter Metzger, Williamsburg, Pennsylvania. We're now selecting our senior champion female in the Fleck V Junior show. The senior champion division award is sponsored by C.J. Simmental. The reserve senior division award sponsored by Rickshaw Simmental. Immediately following this, we'll be ready to select our grand and reserve grand champion females in the junior show.
On our Red Angus side, we're working into a set of October-born heifer calves, and the class winner's got a pretty good advantage in performance to the two heifers behind her, but there's some value in these two heifers behind them. They're just not managed in the same way. This young man's done his homework, and he's gotten her ready to come today, and she's ready. That female actually could be toned down a nickel for me in terms of her conditioning, but a female that's long-bodied and big volume, heifer that's pretty good in terms of her feet and leg correctness, probably has advantages in terms terms of how her foot shape sets to the surface, and probably the depth of her heel gives her some advantage as well. Heifers that are second and third both are heifers that do have some quality. The dark red heifer to me is one that's got some substance to her, and certainly probably hasn't seen quite the care that we've seen in our class winner in terms of feed, but this female still got shape and still got some extra muscle shape to her, and I like that correctness that goes along with that compared to the heifer that ends up 3. Longer bodied heifer in 3 over 2. This heifer probably is even longer necked than the second place heifer is, but gives up a little in terms of how she places those feet and legs in terms of correctness. Again, congratulations to our exhibitors.
Over on the Simmons Hall side, we certainly have 2 very powerfully constructive females out here in this division drive. We have one that's a little bit longer about her spine. She's probably a little bit more practical in terms of her muscle shape, and certainly one that for me could be used in a variety of situations in our modern cattle industry, and that'll be this first class winner of this division will be your division champion. Congratulations to you.
Your senior champion female in the Flakely Junior Show, entry number 118, VPFS Cali 10C, exhibited by Bailey Carper, Starkville, Mississippi. In our Red Angus Show, Class 9, first place, entry number 46, 3 Ace Maddie, 9045, exhibited by Mary Allie Oliver, Union City, Tennessee. Second place, entry number 45, exhibited by Abigail Georges, Linville, Indiana. And third place, entry number 47, exhibited by Mackenzie Walter, Upton, Kentucky. In the ring now in our Red Angus Show's Class 10. These heifers range in age from September 3rd to September 29th, 2015. Immediately following this class, we'll select our senior heifer calf champion.
To select your reserve division, I think, again, both of these females have bring a lot to the table. They're both very wide based. They're deep about the center portion of their rib. They're females that have some flatness to their shoulder. They have some good qualities to their feet and joints. I do think, again, however, there is a female that just has more practical implications to our modern cattle industry. She's a little bit flatter about her muscle shape. She's a little bit more smooth and attractive about the front 1/3 of her body, and that'll be that second place female out of Class 1. Let's give him a nice hand.
And your reserve senior champion female in the Flakely Junior Show is entry number 112, CVC Icicle 503C, exhibited by Keller Metzger, Williamsburg, Pennsylvania. We're now ready to select our grand and reserve grand champion female in our Flakely Junior Show. Take a moment, you Red Angus Junior exhibitors. Red Angus Junior exhibitors. We ask that at the conclusion of the show that all Red Angus Junior exhibitors come up to the trophy table here. They have a special presentation for each exhibitor, a very nice sleeveless vest. So you junior exhibitors come up and be sure to get sized and pick up your sleeveless vest.
In going to select your champion full-blood Simmental female out here in the junior show, I'm really pleased with what we have out here in the ring today. We have 3 class winners that I think have a lot of very good qualities, regardless if you're looking to raise cattle to go into a feedlot, if you're looking to raise cattle for seed stock purposes, or if you're just looking to raise some functional animals. I think that all 3 of these class winners really came to the top of their respective classes because of their functionality, their practicality, and just their balance. I think that we have 3 very structurally sound females out here as well. This first division champion is one that really still catches my eye when we view her from the side. She's very well balanced. She's long and level from hooks to pins. One that, again, is just very stout featured, but not stout to the point where we would view her as masculine, and I think that's very important when we're evaluating these breeding pieces. Our Division II female is one that, man, just really tells you she's a show cow. She's just so balanced and level when we view her from the side. She's a female that's flat about her shoulder, one that gives us a little bit of added look when we view her from the side. She gives us a little bit of added depth of rib, a little bit of more softness in her flank, and certainly what I found to be the most structurally sound female in today's show as well. Our senior champion is one that, again, has a lot of practicality, regardless if you're looking to raise full-blood Simmentals or if you put an Angus bull on her. She would probably throw very productive, high-quality cattle that would have a little bit more growth, a little bit more muscle shape than we'd be used to seeing in our traditional British breeds. I think that we do have a female out here that really does exemplify what we're looking for in any type of cattle. And again, it's just been a true pleasure to be out here with you today. Some of my most favorite memories are right here on these green shavings as an exhibitor, and I'm so glad to be asked to judge this show today. Let's give all of our junior exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Your grand champion female in the Fleck V Junior show comes out of Division II. She's entry number 65, Rugged R, Mona Lynn, C199, exhibited by Courtney Bell, Kimballton, Ohio. That brings in entry 89 for the reserve grand selection.
On our Red Angus side, we'll interrupt here just a little bit and kind of line up these September females, and this is a really strong class and good numbers in this class, and I think one to start with in the front of this lineup that I think sets a nice tone and pace for the remainder of the heifers to line up against. The heifer has got some substance to her. She's really, really correct on her feet and legs. I like her presence out here in regards to how she remains comfortable and relaxed as she gets out and travels. She's got a great feminine, maternal look to her, and again, I think just sets a nice tone for the rest of these girls to try to measure up against. A pair of long-bodied heifers that have got a muscular shape to their top and a little more depth and shape to their quarter, maybe even than the class winner does. I think the difference here is that they don't have quite the athleticism we find with our class winner. They're not quite as comfortable at the surface as our class winner is, but good females with some production and some performance in them. Tremendously long-bodied females that have got some shape to their top and certainly have some generating ability from that regard. Another couple of heifers that come next that get just a little plainer in the way that they look up front. This heifer that comes next, a little shorter haired kind of heifer that is really long moving and sound traveling, but good deep bodied female that just isn't quite as attractive through her front third as those heifers above her. These next 2 heifers are a pair of heifers that are a little like that, probably need to be a little more attractive fronted. The heifer that comes out that's about number 6 here, making the turn, is a female that probably needs to be a little better at the surface than what she is in regards to foot shape and maybe even foot size. Heifer that follows her, a female that's got some ruggedness to her and some dimensionality to her, just gets a little coarser as we read about her. This female gets a little longer in her toe, a little flatter in her heel, and then we follow that with a female that gets way up on her toes, and we're a little concerned about her soundness and her flexibility. The potential longevity that follows one like that can be shortened up considerably. Heifer that comes next just gets gets outsized and just gives up some performance to the other cattle we have in the lineup, there's some value to her in that she travels pretty freely and moves pretty comfortably off both ends of her skeleton, but just gives up too much weight per day of age here in this group. Congratulations again.
Bringing in our reserve division too, certainly this female is very moderate in her type and kind. She gives us some good productive muscle shape. She still maintains some femininity and attractiveness about that front 1/3. I think she's a female that probably, again, we'd like to see a little bit more grow to that female, a little bit more weight per day of age when we compare her to a couple of the other heifers out here in contention. I think that we do have a heifer that most readily follows the overall type and kind of our champion in terms of her balance and her style, in terms of the amount of depth and spring she has to her rib, and also in terms of the joint quality that she has, that she brings to the table. I'll go out and select your reserve champion, full-blood Simmental female. Let's give him another round of applause for a really nice show.
And your reserve champion, Fleck V female in our junior show, comes out of Division 1. She's entering 95, FGAF, Upload 038D, exhibited by Cassidy Roush, Manchester, Michigan. Is she bred no?
Right. Okay.
Is she bred? She says yes on her.
118. Okay, bye.
Again, another solid division in our Red Angus show. These falls have been a really good group of cattle, and we've run into some of these classes have had a good amount of depth in terms of the quality that we found. I think these three class winners all resemble each other in terms of feet and leg soundness and their presence that they have with regards to balance and how they get their head up out of their shoulder and have a good feminine character to their body and show us some maternal potential as we think about making them cows that they need to be. We won't necessarily discuss each of them, but in general, you know, these heifers are handled and managed extremely well. The heifer that comes out of the second class of this division, I believe in October, I might tone her down just a notch as we compare her to the November or the September heifer on either side. But a good group of cows, and I think they're positioned to make develop into really good cows from the standpoint that the kids are managing them well and doing a good job with them. Let's give them a great big round of applause as we make a selection for a division and a reserve division, and as we congratulate their efforts here this afternoon.
In our Fleck V Junior show, we recognize our champion bred and owned female. She's entry number 118, exhibited by Bailey Carper, Starkville, Mississippi.
Premier Holder, I don't know if she narrowed it.
Over in our Red Angus show, I'm a little behind here on this class. Class 10. First place in that class and was just selected your senior heifer calf champion, entry number 49, Ground Destiny C50, exhibited by Caitlin Cape, Hampton, Maryland. Second in that class, entry number 51, exhibited by Trent Birchie, Flanagan, Illinois. Third place, entry number 56, exhibited by Joseph Gross, Lexington, North Carolina. Fourth place, entry number 54, exhibited by Megan Anderson, Wayne City, Illinois. Fifth place, entry number 50, exhibited by Abigail Georges, Linville, Indiana. Sixth place, entry number 57, exhibited by Madison Adams, Lexington, North Carolina. Seventh place, entry number 53, exhibited by Peyton Nagel, Trenton, Illinois. Eighth place, entry number 1, exhibited by Caitlin Templeton, West End, North Carolina. And ninth place, entry number 55, exhibited by Connor Walters, Upton, Kentucky. Your reserve senior heifer calf champion went to entry number 41 out of Class 8, SST Dream Girl 367C, exhibited by Lakin Landry in Bowdoin, Arkansas. And the bred and owned champion in that division was entry 56, exhibited by Joseph Gross, Lexington, North Carolina. In our Red Angus show, in the ring now is Class 13, single entry in this class. Class 14 should be in the makeup ring. I want to remind you, Red Angus exhibitors, immediately following our champion heifer selection, we will have a Red Angus showmanship. You start with youngest or oldest? Start with the youngest division and proceed up to the oldest division in Red Angus showmanship. Remind you, Red Angus junior exhibitors, at the conclusion of the show, to come up and get your sleeveless vest.
Well, we do have just a single entry and an August-born heifer calf with our Red Angus show at this point. And, you know, sometimes the challenge with a single entry is you don't always appreciate just how nice the cattle are if they're really a good one. And by my estimation, this is a really nice heifer, and they've beautifully presented her here today. The young lady does a nice job putting her together. Really a balanced heifer that's got some substance and volume and some center body to her. You know, a very proportionally made heifer that reads with some femininity and a nice maternal look. That's a nice heifer calf, and she can handle a lot of challengers. Let's give her a nice round of applause.
Placings in Class 13, Red Angus, first place, entry number 58, 3 Aces, Fiona 8015, exhibited by Alicia Meyer, Clinton, Tennessee. Now ready for Class 14, Red Angus. These heifers range in age from May 1st to June 16th. We are moving into our open full-blood Simmental Fleckby show. And first class is in the ring, single entry in this class. Our judge for our open show is Mr. Gary Staley from Urbana, Ohio. Gary is owner and operator of Heastone Farms, where he raises Simmental cattle. Gary's had the opportunity to judge several shows across the country and has exhibited many champions from coast to coast. Indeed, a pleasure to have Gary Staley back here at the North American to evaluate our show today.
It'll just mute. Just mute. Well, it's a pleasure to be here at the North American judging your Fleckby Pinnacle show. We got an interesting heifer calf here to start off the Fleckby show. Here's one with lots of pounds, and she's got a look about her. You really appreciate her from her shoulder back. She really comes back into a nice body and is adequate in her muscle shape. Young man's just done a really nice job coming out here and exhibiting this heifer. It'll be nice to see her stack up against some competition. Let's give him a round of applause.
We're into some summer-born heifers or late spring yearling heifers in the Red Angus show, and really a nice pair that work their way to the top. And I can swap these and have in my own mind a time or two, but I think when we look at the conformation of the heifers and we start them at the ground, heifer that has the advantage is our class winner. She starts with a nice shape to her foot. She gives us a really good look as she gets out and travels with good flexibility to that skeleton. Both these heifers, to me, are getting some condition on them, and we wouldn't want them a lot further than they are at this point. Certainly not a situation where it looks to me like it's going to hinder their productivity, but I think both of them as a pair could be a little bit trimmer than they are, and we find that actually in the heifer that stands third. But as we study these two females, a little more balance and a little more proportionality in the heifer that's the class winner and the darker red female. Just think we get more smoothness out of that female, and again, just a little more balance and proportionality. A longer bodied heifer that we follow her with in two, to me, she gets just a little hesitant as she handles a hind leg from time to time. She has the advantage in length out of her hip compared to the class winner, but really a nice pair, and you can tangle those together a couple of different ways and justify that, in my mind, really a good pair. The heifer that I mentioned being a little bit trimmer than those two comes three. This heifer is very angular up through her front end and handles herself pretty uniformly and level as you study her from shoulder to hip. At the surface, that heifer wants to hesitate slightly to me when she sets those feet down, but I like the good, long, productive front end that she has in her, a maternal look that she has, some refinement to her udder, and a lot of quality to go along with that. Her balance and her uniformity of lines gets her ahead of the next two heifers. Both these two females have got some fundamental soundness about them. I'd like to see both these heifers just a little more attractive as we look at them. I like the heifer in four because of a little advantage in substance and volume. Heifer that rounds out our class maybe gives up some in terms of keeping those feet and legs up under her, just a little lower, just a little longer in her toe placement, a little longer in her toe than we'd like for her to be. Good set of Red Angus females out of this May-June class.
Here's another single entry on the Fleckby side. Here's a female you really got to appreciate the length of body that she has. She's really level about her spine, really level about her hip. Where I'd like to change this one ever so slightly is off her hind wheels. You want to give her a little more flex at that pasture, and maybe just make her not so erect out through her front 1/3 for me, but certainly a really nice growthy kind of a female. Let's give her a round of applause.
In our Red Angus show, Class 14, first place, entry number 63, TC Rachel 115C, exhibited by Tucker Byer, Ringgold, Wisconsin. Second place, entry number 62, exhibited by Avery McMurphy, Alva, Oklahoma. Third place, entry number 64, exhibited by Ty Montgomery, Coates, Kansas. Fourth place, entry number 60, exhibited by Megan Geyer, Sterling, Illinois. And fifth place, entry number 59, exhibited by Abigail Georges, Linville, Indiana. In our Red Angus show, we're now selecting our intermediate champion heifer. Over in our Fleckby Pinnacle show, Class 1, first place, entry number 37, exhibited by M&J Farms, Attica, Indiana. Class 2, single entry also, first place, entry number 45, also exhibited by M&J Farms, Attica, Indiana. In the ring now in our Pinnacle show, Class 3A, heifers ranging in age from January 18th to February 8th.
We've worked ourselves into an intermediate division selection here on our Red Angus side. Again, we had a single entry out of that August age group of cattle. This heifer, again, represents that group very, very well and could sure handle some competition, and I think rivals the heifer behind her and gives her about all she wants. This heifer is very smooth and shapely in terms of her kind, and I think in terms of her length of hip and the positioning of a lot of things regarding that hip structure, I like an awful lot about that heifer. She does ever want to get just a little outside of herself from time to time, particularly as we study her from behind, and we'd maybe like to pull that together just a little bit. That strong female that just won a really stout pair of heifers out of that September class, just a lot to this female, a lot of substance to that female, advantages over a lot of breeds of cattle at the same age in terms of her foot and the strength in terms of structure that she would have. Probably holds herself together just a little better as we watch her get away from us and get out and travel with regards to keeping those feet and legs within the symmetry of her skeleton. Certainly appreciate those things about her. Let's put our hands together, congratulate our kiddos. They've done a great job out here with this older set of heifers. Congratulations and best of luck to them.
In our Red Angus show, intermediate champion heifer goes to entry number 63. She's also your bred and owned champion, TC Rachel 115C, exhibited by Tucker Byer, Ringgold, Wisconsin. Your reserve division champion, entry number 58. Entry number 58, 3 Aces Fiona 8015, exhibited by Alicia Meyer, Clinton, Tennessee. In our Red Angus show, we're now ready for Class 17. These heifers range in age from April 2nd, April 19th, 2015.
as these two pull into line here on the Fleckvy side. I'm going to go ahead and use the heifer for me that's got the most amount of weight and mass and substance to her. Here's one that you really appreciate the thickness and the levels of top she has. She's really fluid when she goes on the move. You really appreciate the flex that she's got in her pasture, and she really's got a lot of flex in her hock. She's got plenty of body and muscle shape for me. I like to tone her down just ever so slightly in her shoulder. That's getting picky on a really nice Fleckvy female. Taking nothing away from the female here in second. Here's a female that you really appreciate her, as far as her muscle pattern and being flatter in her muscle pattern. To me, there's just not enough muscle to get around the heifer that proceeds in class, but certainly a nice female. I like to tone her down just ever so slightly in her top, relax her in her top. I don't know if that's just part of the halter today, her fighting the halter, but if you just change that heifer ever so slightly, she could get around the heifer that precedes her in class. And then we have two really nice females here rounding off the class. For me, they just need some more power and balance and style to get around the two ahead of them. Let's give them a round of applause. A nice class of Fleckvy heifers.
In our Pinnacle Full-Blood Fleckvy Show, Class 3A, first place, entry number 97. FGAF Apola 038A, exhibited by Firm Gagnon, Chenville, Quebec. Second place, entry number 205, exhibited by Little Creek Farm, Starkville, Mississippi. Third place, entry number 122, exhibited by Little Creek Farm, Starkville, Mississippi. And fourth place, entry number 198, exhibited by Maxey Valley Farm, Morningview, Kentucky. Coming into the ring now is Class 3B. These heifers range in age from January 5th to January 15th.
Really a nice group of April females in this lineup, and I think a pair to kind of draw to that are very, very complete in their makeup, particularly our class winner. I think that female starts at the ground very comfortably and very correctly. I think she comes up into a skeleton that complements some extra dimensionality and width. A long-bodied female that's still yet got some maternal look to her and some femininity. She's not quite as crisp right up through the top of her neck or the top of the blade of that shoulder, maybe as some other heifers have been, but she's awfully feminine and maternal in her design. I like the refinement, and I like the potential that we see back in that udder for some balance in that udder, some refinement in that udder as well. This heifer complements her very well. That goes second. She might actually be a little stronger in her feature in terms of her bone work, and maybe even a little bigger footed than her class winner. Not quite as well designed in terms of being just balanced from front to rear. She pushes just a little more chest floor in her than the heifer that wins the class. Again, not a deal breaker for me, but a heifer that just is a little more attractive in that regard that she has to get around in this particular group. But watch her go. That heifer's really comfortable in her top. She places her feet and legs extremely correct, and I think she really needs to stay in this top pair just to be recognized for her overall feet and leg correctness. And then we get into a very attractive dark pigmented heifer, or dark colored heifer. This female is very attractive, I think, as we study her from the side. Balanced in terms of her uniformity of lines, not as deep-bodied as maybe even some of the heifers that are immediately below her in class. I think her femininity for me and the balance that she shows us from the side, I like when I get up on top of this heifer. She's just a little more uniform in her width and that upper rib, and as she carries back more fully right out to her hip, we get a real productive kind of a cow that comes next, that's big-footed and got a little extra bone, and maybe as stout structured and stout a featured animal as we've got in the class, but a little more coarsely made in the udder that we see in that heifer, a little more navel in that female, and so she could tone that down just a little bit to make her a little more competitive against a heifer that's prettier and maybe doesn't move quite as well in that top, or in that pair of 3 and 4. Heifer that comes next is a heifer that's certainly got some length of body to her and kind of reads with a good productive look to her front third. This heifer hesitates a little on her back foot and seems to be a little sore at times, so I catch a different look from her from time to time. But a good bodied female, again, one that has some maternal look to her front end because she's got some substance to her rib cage. Again, gets just a little less athletic and a little less stable, perhaps just a little less authoritative on that hind leg. Heifer that comes next is a big-bodied heifer that's just a little further along, and the challenge that you guys may have with your Red Angus cattle is they just do a lot on a little bit of nothing. I had a set of Red Angus cows that did more on less than anything I ever had. Why I sold them, I never know. But anyway, that heifer is one of those that you don't have to show much feed to, and she's getting just outside of herself and a little too far along in terms of conditioning, so we'd like to tone her down some and get her back into a more productive potential. Heifer that comes next, just a little looser made in her skeleton and top line and up to her shoulder. We'd like just to orient her to a little more smoothness, perhaps a little more capacity to go along with that. Again, congratulations to our exhibitors.
Four really nice January Fleckvy females here. I'm going to go ahead and use the female that hits me the hardest as far as the most dimension and chest floor. I really appreciate the levelness that she has about her top. I really like how this heifer in her shoulder-neck junction comes out of her shoulder. I really appreciate her when she goes on the move. Just maybe want to give her a little more flex there in her hock, but certainly you appreciate from her stifle back into her round and around down into her hock. You really appreciate this female a great deal at that moment. But certainly a really big, capacious kind of a female for a Fleckvy. I think the lady just handled this class very well. Then we got a really feminine kind of female here coming next. I really appreciate the muscle shape and the rib shape that this female has. For me, I just like to see her a little shot more power to get around the female ahead of her. I'd like to change the way she's moving off her hind two wheels. She flexes enough, but for me, she wants to be a little shorter in her stride to get around the heifer in front of her. Then we have the heifer here in third. I really like this heifer standing still. You really appreciate her as far as her dimension and her look. For me, where she loses it is on the move. You really like to give her some more flex in her hock and her pasterns for me to get any higher in the class. But certainly when this one's standing still, you really love her shoulder back into her heart down into her rib cage. A really unified kind of female when she's standing still. Then the young lady's heifer here coming next. Here again, one that you really appreciate in her design and her muscle makeup. For me, she wants to get a little higher in the center portion of her body, wants to get those hind wheels a little bit underneath her, but certainly you got to admire the amount of width and depth that she has about her chest and the capacity that she's carrying. Let's give them a round of applause. Four really nice females.
Over in our Red Angus show, Class 17, first place, entry number 73, SLGN Sheba Charlie 578C, exhibited by Jacob Talpe, Cushing, Iowa. Second place, entry number 70, TC Lola 70C, exhibited by Ethan Dickerson, Paradise, Kansas. Third place, entry number 65, exhibited by Laken Landry in Bowdoin, Arkansas. Fourth place, entry number 71, exhibited by Kayla Ritchie, Galatia, Illinois. Fifth place, entry number 72, exhibited by Brooke Ritchie, Whiteford, Maryland. And sixth place, entry number 68, exhibited by Camille Bloom, Brooklyn, Iowa. Seventh place, entry number 69, exhibited by Peyton Nagel, Trenton, Illinois. In the ring now in our Red Angus shows Class 18. These heifers range in age from March 6 to March 28, 2015. In our full-blood Fleckvy Pinnacle Show, Class 3B, first place, entry number 90, exhibited by Firm Gagnon, Chinville, Quebec. Second place, entry number 99, exhibited by Corner View Cattle Company, Clinton, Wyoming, Ontario. Third place, entry number 104, exhibited by Firm Gagnon, Chenville, Quebec. And fourth place, entry number 79, exhibited by Buzzard Hollow Ranch, Granbury, Texas. We're now selecting our junior heifer calf champion in the Pinnacle Show. Sponsors of the junior heifer calf champion and reserve junior heifer calf champion are Little Creek Farm, Starkville, Mississippi.
Here in the first division of the Fleckvy show. We got four really unified kind of females here that put themselves together in a nice package, and I'm kind of glad how they all kind of laid out, because we had two single entries and we come into some bigger classes back here. But for me, I think there's a heifer out here that just kind of dominates the situation as far as body, eye appeal, and balance, as it rolls it into a nice structure, and it's the heifer there out of the Class 4. She'll be your champion in this particular division. I'll look at the second when it comes in and give you a reserve. Let's give them a round of applause. A nice group of Fleckvy females.
Heifer calf champion, the Fleckvy show, goes to entry number 90, exhibited by Firm Gagnon, Chenville, Quebec.
There are 5 really, really nice Red Angus females out here, and I wouldn't argue a whole lot if you inverted this class. I find value in our 5th place heifer from the standpoint of substance and volume. My God, look how much rib and belly she's got, and still yet trim in terms of her conditioning relative to some of the other heifers that have some of that extra middle and capacity that are a little higher in her condition. She gets a little less oriented up she doesn't pull herself together up through her front end nearly as well as she needs to go along with all of that, but there's a lot of value in her. Look at 4. Female that's very correct and completely designed. As you study her down her top, you look at the way that her outward turn and shape to her rib really complements a lot of center body and a lot of length to her muscle pattern. She gets out and travels, and she wants to pull that hind leg up under her just a little bit, and so I can see working her into that spot, and that's kind of why she works to that spot. But I love the balance to her udder. I love the refinement to her teats. I think an awful lot of value there, and it's not easy putting one as good as 3rd that stands here in this position. She gets a little higher in her condition, as does the heifer that I'm going to place 2nd, have more condition and a little more waist through her lower body than I prefer, but just a really big, strong female that's got all kinds of dimensionality to her. Female that still yet ties pretty good up through the top of her neck and shoulder, a little more restricted on her hock, and as I catch her from time to time, wanting to get outside of that skeleton ever so slightly. Then we've got a heifer that I like awfully well, but there gets to be a lot of shaking underneath as we get out and travel, so I'd like to trim up that lower body, and I know that seems to be a little fashionable at this point to have all that extra looseness underneath there. To me, I'm not sure that it really helps us a whole lot. I like production, and I like rib shape, and I like dimensionality. That sometimes can be counterintuitive to longevity in terms of udder quality and and so forth. If you think that the heifer that I like to win the class has got enough to her as I do, you like her a lot in terms of her quality and her balance, and I like her trimness, and I like the way she's been managed for a March heifer at this point in time. She's one of the sounder structured heifers and better footed heifers in my estimation that we've got out here. Not nearly as far along as some of these other heifers in terms of that conditioning, but I like that trimness about her, and I like the fact that it gives her an advantage in terms of longevity as we project these females into maturity. Just an awfully good class of March heifers. Let's give them a round of applause, if you would, please. Very, very competitive group.
In our Fleckby show, your reserve junior heifer calf champion went to entry number 97, exhibited by Firm Gagnon, Chinville, Quebec. Over in our Red Angus show, Class 18, first place to entry number 79, MF and 5824, exhibited by Avery McMurphy, Alva, Oklahoma. Second place, entry number 82, exhibited by Sidney Zender, Stanchville, Minnesota. Third place, entry number 84, exhibited by Kip Wallace, Emerald, Wisconsin. Fourth place, entry number 80, exhibited by Annie Meyer, Clinton, Tennessee. And fifth place, entry number 76, exhibited by Andrew Meyer, also of Clinton, Tennessee. Coming into the ring now is Class 19 Red Angus females. These heifers range in age from February 2nd to February 18th. Go ahead, Judge.
Here's another single entry, December Fleckby female. Here's one you really like as far as the proportion of her body to her bone work. You put this one in motion and watch her work. Her body and her stride work really well together. I think it's just a really good uniform kind of female for this particular class. She could have withheld some competition in this particular class. Let's give them a round of applause. Nice female.
In our Fleckby Pinnacle Show, Class 6, single entry in this class. First place, entry number 87, exhibited by Firm Gagnon Incorporated, Chinville, Quebec. Coming into the ring now will be Class 7. These heifers range in age from September 21st to September 24th, 2015.
three really nice Fleckvie females here. I'm going to go ahead and use the heifer for me that hit me the hardest as far as when she come in the ring. And here's a really sound, fluid moving kind of a female. You really appreciate the levelness of her top. Yeah, you really admire the amount of bone structure that this female has as a full-blood Simmental Fleckvie. I'll tell you what, this one's got a lot of look and eye appeal. You really admire how flat she is in her muscle pattern, how she lays that muscle down into her stifle, and lay it down into a really nice hock, and she moves really adequate for me. Just a really nice, solid female to start this particular class. Then there's the heifer here in second follows her as far as type and kind the best. Here's one that's really smooth-shouldered. You really admire the chest floor that she has, where she's different than the heifer that wins the class. I'd like to change her in her hock ever so slightly. Just smooth her up in her hock into her stifle, make that blend in there just a little bit better to get around the one that wins the class, but certainly a really big, high-capacity, level top female. The young lady's heifer here in third. Here's a female that you'd like to change as far as give her a little more depth of body and change the way she moves off her hind two wheels for me, but certainly a really long-spined, big weight per day of age female. Let's give a round of applause. Three really nice heifers.
In our Fleckvie Pinnacle Show, Class 7, first place, entry number 63, exhibited by Rugged R Cattle Company, Windsor, Louisiana. Second place, entry number 55, exhibited by Professional Livestock, also of Windsor, Louisiana. And third place, entry number 77, exhibited by Buzzard Hollow Ranch, Granbury, Texas. Coming into the ring now is Class 8, single entry in this class. Immediately following this class, we'll select our intermediate champion.
Another single entry here on the Fleckvie side, but certainly a really nice female in her own right. Here's one that's got loads and loads of capacity. You really appreciate how true she is from her shoulder down to her knee and her knee down to the ground there on her front end. I'll tell you what, she's really true and straightforward on those toes. You really appreciate how she's really refined and feminine out through her front 1/3 as being a Fleckvie female. Here's one that just really brings femininity into a whole new ball and perspective as far as it being a full-blood Simmental. Certainly a nice female. If you'd ever just change this one just ever so slightly, you'd probably level her from her hooks to her pins just a little bit for me, but certainly here's a really high-quality kind of female. Let's give them a round of applause.
In our Fleckvie Show, Class 8, first place, entry number 107, exhibited by Firm Gagnon Incorporated, Shinville, Quebec. We're now ready to select our intermediate champion female and reserve. Both of these awards sponsored by Freedom Run Farms. Well, we have a moment. Remind you exhibitors, if you're interested in photos of your heifers today, Lindy's Livestock Photos, our official photographer here at the North American, to be glad to take those pictures for you. You can make your way to the picture backdrop at your convenience in between classes or up one side of the ring, and the girls will be glad to try to get those pictures for you at your convenience. So feel free to do so.
All of those entries would be
Remind you, Red Angus exhibitors, showmanship will be immediately following the heifer show. Red Angus showmanship immediately following the heifer show.
Well, as Stuart mentioned when we start, we've got another big February class. Where'd you go, sir? And a pretty dang good class. Good set of cows all the way through. You know, there's a lot of these cows that are sitting right down in this area that really get there because they've got more condition on them than I think they need to have, and that's my opinion at this point in time. I think we kick the heifers out and let them freshen up some. There's some contenders in this group down here that get here because of conditioning, and that conditioning affects, in my estimation, the way they move and the way they travel, the freshness to their front end, and it also affects some of the longevity that we see in these heifers. So conversely of that, we've got a set of heifers here that I think pull themselves to front ranks in 1, 2, and 3 that do so because they bring a nice blend of structural correctness and femininity and good character. I like the udder development that we see in the heifers in terms of their potential refinement and quality. This class winner to me is just killer in terms of her freshness and presentation. She's not the most fluid moving heifer we've had out here in our lineup today, but she's sure a good enough athlete to get herself around the country. She's got a pretty good shape to her foot. I like the way that she ties into her shoulder. I think she's got extra natural shape to her rib. I think she's got more than enough muscle to make a really, really nice cow that contributes a great deal to this young lady's breeding program, or to a lot of breeding programs for that matter. A fairly close pair here in 2 and 3, and I think I leave them that way finally just because I think the young lady's heifer in second, a little stronger at the ground in terms of foot shape, maybe a little more structure in that heifer, and certainly not coarse in that structure. She's still clean in her knee. She still lays good with some slope to her front end. She still flexes pretty good in her hock. And again, not quite as conditioned as our class winner in terms of appropriateness, but pretty darn close. This branded heifer that we have next is a female that really is a long-geared kind of a deal. Studies extremely long and opens up good and has a good cow look to her presentation and presence. She has a tendency of wanting to get those front legs outside of that skeleton ever so slightly. I don't see quite the outward turn or fullness to her heart that I find in the heifer that ends up placing ahead of her in second. I do like the refinement and balance that I think we're going to see in that heifer in terms of her udder as that heifer goes ahead and develops. We come with a heifer that next that I think is like our second heifer in regards to her foot. 2 and 5 are probably, or 2 and 4 rather, are probably two of the better footed females that we've got in this class. Again, beginning to see just a little more conditioning on this heifer. She every once in a while and really just wants to kind of come funny off that hock and hind leg. She wants to get a little higher in her pin set, a little higher in her tail head, that maybe throws that hind leg off just a little bit. This young man does an awfully good job. You know, if you've ever shown cattle, you know it's a big challenge to show heifers with little guys that don't weigh 60 pounds soaking wet, and he's done a good job. Let's give him a nice round of applause. That cow's responded good to him. Big-bodied kind of a cow that I think just needs a little more look from the side to get her up higher in her class. This young man's heifer is one that I keep being drawn to because of her front third. I think she really looks strong in terms of her muzzle and jaw and the width that she has to the floor of her chest. You study that heifer at the ground in terms of foot shape, she's a lot like 2 and 4 in that regard. We just need to see her finish as strongly as she begins, and she gets just a little narrower from hip out of her hip, wants to get that tail head crested a little higher at the pin thin set than I'd like for it to be. This dark red heifer is an awfully good female as well, a little more refined in her structure and skeleton than some of the heifers that are up the line. A really long-bodied heifer, and one that reads with a pretty good feminine character to her front third. Again, just not quite as much width underneath, and maybe a little flatter rib shape as we find her compared to those other heifers up the line. And so we begin to get then into that set of heifers I was mentioning earlier, kind of just get here because they're a little higher in their condition. They hesitate a little more in their feet and leg placement. They're not quite as comfortable as they get around the country, and they've been on concrete here in Louisville for a few days. You can see that it begins to work on them and take its toll. Really a nice set of Red Angus females out of this February class. How about we give those kids a nice round of applause, if you would, please.
Over here on the Fleck V side, we're in another division here in the fall division. For me, there's one that kind of handily just handled this division. It's the heifer here out of the second class. Here's one that's really uniform and designed. You really appreciate her out through her hip and the way she's level and comes down into her muscle pattern, into her hock, and a really good structured female. Yeah, she's probably not as refined as the one behind her as far as the her head and neck shape, but certainly I think she's got a lot more power and design to her, and puts everything in a really nice balanced package. She'll be your division champion. I'm going to go ahead and stick with the heifer that's right behind her, the August heifer. I really like this female as far as being a really good cow prospect. Like I said, just love her from her hooks to her pins, and she'd be up here competing with the division winner. Two really nice females in your Fleck V show. Let's give them a round of applause.
In our Fleck V show, intermediate champion female goes to entry number 63, exhibited by Rugged R Cattle Company, Windsor, Louisiana. Your reserve intermediate champion goes to entry number 107, exhibited by Firm Gagnon Incorporated, Shinville, Quebec. We're now ready for Class 11 in our Fleck V show. Over in our Red Angus show, Class 19, first place to entry number 87, Red Northline Ruby 178C, exhibited by Riggin Stewart, Sterling City, Kansas. Second place, entry number 91, exhibited by Renee Locke, Avon, Illinois. Third place, entry number 94, exhibited by Ed Spencer, Gibbon, Nebraska. Fourth place, entry number 95, exhibited by Madison Adams, West End, North Carolina. Fifth place, entry number 98, exhibited by Jacob Shooter, Frankton, Indiana. Sixth place, entry number 90, exhibited by Carissa Lynn, Rushford, Minnesota. Seventh place, entry number 92, exhibited by Justin Slaball, Goshen, Indiana. Eighth place, entry number 86, exhibited by Kellen Havanica, Rogers, Nebraska. Ninth place, entry number 93, exhibited by Luke Paulsden, Harpers Ferry, Iowa. And 10th place, entry number 99, exhibited by Kip Wallace, Emerald, Wisconsin. In our Red Angus show, in the ring now is Class 20. These heifers range in age from January 1st to January 11th, 2015. Immediately following this class, we'll select our junior heifer champion.
Here's a single entry May female. Here's one that's a really long spine, kind of attractive female out through her front 1/3. I'd just like to see a little more depth in this one for me today, but certainly a nice female when you put her in motion. Let's see how she stacks up when she comes back out here. Let's give them a round of applause.
Class 11 Fleck V's, single entry in this class. First place, entry number 13, exhibited by Cornelius Farms, LLC, Manawant, Michigan. Now ready for Class 12 in our Fleck V show. These heifers range in age from January 13th to March 3rd, 2015.
really nice group of cows here as well, and I think there's some heifers that maybe outmeasure my class winner in regards to performance and some length of body and some of those kinds of things, but they don't outmeasure in terms of balance and uniformity. I think a great presence in this heifer through her front third. She's got all the conditions she really needs, but she handles it extremely well because she's naturally got some shape to her rib. She's naturally got some spread to her top. You study from shoulder to hip, that heifer looks like she's got more composition to her in terms of muscle shape than maybe the heifer below her. Just not quite as stout structured as a couple of these other heifers when we study her at the ground, but look at her foot, and I think it trues up pretty good. It allows her to be pretty comfortable in her top line, and I really like the balance that I think we're going to see in that heifer's udder as she continues to advance toward maturity. Heifer that comes next is one that I really admire in terms of her strength at the ground and at the surface. That heifer's pretty good as well. This female to me is one that gets just a little bit flatter through her forerib and a little rougher through her shoulder, but she still yet projects a good feminine maternal look because of the center body that she has, the extension that I see not only through her front third but down her top line. I like the muscle system in this heifer and the way that it complements the way she moves. This is a really nice dark red heifer that comes next. Maybe gets just a little coarser about her knee, perhaps into her shoulder, but a big bold centered heifer that's got lots of outward rib shape, maybe even a little more heart girth than the heifer that stands above her in second. Maybe not quite as much refinement to her udder as the two heifers that we find above her, but an awfully good female. Hesitates just a little bit as she places that hind leg to the ground, and we make her a little more of a contender if we make her a little more fluid on that hip. Heifer that comes next, the young man again does a great job on this one as well. Big kind of a female that's great in terms of her foot. This female handles herself pretty well as far as how she travels, but gets a little outbalanced out here in regard to just looking at her profile and maybe looking at some of the dimension of her top. Just an awfully good way to end a strong class of January females. Let's give them a good round of applause again, please.
That was a good division.
Three really nice Fleckby bred females here. I'm going to leave them as they stand right here. I think that this yellow female here, here's one that's it's a little bigger in stature, but I've had the opportunity to grow up in the Simmental breed my whole life, and I've watched my dad, my uncles, and people in our breed from the full bloods up through to the modern day Simmentals and the Fleckbys that were here and the percentage cattle we're getting ready to see. It's all an aspect in a breed, but I'll tell you what, this is a really good female to start this class. I really appreciate how she's really solid from her shoulder back all the way from her into her rib cage and rib cage into her stifle, and then you go a little higher and you look at her shoulder neck junction going back into her spine, and she's really level hipped about that, really long hipped. And then when you put this heifer in motion, she puts it together really well for me. I just think it's a good solid female and the base of a Fleckby influenced or a program. I think that this female right here could go out and really make some nice bulls. Then taking nothing away from the female right behind her, here's a really high capacity kind of a female. She's a little refiner in her makeup for me and as far as her bone structure. I'd like to give her a little more power out through her rear 1/3, but certainly a nice female in her shoulder. You really appreciate her out through her front 1/3, but to me she just needs a shot more power to get around the heifer that's in front of her. The heifer here in third, here's one that's a little more refined again. I'd like to change her right there in her brisket. She wants to get a little more brisket and get heavier in her brisket for me. I like to lengthen her out from the tip of her shoulder up to her muzzle, just a little bit up through her neck, but certainly a nice female. I'd like to change the way this one moves just a little bit off her hind wheels. She wants to get herself up underneath of her and not have as much flex on her rear pasterns. Three really nice females. Let's give them a round of applause.
Placings in Class 12 in our Fleckby show. First place, entry number 117, exhibited by Little Creek Farm, LLC, Starkville, Mississippi. Second place, entry number 110, exhibited by Lance Smith, Roland, Oklahoma. Third place, entry number 81, exhibited by Buzzard Holler Ranch, Granbury, Texas. Coming into the ring now is Class 13 in our Fleckby show. Immediately following this class, we'll select our senior champion female. Then we'll be ready for our grand and reserve grand selections. Over on our Red Angus show, we're now selecting our junior champion female.
I think this division's been extremely strong and really pretty special when you think about the things that we've seen out here today. These four heifers that represent the four classes that we've included in this particular division, I think do things fairly uniformly and as a set, but have some pretty subtle differences that I think we'll recognize here in just a minute as we select a champion and a reserve. But a really special division with regards to the depth of quality, the uniformity and consistency we've seen within this division. I think that's exemplified with your class winners. Again, as we think about making these cows and taking them to maturity and making them cows and making them contributors to breeding programs and to the breed, I think a good sensible size set of cattle. I think a good practical set of cattle with regards to having enough muscle shape, having a little extra shape to their center rib, having a little more character in regards to femininity. They give the appearance of having some refinement and some quality to their udder. Don't have too many issues out here with reproductive parts in terms of vulva size and that sort of thing. So I think in terms of covering some fundamentals and some basics, these four do that very nicely, and then they do it with a little extra special pizzazz, balance, and symmetry that sets them apart from the group. I actually think this is a very, very challenging decision. I wouldn't argue a whole lot going several different directions. I think you can tie it to just class winners. I think you could include a second place heifer or two in the mix. So I think it's really a pretty interesting group of cattle to study and evaluate. It's certainly been my pleasure to get to work through them and offer some comments and evaluate them here today. Let's give the kids a big round of applause, if you would, as we congratulate their effort on a really good set of Red Angus females.
Really nice female here on the Fleckvy side to start this class. Here's one that's got a lot of rib shape and design. You really appreciate her when you put her into motion. I like to change her up to a front 1/3 for me ever so slightly, but certainly a nice female when you put her into motion, and she's got a lot of body, and she's got a nice udder coming on her here, and I think that's to be commended there for getting these cattle bred up there in a very quick fashion. Young man's heifer here coming in second. Here's one that's a little taller in its stature. For me, I just like to have a shot more rib and substance and bone work for me. But certainly, young man's done a nice job coming out here and exhibiting this female. Let's give him a round of applause. Two nice females.
Judge Bedwell, do you know the number on your reserve selection? In our Red Angus show, your junior champion female come out of class 17. She's entry number 73, SLGN, Sheba's Charlie 578C, exhibited by Jacob Tapley, Cushing, Iowa. In the reserve, entry number 87, come out of class 19, Red, Northline Ruby 178C, exhibited by Riggin Stewart, Sterling City, Kansas. We're now going to select a bred and owned division champion in that division. Neither of those were bred and owned, so we're going to select a bred and owned division champion. In our Fleckvy show, class 13, first place, entry number 68, exhibited by Rugged R Cattle Company, Winsner, Louisiana. Second place, entry number 29, exhibited by Hunter Metzger, Williamsburg, Pennsylvania. In the ring now, we're selecting our senior champion female. Immediately following this, we'll be selecting our grand and reserve grand female.
three nice Fleckby females out here for this particular division. For me, I think there's a heifer out here that just kind of handily wins this division. It's the heifer out of the second class. Here's one that she really admires as far as her structure, her design. I think she just handles this division quite well. Congratulations. We'll bring the second in, and then I'll pick your reserve for this division. Let's give them a round of applause.
Which one did you pick, Judge Staley? In our Fleckby show, senior champion female goes to entry number 117. She's exhibited by Little Creek Farm, Starkville, Mississippi. The reserve senior champion female, entry number 110, exhibited by Lance Smith, Roland, Oklahoma.
Well, we're selecting a bred-known female from that last division. There's just one of those that kind of qualified for that out of that group of females, and she's very, very well deserving of that. She was one of the contenders in that group, and so let's congratulate her for her efforts with her bred-known female with a nice round of applause, if you would, please.
In our Red Angus show, bred and owned champion in the junior division goes to entry 82, WDZR Girl Power 5028, exhibited by Sydney Zender, Stanchville, Minnesota. In our Red Angus show, we're moving into Class 23. These heifers range in age from September 19th to December 2nd, 2014. Should be 2 entries. In our Fleckby show, we're now selecting our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion females in the Pinnacle division. If you just joined us, our judge for today's Fleckby Pinnacle show is Gary Staley from Urbana, Ohio.
We're coming down to the champion female here on the Fleckby side. I would like to thank, first of all, the North American for holding such a great event in this venue. I'll tell you what, there's nothing better than bringing cattle in on these green chips and leading them around. And the most prestigious show that you'll ever get to go and exhibit cattle at is right here under these lights, especially here in Freedom Hall. I'll tell you what, there's nothing better than coming in these gates or down the ramp in Freedom Hall, and it's such a pleasure that I get to come out here and sort these cattle. I appreciate the Fleckby Association for asking me to do this. Being a lifelong Simmental breeder, I feel that it's quite an honor because I think that each of these aspects of our breed is a faucet that we need to each tap into, and sometimes we think we put things to the side and oh, those are the Fleckbys, or those are the purebreds, or those are the half-bloods. Well, we need to tap into every faucet it so we can make our breed work and be as strong as we can possibly can, because we have numbers coming at us that are unbelievable as far as registration and people wanting to raise our cattle. These cattle here, I'll tell you what, you can't get a better group of bulls out of a bunch of Fleckvie cows. I'll tell you what, you can go out there and make a commercial man really, really happy with a group of Fleckvie bulls on Angus cows. You just can't get any more hyper vigor than that. So with that said, I think I got 3 really uniform kind of females out here, and I really appreciate their design and their structure. I think they're really similar in their type and kind. For me, it comes down to personal preference, but I think that they're very uniform, they're very level about their hips. I really appreciate their shoulder neck junctions and the way they come out at their front ends. I think that that's really important about a Fleckvie. But once you have the base on them and have a foot structure, you can breed and make some really good cattle. So with that said, let's give them a round of applause and I'll get you a champion Fleckvie female.
Over on our Red Angus side, real quickly, we'll talk about these 2 females out of a senior yearling class. And I've got them lined up in the order that I like them. Certainly just an awfully well-presented female that presents herself extremely well to win this leadoff position. This female starts at the ground extremely solid. That surface presentation of foot against the surface is really good in terms of her foot shape. And you're not disappointed when you get to evaluating the skeleton and the structure that goes along with that. She's got extra flexibility and extra strength in terms of dimension of that skeleton. Still maintains a really nice maternal look as we study her out here. A really incredibly long-bodied female that comes next, but gets a little plainer in her makeup and not quite as athletic or agile as she gets out and travels, but an awfully good female nonetheless. Congratulations to our Red Angus exhibitors out of this senior class.
In your Fleckvie show, your grand champion female, and this award sponsored by James Creek Simmental, goes to entry number 63, Rugged R. Mona Lynn C199, exhibited by Rugged R Cattle Company, Wisner, Louisiana. The reserve grand champion female, this award sponsored by Buzzard Holler Ranch, goes to entry number 117, VPFS Cali 10C, exhibited by Little Creek Farm, Starkville, Mississippi. All right, we'll be moving right into our bull show. Class 19, single entry in this class. Move right into our bull show. We'll do all the Fleckvie pictures at the end of the show. In our Red Angus show, class 23, first place, entry number 106, KJHT Hot Mess, exhibited by Hannah Taylor, Tennyson, Indiana. Second place, entry number 105, exhibited by Stephen Geiger, Sterling, Illinois. In the ring now is class 24.
Really a nice set of cows that we have with their offspring inside, and this is really the business end of this thing, and really a pleasure to get to recognize and talk about some of the qualities we see within this group. I like what we see in the offering of our class winner with regards to the balance and correctness of the cow. A good enough udder, not as refined as a couple of those cows behind her in 2 and 3, but a good enough udder and one that's raised a pretty nice calf. And certainly as she's been managed to maintain some body condition. We'd hope that we'd hope that she's rebred and done those things according to what we'd charge her to do. A big strong heifer calf that was very competitive earlier, that's got some dimension, and we see a lot of the same kind of positive attributes in that heifer calf with regards to her correctness of structure and foot. We still see good character up through her front end. We still see good substance. I really am a fan of the cow in second. That cow is not one of our bigger statured animals we've had out here. Incredibly well balanced and high quality udder by my estimation. Good teeth size and uniformity in that regard, and obviously she's cranking it to a pretty good sized calf that's got some strength to him as well. And individually, I like his masculinity. I like his presence in terms of forearm strength. I like the fact that he's got some shape to his top, and he's actually a more muscular animal than his mother. So I think there's one that generates beyond herself and really gives us a nice pattern and balance to go along with the high quality udder. I like the cow that comes next in regards to her udder as well. She doesn't have quite the attractive front end in her that we find in the cow that's second. She's one that's got a little more rib shape and a little more heart girth to her, and perhaps maintains better body condition as that advantage allows her to do so. A calf that's a little hard to read but pretty green and looks like he's doing just fine. And a mama back here in 4 that's not very happy about not letting that baby calf nurse. So we're going to let them get together outside. Congratulations to our exhibitors. Let's give them a great round of applause in recognizing the effort that goes into their cow-calf show.
Here's a single entry here starting the Fleckville Bull Show. You really got to appreciate this calf. Here's a big old stout April bull calf that's got a lot of body and design to him. Just rugged about his makeup, really sound in his bone work. All 4 toes head the same direction. Really appreciate that about the head and neck about this nice young bull calf. Let's give him a round of applause.
In our Red Angus show, Class 24, 2-year-olds with calves at side. First place, entry number 109, WRMS Holly 3042, exhibited by Ben Spencer, Gibbon, Nebraska. Second place, entry number 111, exhibited by Ty Montgomery, Coates, Kansas. Third place, entry number 110, exhibited by Mackenzie Walters, Upton, Kentucky. And fourth place, entry number 112, exhibited by Megan Greiger, Sterling, Illinois. We're now ready to select our senior champion female in our Red Angus show. Immediately following this, we'll be ready to select our grand and reserve grand female.
Certainly not an easy decision here. Those are 2 really fine females in regard to what they offer and potentially can do, and what we actually see being done by the female that comes out of that cow-calf class we just evaluated. The senior yearling female is one that has just got tremendous amount of substance and flexibility, hits the ground with lots of foot shape and size, and just a tremendously bold-made female that's still yet supple in the way that she moves and flexes as she travels about this ring. And then then we come back to the cow that's done an awfully good job generating some offspring and progeny that look a lot like her, if not even a tick better. This cow, to me, is one that has got some advantages up through her front third, and that she's kind of already had a little of that extra chuff sweat down out of her a little bit from letting that calf nurse. It sure makes her a little more crisp up through the top of her neck and her shoulder as she reads in that regard. She also still spreads a big upper rib and through the center of her body maintains good capacity. And then we can already see the form and function of her udder. We can already see what she offers in terms of her genetics with regards to that calf that stands behind her. Certainly a really, really challenging decision. Always a great pleasure to get to evaluate these older cattle and recognize them for the things that they do. It's a lot of times we go to these places where those calves get all the attention, but these girls have done a fabulous job. Let's give them a round of applause as we congratulate a champion in reserve out of your senior division.
Senior champion female in the Red Angus show goes to entry number 106, KJHT Hot Mess, exhibited by Hannah Taylor, Tennyson, Indiana. And she's also your bred and owned champion in that division. And the reserve comes out of the 2-year-old with calf class. That's entry...
109.
I don't have a 109 on that.
Top. That one, sorry.
Entry 109, WR Miss Holly 3042, exhibited by Ben Spencer, Gibbon, Nebraska. We're now ready to select our grand and reserve grand Red Angus females. Go ahead, Judge Staley.
Here's a nice January Fleckvy bull calf. Here's one that's got a lot of pounds at weight per day of age. You really appreciate him, the way that his testicles are developing there. I'll tell you what, he's got a good size set of testicles on him. Really level about his hooks to his pins, and he's just got a lot of bone work and substance you really like in a bull calf at this age. Just kind of handles this class kind of easily. Then we have the dark red calf here coming next. Here's one I like as far as his rib shape and the softness that he has about his body, and I'd just like to give him a shot more bone and structure to him to get around the bull ahead of him, but certainly a really eye-appealing calf when you put him on the profile. Taking nothing away from the bull that comes here in third, here's one that's a really eye-appealing calf. For me, just gives up some pounds and style. I'd like to give him a shot more size to his testicles right now compared to the two ahead of him, but certainly a really sound, useful kind of a bull.
In our Fleckvy Bull Show, I'm a class behind. Class 19, single entry in that class. First place, entry number 183, exhibited by Maxey Valley Farm, Morningview, Kentucky. In Class 20, class was won by entry number 34, exhibited by M&J Farms, Attica, Indiana. Second in class, entry number 35, also exhibited by M&J Farms. Third place, entry number 181, exhibited by Maxey Valley Farm, Morningview, Kentucky. We're now ready to select our junior bull calf champion in our Fleckvy show. These awards sponsored by Little Creek Farm. Red Angus Junior exhibitors, immediately following the selection of our champion female, we would like all Red Angus exhibitors to come to the trophy table to get their vest and a group photo. Immediately following that selection of our champion heifer, get all those junior exhibitors to come and get their vest, do a group photo, then we'll do showmanship.
As we get to the bull calf champion here on the Fleckvy side, they're getting these bulls set up here for me. I think that there are two really uniform bulls as far as their substance and eye appeal and balance. For me, I think there's one that just has a lot more power and substance. It'll be the bull out of the second class will be your champion in this particular drive. Let's give him let's give this lady a nice round of applause.
Bull calf champion in our Fleckby show goes to entry number 34, exhibited by M&J Farms, Attica, Indiana. And the reserve out of that same class, entry 35, also exhibited at M&J Farms, Attica, Indiana. We're now ready for class 23 Fleckby Bulls, single entry in this class, entry number 50.
Here's a really nice October bull here to single entry in this class, but you really appreciate the eye appeal and balance and the masculinity this bull has. When you bring him out here and put him in and stand still on the profile, he really puts things together really nice. Let's give him a round of applause. Nice bull.
Class 23 Fleckby Bulls, first place, entry number 50, exhibited by Rugged R Cattle Company, Wisner, Louisiana.
Well, as we're about to wrap up what I think is a really, really good Red Angus show, I think we need to thank our junior kids that have helped in the ring and our ring staff. They've done a great job for me out here helping keep the cattle moving and keeping them lined up. Let's give those folks a nice round of applause, if you would, for me. It's a very unappreciative job and one that doesn't get appreciated enough, rather, in terms of the importance that it has in making a show flow well and giving the kids the benefit of that they deserve with their cattle and the effort they put into it. It's really been a pleasure getting to work through your Red Angus cattle. There's some variation in them, and that's a great thing. Variation gives you the opportunity to make genetic progress. I learned that a long time ago when I used to do some stuff at a pig deal, and believe me, numbers are important to pig people. And I know numbers are important to your breed, and we've not had an opportunity to look at those, and obviously they'll influence your genetic decisions that you make with matings and so forth. But I still think it's awfully important to evaluate the cattle for the strengths that they offer. There's nothing about the numbers that give us any indication of fundamental soundness or functionability. There's nothing about the numbers that tell us where the longevity lies necessarily, or where the pitfalls may be when it comes to some of the things that cause a lack in longevity or a problem with fertility, or some of those replacements that we have to make in our bull battery a little earlier than we'd like. This set of heifers, to me, really offer a balanced approach to our beef business. I think they have a beef animal look, but a feminine character that sets them apart from some of their contemporaries of their age groups. I think as you study these heifers, from the calf that the young lady has in the front of our lineup to our big, strong senior yearling female, you see a nice progression in maturity. You see a nice complement to that maturity and to the functionability of what they're supposed to be as they become cows. And so my hat's off to you folks. It's been a pleasure working through the cattle. Let's give them a nice round of applause as we congratulate a tremendous amount of effort and we recognize a Grand and Reserve Grand Champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's also give a nice round of applause for our judge today, Mr. Jeff Bedwell from Fairview, Oklahoma.
73.
Your grand champion female in the Red Angus show goes to entry number 73, SLGN Sheba's Charlie 578C, exhibited by Jacob Tapley, Cushing, Iowa.
Another single entry here on the Fleckby side. Here's a really eye-appealing bull. He's got a lot of weight per day of age. You really like him about his front 1/3 as far as the way he's laying into his shoulder. Just good, solid bull to win this particular class.
And your reserve grand champion female, and also your champion bred and owned, goes to entry number 106, KJHT Hot Mess, exhibited by Hannah Taylor, Tennyson, Indiana. Okay, we need all you junior Red Angus exhibitors up to the right of the trophy table. We'll get your vest. We're going to get a group picture. Then we'll do junior showmanship. Over in our Fleckby show, Class 50 was won by, or Class 23, single entry in that class. Entry number 50, exhibited by Rugged R Cattle Company, Wisner, Louisiana. Class 25 was also a single entry. Entry 48, exhibited by Diamond D, Kimballton, Ohio. In the ring now is Class 26. 2 entries.
I'm going to go ahead and use this yellow and white bull here to win this particular class. You really appreciate the way when you put this bull in motion, the way he reaches out and strides. He's really he's got some cushion and squish to those rear hind 2 wheels on him. I think it's just a good, solid kind of a bull that goes out and breeds some cows pretty handily, and you're not going to have much. He's not going to have to labor a whole lot doing it. I'll just tell you what, he's just a good, solid, good structured bull with a good size set of testicles on him. Just good solid bull to win this particular class. Taking nothing away from the bull here in second. He's just lacking the stature and the size of the bull that wins the class, but certainly a good fluid kind of a bull that's got a nice shoulder laid in him. For me, just needs a shot more power to get around the bull ahead of him. Let's give him a round of applause.
Placings in Class 26 Fleckby Bulls. First place, entry number 116, exhibited by Little Creek Farm, Starkville, Mississippi. Second place, entry number 86, exhibited by Cornelius Farms, Mattawan, Michigan. We're now ready to select our champion and reserve intermediate bulls. These awards sponsored by Freedom Run Farms.
Did it backwards. You can tell him you can blame me, but I'm not talking on the mic.
I had misinformation there. Class 26. First place was the entry 86, Cornelius Farms. Second place, entry 116, Little Creek.
As we bring these trio of bulls out here for this division, I think it's just a good uniform set. I don't see any big structure issues. I just think they're three really good solid bulls. They're going to go out and produce some good commercial cattle for if that's what they're devised for, or go out and make more FleckV purebred kind of cattle. But I think any faucet that you want to put them in your type of operation, I think these bulls are going to work. They're just going to go out and be good, useful, sound bulls. I think that for me, there's one that just kind of handily wins this division. Is the yellow and white bull. Congratulations, you're going to win this division.
Yeah, because 86 has walked out of the ring.
Your intermediate champion bull in the FleckV show goes to entry number 86. Exhibited by Cornelius Farms, Mattawan, Michigan. Reserve intermediate champion bull goes to entry number 116, exhibited by Little Creek Farm, Starkville, Mississippi. We're now ready for class 29 in our FleckV Bull Show. Single entry in this class, single class in the division, so you'll automatically be your senior champion bull. Here's a really nice senior yearling FleckV bull. Here's one, when you put this one in motion, you really got to appreciate this big old bull that's been hauled here quite a ways, and then you can tell that he goes out and really moves and flexes. He's got the good structure about him. And you really, when you watch this one move, he doesn't labor at all in that front 1/3. He's got a little more chest to him, but that's what comes with age. Certainly, if you'd really want to complete this bull and just make it an eye-appealing package, if he wouldn't have lost that switch, I'll tell you what, that
this bull here is a good, solid, athletic kind of rascal that I really like. He's got a good set of testicles on him. Looks like he's been out and bred some cows in good condition. Let's give him a round of applause. Just a good, nice, solid bull.
Placings in Class 29, Fleck v. Bulls. First place, and automatically your senior champion bull, entry number 114, exhibited by Bristol View Farm, Bristol, Quebec. We're now ready to select our grand and reserve grand champion bulls.
Well, let's give these Fleck v. Bull exhibitors a round of applause. 3 really nice entries out here. For me, I think that they're all really balanced as far as their body type and their eye appeal that they have. But one nice thing that I've liked about all 3 of these are they're very sound and functional at the ground. For me, that's the most important aspect of when we're in the beef business. It starts at the ground up, and then for me, you can just lay in and breed things in that direction. And then for me, that's just a fundamental thing that my wife and I have instilled into our own herd at home. But certainly, I think that all 3 of these bulls are good in their own right. For me, it comes down to personal preference, so I'll go out and pick your champion Fleck v. Bull. Let's give another round of applause.
Grand champion Fleck v. Bull comes out of your senior division. He's entry number 114, FGAF Popeye 088A, exhibited by Bristol View Farm, Bristol, Quebec. And your reserve grand, entry number 34, MJ Extreme, exhibited by M&J Farms, Attica, Indiana. All right, we're going to move right into the cow-calf show. We'll get pictures of those champions at the conclusion of the Fleck v. show. Class 35, cow-calf pairs. Fleck v. Junior exhibitors, at the conclusion of the show, we'd like all Fleck v. Junior exhibitors to the picture backdrop for a photo, a group photo of all those juniors. Red Angus exhibitors, if you're interested in competing in showmanship, junior showmanship will be first, 16 years and under as of October 8th. Juniors 16 and under as of October 8th. Okay, corrected information, juniors, is 15 and under. 15 and under as of October 8th is junior.
Three really nice cow-calf pairs. They're all in one class, and it's going to be the champion drive. So I just figured instead of pulling them in and going through the banquetry of running everything through, I'm just going to leave them right where they're at. Because for me, when you put them in this profile, you really got to appreciate these three cows and what the amount of pounds that they put in their calves that are sitting in front of them. For me, I would like to piece a cow and then put a calf, put them together and make like the ultimate cow-calf pair, but that's not the way it folds out here. But certainly the pair that's right here and the first pair here in this particular drive, here's one that you really got to appreciate the calf. Here's a really eye-appealing, balanced kind of a calf. You really admire how much pounds that this young cow's been milking into this. She's a 3-year-old. Really got a nice udder on her. You really got to admire the amount of pounds that the calf's putting in, and she's maintaining her weight fairly well for as big as that bull calf is. And certainly for me, I just like to see a little more dimension and rib shape in this cow, just maybe a little more chest floor. Then we have the second pair here. Here's a really nice cow. Here's a really eye-appealing, really level top kind of a cow with a nice udder. When you put this cow in motion, she can really go out and glide. You really appreciate the amount of pounds that the calf's has on it. And you can see it working in the cow. I mean, this cow's leaned up, but still has a beautiful profile look. Just a really good, solid cow, and a nice, adequate calf on the side. Then we have another 6-year-old cow down here on the end. Here's one that's got a really nice heifer calf on her. For me, she's just a little ruggeder and more piecey about her the way she's designed. I'd like to change her udder just ever so slightly. So I'm going to go out and pick you a champion cow-calf pair and a reserve. Let's give them a round of applause. Really nice, nice set of pairs.
In our Fleck v. Cow Calf show, first place and your grand champion cow calf goes to entry number 184, exhibited by Maxey Valley Farm, Morning View, Kentucky. Second place and reserve champion cow calf, this award sponsored by Buzzard Holler Ranch, goes to entry number 182, also exhibited by Maxey Valley Farm. And third place, entry number 199, also exhibited by Maxey Valley Farm. Test 1 2 1 2.
Well, now we're coming down to the interesting side of the Fleckvy show when we bring out the three champions and we get to pick a Supreme. And I've always, in my mind, thought when you go and pick a Supreme, I kind of keep my mind open and balanced because I really like all three of these very well. But which one is going to impact the Fleckvy breed the most? And that's in this particular lineup of the three. And, you know, to me, it's between the heifer and the bull. And I think that they're both really good quality kind of cattle. And taking nothing away from the cow, but certainly you got two really high quality individuals, and which one of these two, in my mind, was going to have the best chance to go out and impact a breed, and that's how I look at a Supreme drive. So with that said, I'm going to put a little thought into this and go out and pick you a Supreme, but let's give them a round of applause. Three really nice entries out here for this particular drive.
On the Red Angus side, we're working our way into a showmanship competition, and a lot of times I'll spend a good deal of time working showmanship, and we've seen most of these kids in the ring a number of times at this point, and they've improved throughout the day. The cattle are handling better, and they're responding extremely well to them. You know, this is a pretty big age spread. It's a lot like some of the classes we get into every once in a while where we've got quite a bit of age spread and maturity differences, and obviously those maturity differences and experiences add to some of the competitive nature and some of the competitiveness of a showmanship competition sometimes. But you know, my three most competitive showmen out here might be three of my smaller ones or 4 or 5 of my smaller ones, not to take anything away from some that are older, but I give them a little bit of an advantage because of the stature of the cattle and those kinds of things, and they do an awfully good job hustling the look. They get them put together extremely well, and they have a great ring intuition. You know, ring intuition is really, really hard to teach anybody. You can teach kids, you can teach anybody the technical side of showing, but having that instinct to know when you've got to do something different to get the better look, and reading the judge and reading those situations are incredibly, incredibly important. And so it doesn't matter how good a showman you are, if you miss the cue and you don't get that intuitive look that you need to make a change or difference, it sometimes can make a difference between whether you get to be recognized as a champion or you stand 3rd or 4th in class. These kids do an excellent job, and they've developed good intuition with regards to how they manage and handle their cattle. Certainly they've got the skill set available that makes them excellent, excellent showmen, and I really enjoy getting to work with them here today. Let's give them a good round of applause as we select just your champion, but they're all big winners with me. Let's give them a good round of applause.
And your champion junior showman in the Red Angus show goes to Avery McMurphy, Alva, Oklahoma. Ready for senior showmanship. Over in our Fleckby show, your Supreme Champion, receiving the Pinnacle Award, sponsored by Maxey Valley Farm, goes to the Champion Bull, entry 114, FGAF Popeye 088A, exhibited by Bristol View Farm, Bristol, Quebec. Okay, we're moving into our group classes in our Fleckby show. Get a sire. In our Fleck V Show group classes, get a sire. First place to M&J Farms, Attica, Indiana. Produce a Dam. First place to Professional Livestock, Wisner, Louisiana. Breeders Herd. First place to Ferme Gagnon, Chenville, Quebec. Second place to Maxey Valley Farm, Morning View, Kentucky.
From Gagnon both.
And we'll announce your premier breeder, premier exhibitor. These awards sponsored by Bristol View Farms. Both the premier breeder and exhibitor go to Ferme Gagnon Incorporated, Chenville, Quebec.
Now we're moving into the Fleck Effect.
And we will be moving into the Fleck Effect Show.
Doing it again?
The percentage
Yeah,
Fleck V Show.
this should be pretty short.
Class 43 coming into the ring, 2 entries in this class.
Two really nice females to start your Fleck Effect show. I'm going to go ahead and use the black female to win this particular drive, just not because of her color, just the way that she's built and made. You really appreciate this female out through her front 1/3. You really got to admire the eye appeal and balance this female has. She goes out and takes a big old long stride. Really eye-appealing, balanced kind of a female that I think handles this class quite well. Taking nothing away from the heifer here in second, here's one that's a little rawer and real about its makeup as far as its structure. Little deeper in that chest floor for me. I just need to clean it up to its front 1/3 to get around the female that won the class. Two really nice females. Let's give them a round of applause.
Class 43, first place, entry number 53, exhibited by Professional Livestock, Wisner, Louisiana. Second place, entry number 47, exhibited by Hayden Galloway, M&J Farms, Covington, Indiana. Now ready for class 44, single entry in this class.
Another January single entry. Here's one that you really got to admire the amount of, it's got the good look of a cow ability in her. You got a big, a female with a lot of capacity. When you put her in motion, she's very fluid when she goes, really balanced from her hooks to her pins. I just think a good solid female. Really appreciate how attractive and long she is out through her front 1/3. Just a good solid heifer calf for this particular class. Let's give him a round of applause.
Class 44, first place, entry number 102, exhibited by Firm Gagnon Incorporated, Chenville, Quebec. Now ready for Class 45, 3 entries in this class. Heifers ranging in age from April 15th to June 12th, 2015.
Well, I needed to test that intuition just a little bit, and so we worked them just a little differently, and I didn't necessarily line anybody up in any particular order, but I may have them grouped a little more closely in regards to some that I think are in a little more stronger contention, just to kind of see how they're responding to different situations. Again, I think that intuition is an awfully important part of showmanship. The technical skill, obviously, awfully important, and these kids, every one of them, do an excellent job with the technical side of what they do with regard to showmanship. So I really am very, very pleased with what we find out here in this senior division. As you might expect, a lot stronger group in regards to the competitiveness of this group in regards to a showmanship winner. And I think it boils down to who's having the spot on day to day and who's got the right looks at the right time. And actually, that's kind of what I needed to do. I needed to get some different looks as they responded to my signals and the different situations that working them through the ring presents and provides. So again, it's been my pleasure to work with the kids, and they really have been doing a great job out here today. These older kids have shown good leadership to some of those younger ones, and I can tell they're a close-knit group by the way they act and they work with one another as a group and taking their pictures and things of that nature. That's a pretty special bond that they have. Let's give them a nice round of applause as we congratulate one winner out of this group of winners for your champion senior showman.
Here's a trio of heifers in this particular drive. They're summerborns. We're going to go ahead and I'm going to use the black and white female just as they are is how I'm going to place them 1, 2, 3. The black and white female here to me is a really easy fleshing kind of a female. She's really got a lot of rib shape and design. I think just a good solid female to start of the trio of these heifers. Then the red heifer here in the middle. Here's one that you really like as far as her design and the length of body that she has. For me, she just needs a shot more depth of body to get her around the female in front of her. And then the black and white female rounding off the class. Here's one that you really got to appreciate the length of her spine and the way she goes around the ring. To me, she just needs a lot more condition and substance through the center portion of her body to get any higher. Let's give them a round of applause. 3 nice females.
91. Your senior champion showman in the Red Angus show goes to Miss Renee Locke, Avon, Illinois. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our Red Angus show. We appreciate your attendance and thank you and invite you back next year. Have a safe trip home. Those that may be leaving, those that are not, we'll see you at the open show. In our Fleckby show, Fleck Effect Show, Class 45, first place, entry number 27, exhibited by Cornelius Farms, Matawan, Michigan. Second place, entry number 21, also exhibited by Cornelius Farms. Third place, entry number 18, exhibited by Krista Barnett, Paw Paw, Michigan. Now ready for Class 46, single entry in this class.
Here's a single entry January bred female. Here, you really appreciate this female as far as the substance that she has. Very fluid and moving when you put her in motion. You really like her out through a front 1/3. Just like a good balanced kind of a female for this particular class.
Class 46, first place, entry number 2, exhibited by Jaden Nix and Cornelius Farms, Paw Paw, Michigan. Ready for Class 47, another single entry.
Here's a senior yearling female walking in that here when she just walked in, I was like, what in the world is that? Here's a really big eye-appealing kind of a female. You really got to appreciate the amount of body that she has. Young lady said she's due here in January. You really got to appreciate the way she's level out to her hooks, to her pins, comes down into a really nice body that I think is going to go out and be a really productive cow for this young lady. Looks like she's bringing a good udder with her as she's coming along in calf. Certainly a nice job of maintaining this female as far as her condition and bringing her to the show today. Just a really nice, good, solid female. Let's give her a round of applause.
Class 47, first place, entry number 113, exhibited by Firm Gagnon Incorporated, Shenville, Quebec. We're now ready to select our grand and reserve grand champion, Fleck Effect female.
Let's give these Fleck Effect Champion Drive a big round of applause. There's some nice females out here. It's kind of nice to see that there's hybrid vigor taking place, when it works, and it's good, and when it doesn't work, sometimes it's bad. But it's nice to see it in this particular instance because there's 5 really good, nice uniform individuals out here, and I think that there's 2 that sort themselves off on either end. For me, it's between the calf and the heifer on the end, and I think that going out and picking a champion for me is going to be a personal preference on which one's going to make the most impact. for me and in like a flex effect situation. So, well, let's give these a big round of applause. I think there's really, these cattle are really sound, uniform kind of cattle that are going to go out and be very productive.
Your grand champion female is entry number 113. She's FGAF Red Perfect 197B, exhibited by Firm Gagnon Incorporated, Cheneville, Quebec.
53.
And the reserve comes out of class 43. She's entry number 53, Pro Stock Monique 6501D, exhibited by Professional Livestock, Wisner, Louisiana. We're now ready to move right into our Fleck Effect Bull Show. Class 50's 2 entries.
Two really nice bulls to start off the bull show here. I'm going to go ahead and use the solid black bull for me. He's got the most pounds today for me, and the balance. He's really balanced, and you appreciate him through his front 1/3 and his shoulder, how his shoulder lays in there to his knee. Just a really good, useful bull calf that come out here. Very well put together, eye-appealing kind of a calf. Taking nothing away from the black and white one, just give him a few more pounds. I think he's a little younger than the calf in front of him, but certainly a good, solid kind of a calf. You really like the body and substance that he has. He's a shot more bone to get around the calf ahead of him. Two really nice bull calves.
Inter Bull Show, Class 50, first place. Entry number 120, exhibited by Little Creek Farms, Starkville, Mississippi. Second place. Entry number 25, exhibited by Cornelius Farms, Mattawan, Michigan. Now ready for Class 51 bulls. 2 entries in this class.
Two really nice January and February bulls. For me, I'm going to go ahead and use the black bull. He's got a lot more power and turn to his rib. He's got a lot more expression of muscle. Granted, I'd like to change the way he's just moving off those front 2 feet. For me, he wants to toe out ever so slightly, but certainly there's a lot of mass and good in this bull. When you look down, when you get him at the 3/4 angle, there's just a lot more turn to the rib and turn to his muscle than the red bull. Taking nothing away from the red bull, here's a really flat-shouldered kind of a calf. For me, I just think he needs a shot more width lower in his body. For me, want to give him a little shot of width all the way back into his muscle pattern. Two really nice bull calves.
Placings in Class 51 in our bull show. First place, entry number 49, exhibited by Diamond D, Kimballton, Ohio. Second place, entry number 119, exhibited by Little Creek Farms, Starkville, Mississippi. Now ready for Class 52, single entry in this class.
Stop right there. He's good. Here's a coming 2-year-old in February. Good solid bull. When you put him in motion, he's really nice and level about his top. When you put him in motion, he's very sound and fluid at the ground. I just think a good solid bull to win this particular class.
Class 52 bulls, first place, entry number 201, exhibited by Stony Ridge Farm, Armada, Michigan. We're now ready to select our grand and reserve grand bulls.
As we bring these three bulls out here for your champion lineup, really good solid trio of bulls here for me. It's down to my personal preference as far as structure and style and the kind that I would take home and put out on my cows. So let's give them a big round of applause. Three really nice uniform bulls. I think there's a couple out here that match up pretty well, so I'll go out and pick your champions.
Your grand champion bull goes to entry number 120, exhibited by Little Creek Farm, Starkville, Mississippi. Your reserve goes to entry number 49, exhibited by Diamond D, Kimballton, Ohio. We're now ready for Class 55 cow-calf pairs.
Well, the last class of the day at the show it's a pretty interesting class as far as the type and kind, and they're very uniform cow calf pairs to start off with. You got a 2-year-old, then you have an older cow here with a really beautiful calf, but then you have a uniform package as far as the 2-year-old with a nice udder and a nice bull calf a bit behind her. But for me, it's going to be personal preference. This cow has put this kind of a stamp into a calf, and I think that's something to be said. That's a really good, nice, powerful, stout, eye-appealing heifer calf. So, granted, I'd like to change the udder on that cow, but there's a lot of cow there, and at her age, and she can still produce something like that in front of her. My hat's off to that particular thing, that particular cow. Taking nothing away from the young cow, she's putting everything she's got into this bull calf. But for me, I'm going to go with the older pair for your champion cow calf pair, the young for the 2-year-old for your reserve. Let's give them a big round of applause, and I've enjoyed judging your show today.
Class 55, champion cow-calf, entry number 76, exhibited by Professional Livestock, Wisner, Louisiana. And your reserve champion cow-calf, entry number 22, exhibited by Cornelius Farms, Mattawan, Michigan. We want to thank our judge again of today's show, Gary Staley from Urbana, Ohio. Appreciate Gary's efforts. Both. And your premier breeder, premier exhibitor of the Fleck Effect show goes to Cornelius Farms, Mattawan, Michigan. Thank you, Fleck V exhibitors, and congratulations on a great show. Everyone travel safe and have a great evening. Fleck V Junior exhibitors, we'd like all of you to gather up around the picture backdrop. We'd like a picture, and any of you Fleck V exhibitors that want a picture of your animal, come right up. Lindy's Photos will be glad to take those for you. Definitely want one of all of our champions.